They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like lookalikes. They don't like us. We the original, number one, uno. We're not alike, you know. Liar, like we made in the image, our likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it. They try to fail it. They try to sell it. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They don't 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 like lookalikes. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like us. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. They don't like lookalikes. They not like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They don't like us. They not like us. We the original, number one on the road. We're not out alike, you know. Y'all are all liars, like we're made in the image and likeness. Our image is righteous, our lineage is priceless. You can't buy or sell it, it's right. Can't ever sell it, it's right.
You know me? I am the original Jamaican Dandana.
Yo, Grand Rising family. TikTok last night, we did what it did. You did expanding the message, signal boosting the message, the FBA core message. Delineation, you dig, is necessary. Delineation versus assimilation, right? That's where we at. So we're gonna go into some deep information on delineation. I keep saying that, but that's the plan, right? Depends on the call-ins and things like that. But that is definitely the plan. Okay. So grand rising to the chat. Grand rising to the chat. What is in the queue? Let's see.
Like you're trying to portray.
Okay, I think we done here.
Wait. Are you proud of that white in you? Does that make you proud?
Are you familiar with Nat Turner?
Yes.
Are you familiar with all the slave rebellions that was going on?
Yes.
What Abraham Lincoln said?
I'm not sure what he said.
He said he cannot preserve the Union. You know why he said that?
Oh, because he needed black slaves to help fight. Yes.
So there you go. There you have it. So we're fighting people. We've all been fighting. Are you proud of what the Chinese are doing in Nigeria right now?
Sir, I'm not even in Nigeria. I'm just as American.
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
Of course not.
Why not? What's going on with that?
I don't know. I'm not in Africa.
Have you heard about what's going on?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you might want to do some research on that. But appreciate
Why are you
it,
so
please.
divisive?
Divisive? I'm asking you questions about this is where you from, right? This is your homeland. These are your people.
America is my homeland.
Gotcha. So why you hate us so much?
I don't hate. I want you all to acknowledge that we're the same.
You just said we were different, though.
Stop the cap.
No, I said we're all the same.
So you got to pick a mic. You got to pick one. But all right, man. Y'all have a nice night. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kanye, cooking as usual. I had Brother McCall up here. What happened with Brother McCall? I had Brother McCall up here. I want him up.
Please don't add him. Please.
Why not, brother? That's my brother. We got McCall. I'm gonna get him back in a second. But yeah, brother, like we're saying, Yeah, we had an ethnogenesis. We have African ancestry, but we had an ethnogenesis. Jamaicans, they have African ancestry, but they became their own ethnic group. Haitians have African ancestry, they became their own ethnic group. For some reason, I hate the fact acknowledge our ethnogenesis because you depend on us to be a generic African so that you can capitalize off of our accomplishments. That's what the vitriol is for, right?
Haitians acknowledge their African roots. Jamaicans acknowledge their African roots.
I just did too. You don't try to make them African Haitians or African Jamaicans. I've acknowledged African roots as well, but I am not an African American. I am a foundational Black American, sir. You see,
But you just tried to say, well, everybody's African.
they
It's a
are.
horrible argument.
They are.
It's a horrible argument. Yours is more recent than theirs.
Not really. I mean, damn.
Yes.
Oh, we
Yes.
for way too long, sir.
Transatlantic slave trade, 400 years on the grand scheme of human life, that is pretty recent.
Not really. Not really. And there were already Aboriginal Black people here. So
I've already debunked that, sir.
didn't
Anyone with a
debunk that.
brain can go look that up.
You tether battled. You didn't debunk anything. Let me get Brother McCall. Brother McCall, hop in, sir. Hold on one second. Let him in. Let me get him in. Yeah, you didn't debunk anything. You just did a little tether battling. You didn't debunk anything. Let's get my good brother McCall in the.
Well, I encourage everyone to go look up Lucia woman and read that article. They went back and changed her facial structure. She is not Negro.
Yes, she is.
Look that up. Please look that up.
Look,
everyone, please.
She's still the same. Brother McCall, hop in, sir.
Thank you, great one. Mr. Amro, how are you, sir?
Good, sir.
Okay. What is your modus operandum? What do you want?
I want you all to acknowledge that we are the same, and I want you all to stop being so hateful and divisive. You all are trying to act like the new Dominicans. Stop it.
Okay. Let me just speak for me. I don't like you. It's not that I don't hate you. You personally, I don't like.
Why?
Let's start there. Let me continue. Why? Where was your family in 1863? Between 1863 and the end of World War I, where was your family and what were they doing?
On the continent of Africa. I don't want to tell you my exact lineage, but on the continent of Africa.
It's not necessary. What were they doing?
Probably reading the Quran or something. I'm not sure. I wasn't alive, Brother McCall. Were you, sir?
I have a hunch they were hunter-gatherers. Would you concede?
No, sir. Actually, I'm West African. It wasn't many hunter-gatherers because, well, the Europeans came through and they it wasn't really that bad. It's not like living in a mud village or something.
Okay. Well, between the emancipation and the end of World War I, we had completed 50,000 patents contributed to the United States. How many patents did your hunter-gatherer and family produce between that time, sir?
50,000 because we share the same ancestors. Your lineage is mine.
I asked you a question. We weren't hunter-gatherers.
You have African in you, brother. You have African in you. We're all brothers. Your lineage is mine. 50,000, sir.
All right, listen to me. Listen to me clearly. 1 acorn, 2 acorn, 1 bushel equals 1 monkey. Did you understand that? Thank you, dear brother.
That is the most thing I've ever heard you say. Brother, see, McCall, wait.
He left. See, to what you want, and this is what we're teaching the family here. You want us to be generic Africans so that you can claim our accomplishments. But the minute you guys accomplish something, you make sure you cut us off from it. If you were to get a scholarship or a degree or a PhD, you would run around, I'm a Nigerian American. This is a win for Nigeria. The minute y'all get a win, y'all cut us off of it. But you wanted credit for 50,000 patents from people from our lineage. It doesn't work like that. You know why it doesn't work like that? Because if you want to talk about Africa and you being West African, you sold some of us, sir. You come from the people who help round some of us up and sell us. You sold us.
Bruh.
So now you want to spin the block and come back over here to the people you sold who flipped the script, and we had an ethnogenesis and also a spiritual ethnogenesis that made us a divine lineage where we started to accomplish so many phenomenal things. You want to spin the block and say, hey, my bad, but these my people. Nah, I don't know about that, brother. And don't think we haven't heard the little jabs about slavery. A lot of you guys, the tether class, y'all make these little jabs about slavery. We hear it. You've said a couple of times, y'all proud about slavery. You know what? I'm proud that my foundational Black American ancestors survived that type of atrocity and then stood on business and then made sure that I was going to get the justice that I'm going to get. And they didn't run and flee to other places. They stood here, fought against white supremacy, taught me how to fight against it, and then helped people like you be able to come over here and live comfortably so that you're not gathering bushmeat and shea butter. You understand what I'm saying?
Sir, obviously not the biggest fighters. It was actually white people who freed you. So you all didn't free yourselves.
Are you insane?
Stop the cap.
Is that why you're proud of your white lineage?
Sir, we freed ourselves. Even Abraham Lincoln said the Civil War would not have been won if it were not for the freedmen. Black people, and I'm talking about a small group of Black people, shut the whole state of Florida down. They had to send the U.S. Army in there to fight the Black Seminoles down there and still lost. The U.S. government never won that fight. We were shutting this shit down on our own. They had to end slavery. These white people didn't do us no favor. We got ourselves out of slavery. We had sanctuary cities where white people couldn't even go in the damn Great Dismal Swamp that they're still studying now, sir. We freed ourselves and we stood on business. And yeah, we moved from the north and to the south. Many Black people moved to the north. We got things popping up there. We had the Harlem Renaissance. We got Detroit popping, Cleveland popping, Philadelphia popping. We get some of these northern cities popping. We're still the dominant population in many of these northern cities. And we know how to go back down south. We don't flee. We move and exercise our rights as citizens in our country. So yeah, a lot of us go back and forth. This is our country. We can do that. We don't flee to other people's nations and then start claim jumping, sir. That makes sense?
Fleeing up north? Fleeing up north?
How is that fleeing in our own country?
You fled from where it was bad. So what makes you think that Africans won't flee for where it's bad to come to see a better life
The
in the United States?
Sir, the North was just as bad. They just had better economic opportunities up in the North. But the racism was still there. We weren't running from racism. We had race riots up in the North. The same National Guard that was in the South was the same National Guard we fought in the North, sir. So we didn't run from anything. We just wanted to go get better jobs instead of just sitting out there doing agrarian work in the South. So we didn't flee nothing. And we went back and forth to the South and the North, sir. We're not like you. We didn't just abandon the homeland altogether and pledge allegiance to a whole new nation. No, 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 no. We stayed on our nation business. This is our shit. All of it, every inch of it is ours. And going from state to state is called exercising your rights. You see how that works?
I exercise my rights. I came over here to the United States. This is my country just as much as yours. And we do share lineage.
No,
And
no,
yeah,
no. You came here as an immigrant to something that my family built from the ground up. So it was a one-sided thing. You didn't benefit me whatsoever. Let's get that straight. We're not the same. My family stood on business, suffered, and put blood equity in the soil of this country to make it possible for you to come here. All you did was pull up a plate and eat. I didn't benefit from you one iota. So we're different, sir. Do you understand that?
the anti-African Black Americans have continuously perpetuated, whether that be boys in the hood calling Africans booty scratchers, is disgusting, and as well as
Sir,
the bullying when we were young.
Stop the cap.
foundational Black Americans have been the only people that's been consistently fighting for African people, sir. There's no the liberation movements over there. We were the ones sparking that. It was Black people working with the UN to help people get their charter for independence over there. It was Black musicians and entertainers fighting to end apartheid. It was Black people going over there sparking some of the revolutions. It was Black people going over there lending their talent to feed people. I just talked about this, the We Are the World project. The biggest superstars in the world, Michael Jackson and Lionel Richie, wrote the song We Are the World and donated their time to feed Ethiopia. That was what that was for. Sir, we've done way more than enough. I don't want to hear about all that bullshit. Malcolm X went over there trying to break bread with people. We've been the ones. Patrice Lumumba, when he came over here, he was going to a damn HBCU. So we've always embraced the people over there and tried to give them some game. When the first African immigrants came over here, we were funding that. We were raising money with Black churches, having them stay with us in our homes, making sure they were good and safe. I don't want to hear all of that. Brothers like Muhammad Ali, they went over there and had to rumble in the jungle to bring resources and shine over there to Africa when they were taking those boxing matches over there in the early 70s. We've always put Africa on the spotlight and showed them shine. We don't want to hear that bullshit. And then what we get in return is Myron Gaines. Y'all send that type of crap over here to us. You see?
No.
Well, either way, expect Africans to claim FBA.
That's not going to work because we can tell. Number one, we can tell by the way you lied. You came in lying. And that's another thing. If you want to get rid of the damn janky, scammy stereotypes, don't be stereotyped. Don't come in lying. You came in talking about FBA as a group and I own it and I'm the leader. So you come in the room lying and then y'all wonder why we want to
Stop the
delineate
cap.
from that lying, scamming mindset. So we can tell that you ain't from our lineage just by your disposition, all of that lying and scamming all over the damn place. So get your mind right, respect the lineage, and I know you're trying to figure out how to claim our lineage, but that's not going to work because we're checking everybody's paperwork, all right?
We can easily claim it because we share the same lineage. You are African.
Stop the
So
cap.
I'm yeah.
I am not an African. I'm not a continental African, sir. I have not lived on Africa. No African nation has given me any welcome to come over there and get citizenship. I am not no damn African. I am a foundational Black American. My family fought for me to still chill and kick it and thrive in the country that they built. I am a foundational Black American, sir. Everything about American culture comes from foundational Black Americans. This is my homeland, sir, and you're welcome because we made a way for you to come over here to get the hell away from Africa. Nobody's more anti-African than a goddamn tether. That's why you ain't over there, sir. Right?
I can claim FBA.
No, you can't, sir. No, you can't. The only FBA you can claim is fufu, biryani, and ass smell, because that's what you got over there in your apartment. All right? You're not a foundational Black American, and you will never be. All right. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it.
We have the same link.
No, we don't have shit. All right? I'm telling y'all, these people, they want to cosplay. They want to cosplay us so damn bad. You know, family, somebody sent me a video link of a dude, a Nigerian dude, who actually does online courses on how to teach other Africans how to use our slang. This dude has whole courses It almost looked like a parody, but he got like flashcards and the whole nine on how to use foundational Black American slang words. You dig? But yeah, a lot of these cats try to cosplay as us. See, that ain't gonna work because we can tell. We can tell by your disposition. Now, some of the women, they can kind of get away with it a little bit because some of the tether women, they can put on wigs and lace fronts, and they can put on a lot of makeup and stuff like that, so they can kind of blend in. You can hide behind makeup and hair. The dudes can't do that. You know what? You know what you can notice? You notice a lot of dudes running around with do-rags. I see a lot of these non-FBA gamer dudes, these dudes who are gamers, and you notice, I want you to notice, a lot of these non-FBA dudes, they run around here wearing do-rags outside. That's one way you can tell somebody's a tether. Because number one, foundational Black Americans, we don't wear do-rags out no more. We don't wear do-rags as fashion statements no more. That's played out. We used to wear that in the late 90s, early 2000s. You don't see, FBAs ain't walking around using do-rags as no fashion accessory no more. We cut that shit out in 2005. But you see some of these dudes running around here with do-rags outside, usually as a tether, and they do that for two reasons. They're about a couple of decades behind the times. Also, they use those do-rags to cover up them goddamn hairlines. You understand? Because they know, they like the women, the women put on wigs, but them tethers, they know them hairlines speak volumes. They know that them foreheads and them janky non-FBA hairlines are very pronounced, and we can look at them hairlines and realize that they're not from the lineage. I'm telling you, look under them damn do-rags. They have them do-rags on real tight. They're covering up them damn non-FBA hairlines. You dig? That's a way you can tell. That's one way. And there's other ways. You know, dudes got on a dress suit with flip-flops and just a little shit like that. Yeah, there's other ways. No. And also watch the slang. Some of the slang, when they are over enunciating the slang, sometimes the slang, it doesn't even flow natural. That's how you can tell too. That's why a lot of times when folks call up here, they're trying to talk in slang, and I can immediately tell that they're from somewhere else. I'm like, hey man, I hear a little accent in there. Where you from? Are you from Jamaica? Usually about 8 times out of 10, I can guess where they're from, even when they're trying to disguise their accent. You see? But it's very interesting. These cats are hell-bent on cosplaying, man, as foundational Black Americans. All right, let's get that guy Mike in the building. That guy Mike, hop on that guy.
Hey, we were talking about the railroad tracks the other day. Railroad tracks, right? That FBA's built for this country, America, and the Chinese people, right? So it's interesting that when you hear about railroad tracks, you always hear about the expansion to the west and Chinese people. Like you rarely ever hear about FBA involvement, right? Our huge contribution when it comes into our labor when it comes to the railroad track. So I'm gonna explain that in a second. Give me a second.
Hey, Miss Nikki, how are you, dear? I can't even invite you up here. Your phone is janky. I don't know. Lineage protection, that's a form of self-respect. We preserve foundational Black American lineage. That's not arrogance, that's self-respect. We honor our unique contributions of our ancestors. They endured slavery, they built America, they created new cultural identities, fought for civil rights. We are morally required to give praises and props to our foundational Black American ancestors. I'm not about to sit up here and give props to a tribe that sold part of my lineage. No, we're not obligated to do that. You know that? And some of these native tribes who were selling us too, all right? Because that's another conversation, especially those so-called civilized tribes. Oh, we can get into that too. Some of these damn red native tribes that some black people like to kind of claim onto. Some of them were trying to sell us too. That's another conversation, though. That's why I don't really give props to them either, even though we got lineage from them. We got some ancestry from them. Some of them tribes, they started letting the white supremacists in these tribes, and they start kicking all the black members out, and then the tribes got busted up, dissolved, and remixed, and now these tribes are looking like a clan meeting. You got these lily white Europeans as tribal chiefs. When the casino money starts coming in, now all of them look like damn Justin Timberlake. But that's a whole different conversation. I'm giving props and praises to the foundational black Americans. You understand? See, the erasure that they're trying to do on us is intentional. They're deliberately trying to erase us. This is why they have to Africanize us. I want y'all to understand the con game. If they sit here and Africanize us, everything that we create, it just gets chopped up to Africa, meaning that we're going to be invisible. That's why they come over here and start talking about we ain't got a culture, because we've given everything to them. Every time we do something, it's like, okay, well, we started R&B because there was a drum in the bushes 2,000 years ago, and we got R&B from a tribe. And no, we got no. Now the R&B was created on this land. Blues was created on this land. Hip hop created on this land. Jazz created on this land. Soul food created on this land. You understand? The inventions that the world benefit from, it started on this land because we were the workers, we were the forced labor. We had to come up with ways to make our jobs easier. It wasn't the white supremacists. They weren't working like that. They were supervising. We were the ones coming up with a lot of the early innovations. Come on now. By necessity. Come on now. Listen, man. We're the only group whose entire cultural identity family has been routinely absorbed and co-opted and renamed and erased by other groups. Our music.
Right. So he's using the right terminology. He's just not saying it. That's called paper genocide. Okay. 2.0. One more time. I might clip that. Let me clip that, family. Give me a sec. Let me clip that. I'm telling you, sometimes we say it, we just don't capsulize it, right? We don't capsulate it. So that's the thing with FBA, right? ADOS, they capsulated it. We always been talking like that. We just, Frederick Douglass, Booker T, we just encapsulated. Yvette, Tariq, Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson, they capsulated that idea. So just now, he just explained paper genocide, but he just encapsulated it as paper genocide. I did. Okay, watch this. Let me clip this. I got to clip this. Is the clip feature there? Oh, shit. Yeah, did they take away the clip feature? This is the second time I haven't seen it. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I haven't seen the clip feature in a minute, family. I'm looking at different tabs. Hold on. Let me just be for sure. I'm looking at different tabs and I don't see it. Let me just be very sure before I say that. Okay, give me a sec. I'm clicking random videos. Because it's the second day in a row I tried to clip something and couldn't do it. Yeah, I don't see the clip feature. On this video, let me check out this video. I don't see it there. Maybe my channel. Hold on. Let me try one more. It could be this channel. Maybe this channel, I didn't ran up the clips. Let me try one more video. Let me try one more video to clip something up. One more video. All right, let me try this video right here. All right, so now let me switch accounts because it could be maybe I didn't clip. I reached the damn max. All right, let me try a whole new account. Maybe Unbiased Ron met the max eclipse. I got to delete and stuff. Nah, I don't see it on this one either. Let me find out the clip feature has been removed from YouTube. I'm gonna click one more random video and try to clip. I went to a whole new account. Wow, I don't see it. Unless I don't see it. All right. That's interesting. I gotta research whether they removed it or not.
Slang. Listen, man, we're the only group whose entire cultural identity family has been routinely absorbed and co-opted and renamed and erased by other groups. Our music, slang, civil rights history, people are constantly trying to rebrand FBA contributions. They'll try to Pan-Africanize it, Caribbeanize it, or make it some generic Black achievement. But so it's up to us to really take control of the narrative. Of other people are good. They're just going to try to rewrite things to suit their own agenda. That's why we did the movie Microphone Check.
Tariq, you said everything that that describes paper genocide. Rewrite, other people coming in, taking it from you, and you use the word erase. That's paper genocide. All right? Paper genocide. Let's start using that word. Paper. We are being paper genocided right before our face in real time.
Going on right now because it's rooted in our ancestral spirit and its ancestral healing. And when you give props and love and praise to the ancestors, they will be there for you and they will look out for you. And that's what we're doing. And this is what we're seeing. You understand? We're healing those psychological scars by giving props and praises to these phenomenal foundational Black Americans who the world is lifted up by. These wonderful ancestors that we've had who lived through us, they still live through us, and we carry on their legacy. These were the most culturally important people in modern history. This is why the world emulates foundational Black Americans. We have the world emulating us, and we didn't have to fire a shot, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't have to colonize anybody. Just our spiritual energy and our uniqueness has the world emulating foundational Black Americans. That is power, ladies and gentlemen. And we give that power to these other groups who don't appreciate it. We sit up here and be on some, all of us are Black and we all the same. So yeah, you can share our legacy. And then we have clowns like the Cynthia Rivos who have disdain for our lineage, who's talked crap about our lineage, who's mocked foundational Black American women, playing one of our foundational Black American icons. That ain't by accident. They get these people to get up in these movies to play our icons, and they do it as a form of disrespect, ladies and gentlemen. They know what it is. They know that they're doing that as a form of disrespect. Let me tell you something. Going into the movie thing, when we, foundational Black Americans, play icons, it hits different, don't it? It really hits different. It hits different. When Roots was being made, a lot of people, our good brother John Amos, who played, who's the dad from Good Time, but the legendary John Amos, when he was on the set of Roots in the 70s, they were filming on actual plantations. That ancestral energy hit him. He had a breakdown on the plantation. That happened to a lot of our foundational Black American actors and actresses. They got on the plantations and that ancestral energy hit them. And they got overwhelmed. They had breakdowns. What's his name? The brother from The Wire, Michael, what's his name? He passed. Y'all know who I'm talking about. He was in 12 Years a Slave. Y'all throw his name in there, family. What was his name? Because they filmed, I think, down there in Louisiana. They filmed down there in Louisiana. What was that brother's name? Michael K. Williams. Yeah, he had a breakdown. They had to console him on the set when they were filming on the plantation. He too had a breakdown. That ancestral energy hits you. Have y'all been to one of the plantations in Louisiana? I took my mother down because we filmed one of my movies down there. And I took the family down there, and y'all can see some of the footage online. And my mother, she was getting real overwhelmed. It was really, 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 really hitting her. We had to get her up out of there. It was really hitting her. I've been to the plantations before, so I draw the rebellious energy from there. So it hits me different. Because I process the energy to classic movies. There's a character that everybody loves, Percy Earle. Here too. Let's get Michael up out of here too. You get up out of here, Mike. We're gonna get you up out of here too. You lie about anything else, dear?
I said you utilize African intellect and knowledge to help produce hidden colors.
Which
And you
ain't
just
true.
admitted you
Stop the
did.
cap.
You
Which
just
ain't
admitted
true.
you did.
And you just lied again, dear. So you're a liar. I don't even believe you're from this lineage. You just proved you're a liar.
You just,
Lakeisha, you're lying, dear.
my name is not Lakeisha.
I didn't say Lakeisha. I just said Keisha. Why are you lying, dear? You're not being honest, Keisha.
Tariq. Okay, give me 1 second.
You gotta look up some more lies or something. What are you doing, dear?
No, I'm not looking up lies. I'm not looking up lies.
What are you doing, Keisha?
I'm just saying I haven't lied about anything. You said you use his technical knowledge.
Yeah, now you're just trying to. Okay,
produce
ma'am,
the film.
Keisha, let it go, sweetie. You lied. You got caught. Let's move on. Let it go, sweetie. Do you be lying?
Okay.
Keisha, do you be lying to niggas at the club? You be at the club now?
No, I have a man. Happily.
Did you lie to him? Did you lie to him?
Stop the cap.
No, moving on. Did you work with John Tanton ever?
Who the hell is that?
Okay, no. Okay, that's
Who the
fine.
hell
Just
is-
to know is okay.
Who the hell is that?
Just to know is okay.
Okay, but let me ask y'all this. Y'all be on TikTok. What's with y'all be bringing up random names? Like, do you know Jelly Roll Jenkins? Because I heard Jelly Roll sent you to me. Well, who? Y'all be naming these random ass people who I don't have no idea about. I think y'all be in these rooms lying to each other so much, y'all start believing them. I don't know. Okay, but go ahead. Who is that person?
I just asked you and you said you didn't know him. So
That was random. That's random as hell. Who is this random
No,
person?
it's not random. He runs an anti-immigration network, and it's rumored that you did work with him. But if you're denying that, then I believe you. I believe you.
Rumored by who? Who the hell would tell a lie like that? Ain't no rumor. That's not no rumor. That's some tether lie. That's not a rumor. That's a tether lie. That's some shit that a tether would say. Come on now. Man, okay, sweetie. Keisha.
Tariq.
Keisha, where you from for real?
Listen
sweetie?
to me, Ricky.
I've
talked to you before, and I gave you a rundown of my whole lineage. I'm not gonna do this whole you're a tether. I ain't got no reason to lie. If I'm from Jamaica, I say I'm from Jamaica. What I gotta lie for, Tariq? Come on now.
We talk on Twitter. Are you the girl from Detroit?
No, we have not talked on Twitter.
I don't remember talking to you.
Oh no, we talked on TikTok before. I've come up on your panel before and we talked.
Okay, it's like a tether blur. But
no, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, your lineage is not here, dear.
Can I ask you other questions before you go all FBA investigatory on me? Can I ask you other questions, please?
No, because you're doing all the T's. So you're just time wasting for clout, and I'm not going to give it to you. So I'm going to let you go back and go fry you up some bammy because you sound like you're Jamaican or something. Okay. No, you're just sitting here lying. Is she Trinidadian? Okay. Somebody says she's Trinidadian.
Wanna know me?
Yeah, you're not just coming. Yeah, the tethers. That's one of the reasons why people are delineating. People are delineating because of all them damn lies. All right? That's one of the reasons why. All right, let's get in. Who is this? I'm trying to get this person here. All right. Oh, it's her husband. Her husband is African. Oh, I see a lot of that too. Yeah, she done got caught in a couple of lies. Oh, so she has an African husband. Okay. Yeah, she started lying and giggling. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and wasting time now. All right. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of these women, they'll be like, well, we all got to be together and everybody got to love. Okay. Well, what's all that about? Well, we talk about us being FBAs, we excluding people. Okay. Who you married to? Dudu Tunde? But that don't matter. Okay, there you go. You're protecting your husband, ma'am. Okay. You feel like you got to protect your husband. All right. You better make sure he didn't put a damn elephant on layaway with your credit card. You better make sure your money's straight. Now, who is this person? Okay, let me see who we got. All right, y'all want to get on? Everybody raise your hand. Yeah. If you're ready to get on, everybody raise your hand. Let me get some new faces in here.
Foundation where you guys help create this country. And Haitians, we have a foundation where we help create our country and others as well.
Yeah.
And there is a lack of respect for both of our cultures.
Yeah.
And I always feel like if you guys get your reparation, it could start the movement for reparative justice for all Black people around the world. Especially like, in the Caribbean, you see all of like the colonizations that
You can't say all Black people in the world when you just identified yourself as Haitian. You delineated. You said Black reparations and you said Haitian, or you said Black people built the foundation in America, and you said Haitians laid the foundation in Haiti. You just delineated us. You acknowledged us as Black and you guys as Haiti, and then you did the paper genocide. You said we're all Black. One more time.
that's taken part. Very similar. Like, hello, thank you for having me.
How you doing? How you doing, Sam?
I'm doing well, thank you. I'm located out of Massachusetts.
Okay.
So I agree with a lot because one of the topics I do want to see happen for you guys is reparations.
Yes.
Because I truly believe, because like our background's very similar. Like you guys have a foundation where you guys help create this country, and Haitian.
You guys, we're the Black people, right? Foundation Black Americans. We're Black. She said, you guys, the Black people. Now look who she called herself.
We have you guys have a foundation where you guys help create this country, and Haitians, we have a foundation where we help.
Haitians, we have a foundation. Haitians, you guys, you Black people have a foundation in America, and Haitians, we have a foundation. So then how do we all become Black people? That's the paper genocide, family. Sometimes they do it and it's unbeknownst to them. It's not intentional, but shit, that don't mean white people who unintentionally say racist shit gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass.
Help create our country and others as well.
Yeah.
And there is a lack of respect for both of our cultures.
Yeah.
And I always feel like if you guys get your reparation, it could start the movement for reparative justice for all Black people around the world. Especially like, in the Caribbean, you see all of like the colonizations that's taken place. I love what's happening in Burkina Faso. So I just believe in that. I believe that once you establish, because I don't believe I should get reparations, but I feel like establishing your identity, establishing a pathway for reparations will truly allow other Black people to get justice all over the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Sam. I appreciate you, dear. All right. Let's get a couple of more folks in there. Throw them gifts up if y'all want to go in. Y'all want me to keep going? What's that in? If y'all want me to keep going, y'all liking the vibe, y'all throw some gifts in here. Let me know if y'all want me to stay up in here and hit the hearts. Let's get up to 500K. We're at 400K. If y'all want me to stay up in here and we chop it up, let's get some gifts and some hearts in here. Let's see what we're going to do here. There you go. Shout out to the whale. All right. Splash, splash, splash. There you go. I'm like, Pinky doll. Yes, yes, yes. Ice cream so good. Girl, thank you for the bear. Yes, yes, yes. Come on now. Let's get up to 500K likes. Let's get up to 500K likes. What the hell y'all got going on over there? Y'all got a hood daycare. Y'all got like a little
missed a good season to come because usually between April and like October is the best time to come. The weather's really good, but it started raining now.
That's what to talk about hip hop. We were doing this shit in Africa somewhere, you see. An old ancient West African culture of the griot that would sit around the fire and then talk about this. Shut up, man. They love to talk about hip hop. We were doing this shit in Africa somewhere, and I always say, okay, then where's the African Nas?
Stop the cap.
Where's the African Scarface? Where's the African Rakim? See, somebody on the broadcast the other day was talking about how we got hip hop and all the music styles from Africa. Okay, damn it, where's the African Beyonce? Bruh. Where's the African Whitney Houston? Where is the African Luther? It don't exist.
That's part of paper genocide. Saying Black Americans did nothing because some fraction of it existed somewhere in Africa. Some minuscule fraction of whatever we did, 0.00000000001 of something we did came from Africa or somewhere else. So therefore, we didn't do it. That's erasure, family. That's paper genocide.
We had an ethnogenesis with a whole new spiritual energy. We had a Majara spirit that gave us a whole new ethnic identity. That's why we sound different and our vibe is different. That's not to denigrate anybody. It's just different. We do things differently. You see? But also when they Africanize us, that's also justification for mass immigration policies, because when they frame us as just Africans in America, unquote, a lot of the policymakers and institutions, they justify prioritizing Black immigrants over us under the guise of Black unity. You see? Bruh. Remember the other day when we were talking about immigration, we had some Hispanic dude trying to get us on the immigration train, and his argument was like, well, there's Haitians who's being deported too. Like, we're supposed to jump up with a cape. Okay, we're foundational Black Americans. I mean, good luck to them, but that's not our issue. You see? Another thing they want to do by Africanizing us, see, that's a way for them to block lineage-based reparations and lineage-based policies. Because, see, they constantly, continuously tie us to Africa. That weakens the argument that we are a specific group owed reparations for American slavery and systematic injustices. Bruh. You dig? And that allows the government to just lump us into this broader African category.
Right. And he does it on paper called race. That's paper genocide. Everything he explaining is correct. He just not capsulating it as paper. That's paper genocide, family. The opposite is happening. Paper genocide with the indigenous people was an act. It was the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, where they started to reclass indigenous people as Negro, mulatto, and sometime white. So they lost their name to they lost their name and they were renamed other people. Okay? Today, paper genocide is the opposite. We're not losing our name and being renamed by other people. Other people are losing their name and they're being renamed us. So it's the opposite action happening. Again, coffee in a cup, hot Arizona sun, 10 days is going to evaporate. That is the indigenous paper genocide. Put that coffee back in a cup and don't allow it to evaporate. Just keep pouring milk in there. The coffee no longer is coffee, it's milk. That's our paper genocide. By allowing immigrants, African Caribbean immigrants, to be called Black racially on a paper. That's why it's called paper genocide. Everything is being done on paper. By allowing them to click the box as Black, right, as us, that's the milk being poured in the coffee. We're the coffee. All these immigrants are being considered Black on paper. They are milking our coffee, and now it's no longer coffee. It's just milk. We're all now immigrants. Or it's a mixture of us. We're mixed with coffee and milk. But it ain't coffee. It ain't Black coffee no more. It's something else. So we are erased. Now we become this new group of people that's all over the place. We're immigrants. We're foundational. All over the place. That's paper. So now when we're all over the place, there's no direct accountability for what people. So you're holding the government. The government got to be accountable for who? That group of people that's mixed together? No, that's not foundational. That is all foundational and non-foundational. We can address that big mix of nothing. When you are held accountable and you got to pay somebody, right? The harm people, you got to be specific and precise and narrow. You can't pay some people that are foundational and some that aren't. It's not how that works. So that's the finesse. They lumped us up with somebody else, and that somebody else doesn't qualify. So therefore, everybody doesn't qualify. It's paper genocide.
Comparable to immigrants. We really got to get off that African stuff. We just got to get off of it. It doesn't work for us right now, and it really hasn't at all. Okay? Also, what it does, it redirects a lot of our foundational Black American identity towards Pan-Africanism, and the dominant society pushes Pan-Africanism onto us, while other Black ethnic groups are allowed to have their own identities. They never force Jamaicans to be Pan-Africans. You notice that?
Yeah, and they're not a Black ethnic group, Tariq. They're a Jamaican ethnic group. They're Caribbean. They're West Indian. Nothing about them is Black. Nothing about them is Black. They don't have a Black flag, Black name, Black country. Nothing about them. Everything is Jamaican flag, Jamaican culture, Jamaican language, Jamaican politics, Jamaican this, Jamaican that, Jamaican food, Jamaican dance, every Jamaican swag, Jamaican influence. Everything is Jamaican. Nothing is Black in Jamaica. Okay, the only Black is in America. Everything we do is Black. Black Wall Street, Black economics, Black on Black crime, the good and bad, everything is Black. The good and bad in Haiti, everything is Haitian. The good and bad in Zimbabwe, everything is Zimbabwean. The good and bad in France, everything is French, good and bad. French on French crime, French on French, or French racism, French discrimination, French accomplishments, everything is French. In America, the only thing that's Black anything, that's only in America. Everything we do is going to be tagged Black. That's not hard to comprehend. Everything that's done in China that's good and bad will be Chinese. Okay? That's not hard. So how does our Blackness get extended to Jamaica or Africa or anywhere? No, that's only exclusive and preserved for us. There's no Black ethnic group outside of Black Americans. That's the paper genocide trick to allow people to take on our Blackness, right? We're not licensing our Blackness to other people. No, you got to stand on your own. So when your success and your failures got to be Jamaican, right? You did something great, Jamaican greatness. You did something bad, Jamaican, badness. It ain't all of a sudden Black.
You're never forcing Haitians to be Pan-Africans. You're never forcing Trinidadians to be Pan-African. You see? It's always us. They always want us to identify more with Africa than to build on our independent nationalistic identity. You see? And also, when they try to Africanize us, that minimizes foundational Black American resistance and survival strategies that we cultivated here. See, the ways that we survived and resisted opposition through our spiritual practices, our Majora practices, our protest movements, we're falsely attributed to African traditions than being recognized as new systems that we developed in response to our unique experience here. Every time we do something, they try to find some random tribe that did something remotely similar in Africa 1,000 years ago. You see? So we come up with a dance. Well, 2,000 years ago, there was the Watusi tribe that was doing the dance and they were spinning on their elbow. That's where Black people got it from. No. They always like to do that. No, we developed certain things here in response to our unique experience. We were in the belly of the beast. We were dealing with this vile white supremacist on top of our necks nonstop. So we had to develop a culture of how to keep our head up being in that system, you see. And another reason why they like to Africanize foundational Black Americans is because of cultural theft and economic exploitation. They like to steal our stuff. Many industries, the entertainment industry, academia, museums, they profit off our culture and then repackage it as African to make it more marketable globally. You know, and that prevents us from claiming full ownership of it and benefiting economically. You see? That stops us from benefiting from things economically. And also the fight of the psychological displacement and the disconnection from the land. See, by Africanizing us, that creates the idea that we're not native to the United States, which fuels the narratives like, well, y'all need to go back to Africa. See, that disconnects us from our historic homeland and our claim to American land, wealth, and political influence. Family, we have to realize this is our land. We are Aboriginal over here too. That has to be driven home. Family, if you look at old laws in this country, the white supremacists were special. They knew they had certain laws saying that Negro, mulatto, and indigenous people will be slaves. They were very, 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 very explicit about this. In laws in Virginia, laws in South Carolina, they would make Negro, Indian, indigenous, and mulatto all terms that were damn near interchangeable. And they kept talking about these are the slaves: mulatto, Negro, Indian, indigenous. These were the words they were using in these laws. You understand? Indigenous and Negro were damn near used interchangeably. And they were saying the indigenous people are going to be put in slavery too. They were talking about us, and we all got mixed together. That's what became Black Americans. We became an ethnic group. The Africans and the indigenous people. We got to put all of that stuff in context. You see? Also, what they like to do is Africanize us so they can weaponize Black unity to silence our foundational Black American grievances. See, when foundational Black Americans, when we demand specific recognition or justice, specifically for us, especially reparations, what have we been hearing in the last couple of years? Come on, man. Y'all FBAs are so divisive. We all African. Come on. Everybody's, when it's time for us to get something, then we all African. Puerto Ricans run around talking about why are you trying to take credit for hip hop? We all African. Fat Joe was saying that shit. Y'all remember? Fat Joe was on that we all African shit. All of them start talking that we all African when it's time for us to get something. That's why that Africanizing us is real dangerous, because they weaponize that Black unity against us, because they ain't trying to unify with us. When they get something, it's hands off. We can't touch it. We ain't all nothing. It's Latino, nigga. This is Latin explosion. You can't touch none of it. Let it be some Jamaican, Jamaican nigga. It's jerk chicken. You can't touch it. I wanna name my liquor Jorvay. Oh, nope, you can't touch that. That's our word. Michael B. Jordan. Jorvay, that's Trinidadian. Don't you dare. That's culture appropriation. You can't touch our shit. All right, that's fine. Well, we're just gonna be foundational Black Americans getting our reparations. Oh, hey, nigga. Why are you so divisive? We're all the same, nigga. See, that's why the delineation movement is taking off. We didn't forget all that shit. I see some of the foreign flags in here. See, y'all want to know why the delineation is so strong? We never forgot all that little shit y'all were doing. The minute we try to touch your shit, y'all told us to kick rocks. Y'all told us to get our hands off your shit. We was like, okay, all right. Keep that same energy, though. All right? Let's keep that same energy. We'll keep our hands off. Yeah, we won't touch your stuff. Don't touch ours either. Wet, nigga, wet.
All right, family. Okay. So a brother referred a book to me, and it was the New Yorkers, Black New Yorkers, something like that, Schomburg, and it was talking about the development of the Harlem Renaissance. So I figured, I said, all right, let's look at it. Okay, so it was called Black New Yorkers were foundation. I'm sorry, it was called Black New Yorkers. Okay, so now when they say Black, we're talking about the book is specifically referring to foundational Black Americans, not immigrants. So Black New Yorkers were foundational, not peripheral, right? Black people have been in New York since the 1600s, New Amsterdam era. I keep trying to tell people, at least tethers and Pan-Africans, like, yo, all of us wasn't down south. You had enslaved Black Americans up north all of their life. They never been to the South. All right. So they were not just present, they were central to the city's development. So you had Black people who were enslaved up north only, right? Never been down south. Enslaved Africans helped build infrastructure, early economy, physical layout of NYC. This is called foundational. Infrastructure is foundational. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Infrastructure is foundational. The economy is foundational. You can't have a society without an economy. And then the physical layout of NYC. So we did all of this. This is what enslaved people did. Okay. So slavery in New York was real, large scale, and often minimized. That's what a lot of people make that mistake. We like to pretend everybody, don't let tethers tell you, hey man, you fled the South and went to the North, the jobs, industrial era. No, we were already up north. Okay. Some of us was already up north. I had cooked Jamaican Dream on this one. He thought, all the enslavement was down south. Idiot. All right. So New York was a major slave society, not just a northern free state. By the early 1700s, New York had one of the largest urban slave populations in North America. Hello? By the early 1700s, see how early they are over there? They're not in the South. New York, NYC, New York City had one of the largest urban slave populations in North America. That's all of the United States. Events like the 1712 slave revolt and 1741 conspiracy trials show resistance and repression, right? So now, gradual emancipation does not equate to immediate freedom. So New York abolished slavery gradually, 1799 law, full emancipation in 1827. Many Black people remain legally and functionally unfree decades after abolition. Freedom came with restrictions, economic exclusion, racial hierarchy still intact. So are you really free? Black institution building was constant and strategic. Black New Yorkers built churches, AME, Zion, Abyssinian Baptist, mutual aid societies, schools, and newspapers. It's the foundation. These institutions were survival plus resistance mechanisms. Resistance. Ain't that the theme of Hidden Code 6, HC6? Black New Yorkers were leaders in abolition and activism. Key figures: David Ruggles, we name dropping, Underground Railroad. Henry Highland Garnett, James McCune Smith. NYC was a major hub for abolitionist activity, both led and interracial. I'm sorry, both Black led and interracial. Harlem Renaissance equals global Black cultural power center. In the 1920s, Harlem became a cultural capital of the Black world, a hub for writers, artists, musicians, figures like Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, Duke Ellington. This wasn't just art; it was political and identity formation. NYC as a hub of Black internationalism. NYC connected Caribbean migrants. Here you go. African intellectuals, Black Americans. Pan-Africanism, Garveyism, and global Black politics ran through New York. Structural racism persisted in the North, Segregation existed in housing, employment, education. Northern racism was often less visible but equally systemic. See? It was just as racist to the dream. Had to cook you. Okay. So continuous migration reshaped Black NYC. Waves, Southern Great Migration. So that's us coming through. We reshaped it. Then you had small populations of Caribbean migration. The result, constant cultural evolution, internal diversity within Black NYC. We had Caribbeans there who are not Black, they're Caribbean. Black history in NYC is continuous, not just slavery, but it goes to the civil rights. The book emphasizes a timeline continuity, colonial, then slavery, emancipation, activism, culture, modern struggle. No gap. It's a consistent struggle and contribution cycle. Okay, so key takeaways of the book, author's intent. Black New Yorkers are foundational Black Americans, right? So the book is referring to foundational Black Americans, not immigrants. Dawson wants readers to understand Black history is not a side story. It's central to American and NYC history, New York City history. Northern innocence is a myth. The North, especially NYC, New York City, was deeply complicit in slavery, racism, economic exploitation. Black progress, foundational Black American progress, equals self-built under constraint, foundational. Up north as well. We built the foundation. We laid the foundation. Okay. Advancement came through community building, institutions, collective effort, not charity. No handouts like white people. All the white people of America thrived. All of their success is based on government handouts. Resistance is constant, not episodic. From slavery to Harlem to modern activism, Black resistance never stopped. NYC is a global Black crossroad. The city is a diasporic hub, not just an American space. Black identity in New York City is shaped by African American history, which is Black American history, some Caribbean influence, and global Black politics. I don't know what that means, but Black American politics probably mixed with the Caribbean and Africa. Culture is power. Music, literature, and art are not just expression. They are tools of identity, resistance, and influence. Okay, all right. So Black New Yorkers didn't just foundational Black American New Yorkers didn't just live in New York. They built it. We built it. Fought against its oppression, shaped its culture, and turned it into a global center of Black power and identity. So don't tell us that somebody else built New York other than Black Americans. People came later and then, put up. So we built the house, the rooms, everything. People later added furniture and, paintings and, they staged. They did the staging. But the hard work, the rough work was already done. All right. So I want to clear that confusion right there. Okay, so we have some other stuff out here. I was trying to there was a couple people who were supposed to pull up, 2 people. Let me see. Was supposed to join me. Like they on some Pan-African stuff, Marcus Garvey, they on that. And I wanted to talk to them about that. So if anybody, is a Pan-African, click the link. If you support Marcus Garvey, click the link. If you believe FBAs are divisive in any sense, xenophobic or unnecessary, click the link. Okay. So far, nobody who said they would join on Facebook and YouTube actually came through to join. All right, give me a second, family. So we talked about the railroads, right? So a caller called in and was a fool. A caller called in the other day and was a fool. He told me that foundational Black Americans didn't largely do their thing when it came to the building the railroads, right? The tracks and all that type of stuff. So let's get into that real quick. Let's separate the fake from the real. What actually went down? 1 second, family. Okay. Where are we? Tariq Nasheed also briefly touched on African immigrants who double dip with scholarships, scholarships that Black Americans qualify for, and then scholarships we don't qualify for. That's just African based, immigrant based. So we're gonna talk about that later as well. Me and Lena had a dope conversation on that. I'm gonna play that sometime soon. All right. So one thing at a time. Okay. So enslaved Black people, we built railroads in America's South for approximately 30 to 40 years. You hear that? 30 to 40 years we were building railroads, right? South for 30, 40 years. We're talking about early 1830s through the Civil War, ending around 1865, family. We've been handling railroads, okay? So this obviously predates Chinese involvement in the transcontinental railroad for about 30 years. Okay. So now listen to what's messed up with us. So precise records and what we did are incomplete because slave labor was not documented in official records. So who knows what we did, family? They didn't properly document our progress and our what we accomplished. So some historians would estimate, they'll say 1,000 to about 2,000 miles of railroad track in the South. So, that's an estimate of some historians looking back. They say 1,000 to 2,000 miles of railroad track in the South. Keep that number. So, key railroads were built with our labor, right? We're talking about the Charleston and Hamburg Railroad, which was completed in 1833, one of the earliest, right? The Richmond and Petersburg Railroad, the Virginia Central Railroad, the New Orleans, Jackson, and Great Northern Railroad. So numerous other lines throughout Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Now, when it comes to Chinese immigrant contribution, approximately about 12,000 Chinese immigrants built the Central Pacific portion, 690 miles. So we went hours estimate from 1,000 to 2,000. We'll play the middle, 1,500. There's a 690 miles. And it was of the Transcontinental Railroad, right, between 1863 and 1869. Just 6 years for them and 30 plus years for us. Now, their contribution was significant, but limited to this specific project and time frame. So they just had one project, family. I just ran off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and many others. They had one project. We had 5 and going, 5 plus. For 35 years, we had hell of projects, right? So, they worked under brutal conditions as well for only the 6 years. Their contribution was specific, but again, limited to a small time frame and just one project. Our enslaved ancestors, were the primary labor force for railroad construction across the South for decades. Our ancestors' labor was not limited to a single project like the Chinese, but it spanned numerous railroad companies and projects. Our ancestors under forced labor performed the same dangerous work as Chinese immigrants, so they didn't do it, they ain't having worse than us. We're talking about blasting, grading, track laying, all right? But obviously we did it with no compensation. They got paid. Okay, so our ancestors' forced labor literally built the transportation infrastructure that enabled the expansion of the slave-based Southern economy. Again, our ancestors, forced labor, literally built the transportation infrastructure that enabled the expansion of the slave-based Southern economy. That's big. So, but we're not respected, all right? Chinese workers were paid, they were paid employees with company records, while our ancestors were enslaved and were considered property and often not documented as laborers, right? The Transcontinental Railroad, it captured national attention as a unifying project, while Southern railroads were framed as regional infrastructure, right? So traditional railroad histories have focused on the engineering and corporate achievements rather than the labor that made them possible, right? So after the Civil War, there were little incentive to acknowledge the infrastructure built with enslaved labor. So they began the erasing process way back then, the erasure, the paper genocide way back then, family. So our paper genocide just kept going. It just kept going. We erased way back then because we helped kick their ASS. So they said, all right, well, we ain't going to put you in the books. We're going to act like you never existed. So our ancestors, enslaved Black Americans, built more railroad mileage over a longer period than Chinese immigrants. Right now, Chinese immigrants' contribution to the transcontinental railroad was symbolically and economically significant as well. So both of us face exploitation and dangerous conditions, but only Black people, only we were forced to work without compensation as chattel slaves. Chinese people had options. Okay. They could have passed that up like Stockton. And I ain't joshing. The railroads built by our ancestors, right? Their labor primarily served to strengthen and expand the slave economy before the Civil War, right? So next time people try to gaslight you and you hear about the Chinese immigrants who built the Transcontinental Railroad, remember that our ancestors, Black Americans, built a more extensive railroad network in the South for decades longer without pay and under the constant threat of violence and family separation. So this history deserves equal recognition, if not more, when you want to understand America's infrastructure, that it was built on the backs of our ancestors' family, and the Chinese came along later for about 6 years. So they contributed as well, but it's no comparison. No comparison there. Nobody should make a comparison there. Right? Because it's not the same. It's lopsided. So when you compare, you kind of like want to disrespect people's contributions, really. The Chinese did their thing for 6 years. Kudos. We did it for 35 years. Just looking at some of the chat as I read, because we got some haters in the chat. We have, let me see. Universal law, you might want to click the link. You know, the link that has the Cash App donation thing right there, there's a link to that, right? If you look on the right of that, there's a link. Click that link if you have any questions. I see people timing you out. I'm trying to see what you're saying. Fog, Horn, Bigfoot says gatekeeping is a form of unaliving spiritually. Dang. Keo Bonner said that I don't care for tethers. Keo says all of them. $2 super chat. Let me read the super chats, by the way. The super chats and the cash apps pay the bills. So let me go ahead and take care of that real fast. We got Still Tripping, $4.99. To the family FBA, we got Sleek Bay, who's a regular, $8.99. Thank you very much. All right. Let me see. Let me read off some cash apps from the day before, because people do send some cash apps when they get a chance. All right. So cash apps, we got Back in Action, $5. He's back in action with a $5 cash app. We have Miss Edwards, $5, right? Or I should say World Chatters. We have back in action with $5. We have, I think that is Taya Carter, $5. And back in action was back in action again. Then we had Big Chief with $5 again, back in action. So that's 15 altogether. We have Big Chief toilet paper. That's so funny. $5 from Big Chief. Actually, $3. I need my glasses. Can't find them. And Back in Action had sent $5, $10 before then. You know, because I'm a guy who's always driving. You dig? I've always been there. I hate that. And where the gas goes is crazy. I like to get out. I don't like to sit in. I get depressed. So I need to get out, get in this nice sun. I'm a weather guy. I love being in the weather. I love like being at a park. You know, so okay. So those were some Cash App donations throughout the week. Okay, so I thank y'all for that. Just want to give y'all love, shout y'all out, because when you send a Cash App, nobody knows but me and you. So I like to shout you guys out, give you guys your credit for donating to this, supporting the chat, keeping it alive, helping these bills get paid. Okay. All right. So let's go to delineation. All right. Listen. So there's a lot of debates, especially on TikTok, and they're very toxic for FBAs and the tethers. Like, it's just a rock throwing contest. There's like no reason, there's no agenda. They just, it's for clicks and views. So that's a shame that FBAs are watering down our message and our seriousness for clicks and views. Like, they literally just got FBAs on one side and tethers on the other. They're just going at each other. Like, I joined a space to like contribute, say what I know, and I couldn't even, like, you know, they're playing double dutch. I couldn't find a spot to jump into that. They just throwing rocks at each other. It's like, nobody's going to value what I got. So I said, let me start going on TikTok. So I went on TikTok last night, my third TikTok live. You know, we're growing. We got about 6 thorough people in there. We had up to 10. That was the most so far. We usually go from like 3 to 6. We went to 10, you know, people chiming in. So hopefully it go from 10 to 50 to 100 and we get it rocking. So we can like direct the movement. Don't let the YNs take it and slop it up and give the media what they want. The media wants to call us a cult, a hate group. And these YNs on TikTok, man, they're really helping bring us that way. I'm not even sure the FBA, the agents, but it doesn't seem right, because they are really messing up what we got going on for just entertainment. Like I'm talking about like a UFC fighting, FBA guy and a tether, just UFC clashing. Like, yo, what was the point? Nobody learned nothing. So when people are speaking on our identity, Black American identity, you gotta understand the basics, all right? So when people say Black Americans, right, we're not Black, we're just African. All right. First of all, they're not making a scientific argument. That's not scientific. They are exposing that they don't understand what the ethnonym is, which I go over a lot of where. So family, when people say you're not Black, you're African, and then they'll gaslight you and turn around and say they're Black. Yeah. Like, how that work? We're not Black, we're African. But then you say you Black. We like, yeah, what? Anyway, family. They'll try to use some fake science, some pseudoscience to say we're African, not Black. That's not how it works. They don't understand what an ethnonym is. Got it? An ethnonym is simply a name of a group of people, right? They use that name to identify themselves. So some people use an ethnonym to identify the group as Igbo, or they'll say Haitian, or they'll say give me a small hats, right? Or they'll say Iranians, or they'll say Ukrainians. You feel me? Those are all ethonyms to define a group. Now, the number of the group can vary. It can be 100 people. It can be 100 million. It could be 1.5 billion Chinese people. It's still the name of a group. Now, what is not is a DNA test. You don't need a DNA test to name a group. You don't need a genome sequence to name a group. And it's not something determined in a lab. Listen, it's a social, historical, and cultural identity. So we as Black Americans, we develop our identity in America. We are a group. Nobody can deny that. They might want to deny our ethnogenesis, but we are a group of people in America that's been here since 1600s and maybe even longer. But at the very least, 1600s. Okay. We are a group, and our identity happened here in the United States, right? And it was through a specific historical experience. And we're talking about slavery, Black Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, and the Civil Rights Movement. Now, that experience alone has produced a distinct people in us. That's why nobody can say, like other groups can't say they experienced that. And that's why we know they're not foundational. If what we went through wasn't real, then how are we able to easily distinguish somebody who's foundational and not? If we weren't real, if what happened to us wasn't real, if we're just simply African, then there's no way that we can show a distinction between us and somebody else that say they're African. The fact that we can show a distinction between us and the fact that they can acknowledge a distinction between us and them, they know we're not what they are. Right? They're playing. They're playing in our face. We are a distinct people because of what I just said, right? And like every other distinct people in the world, they all named themselves and we named ourselves. Is that okay? Are we allowed to name ourselves or no? So when they gaslight you, just say, yo, are we allowed to name ourselves or no? Or does the white man get to name us and we just got to go with that? Are we just colored people? Are we just Negroes because the white man says so? Are we just boy? Or are we allowed to name ourselves like everybody else? And guess what? We did. And then it was a long ride, but we came to. In the 1960s, we just simply chose the name Black. Is that a big deal? It's a name. It's a name. Names are not science. Names are not genetics. They're not genome sequences. They're not DNA test results. It's just a name. We chose Black. We could have said Siren Head. Anybody got kids? We could have chose the Siren Heads. You dig? Black. We're the Black people, and it was accepted right away. Malcolm X and his group was called the Black Muslims. We were called the Black people of the country. And when other countries acknowledged us, we were Black people in their papers. You dig? Matter of fact, let me look something up real fast. Yeah, we were the Black. So when people acknowledged us, if Jamaica acknowledged us in the 70s and 80s, they had us as Black people. If Russia acknowledged us in the 70s and 80s, they had us as Black people. Okay. Okay. One second. and let me get the question back. Oh my God, it's not what I'm asking, fool. All right. It's not understanding my question. No problem. No problema. We chose black. The Igbo people chose Igbo. Guess what, family? Guess what? When Kwame Nkrumah came to our university and studied, and he went back to West Africa, he named his region, his country, Ghana. Ghana. Ain't nobody say, nah, this ain't Ghana. This is because it was called names before, right? This is Africa. No, he was allowed to say he made up the word Ghana, not made it up, but he coined the word Ghana at that time in I think 1967, and then he said his people are the Ghanaians. So around a little after we named ourselves black, he sat there and named his people Ghanaians. How is that any different, family? How is that different? Kwame Nkrumah said, this is called Ghana and we're the Ghanaians. 1804, Delineation said, this is called Haiti and we're the Haitians. Right? These are all exonyms. They're ethnonyms, but they're not exonyms. These are ethonyms, but there are endonyms, ethonyms, meaning the people name themselves. These are these are end names. Kwame Nkrumah said, hey, we're Ghana from this point on. Don't call us anything else. Whatever this region was before, don't call it that anymore. It's now Ghana, and we're the Ghanaians, how you want to pronounce it. We are that, he said. Delineation, 1804, said, whatever you known as before, we're not that, we're Haitians. People are allowed to name themselves. When Eritrea split from Ethiopia, we're Eritreans, don't call us Ethiopians. Black Americans likewise. We said, don't call us Negroes, don't call us colored people. We are black. We're black people. That's not a big deal, right? We just named ourselves like everybody else named themselves. Now, what happens is that people try to collapse everything into genetics. They'll say, well, you're African, nigga, because of your DNA test or your African genetics or ancestry. So you're African, all right? But they are dumb. You know what? I heard 6ix9ine say, I need that damn clip of him saying, are you dumb? I just watched him the other day, that dude 6ix9ine, that rainbow guy. I watched him the other day and he said, are you dumb? I said, I need that clip. Hold on, so I can find it real fast. Because that's my question to Pan-Africans and tethers. Are you dumb? Okay. Hold on. You're not African nigga because you might have some African genetics. All right. 1,000 years ago. That's not why you're African, fool. All right, give me a sec. Let me try to find this little without the music. Nah, he's dancing. I don't want the music. Damn. All right. All right. Anyway, I'll find it later. But I need that sound bite. Yeah, so that's not how ethnonyms work, family. Remember, an ethnonym is just a name you chose for yourself, or it can be a name somebody else chose for you. And normally nobody chooses your name. That's usually an enslaver or a colonizer who dares to name somebody else besides themselves. Right. So let me explain how ethnonyms work, and let me explain how they don't work. So notice that nobody goes to a Haitian and say, "You're not Haitian," because your DNA hints that you have African genetics. So you're African, nigga. Nobody tells somebody from, tells a German, "You're not German, you're just European." Who tells the whitey man, "You're not the whitey man, and you're not American, you're European"? Like, come on, man. So we all understand that identity is not just about ancestry. It's also and mainly about history, place, and people, family. People can be called something because they got shared experiences, and they might not have no genetics at all. Like, for example, family, let's say if the whitey man, Foundation Black Americans, and let's say Chinese people all went to a location, thousands of years, had fought together, some made songs together, culture together, but we did not intermarry. We did not intermarry. The Chinese still marry Chinese, foundational still marry foundational, and the whitey man still dealt with them. So we never mixed. Do you know that's still an ethnogenesis? We're still part of the same group. We're still have a unique name, even though we have no genetics tied to each other. We don't intermarry at all. Everybody sticks to themselves, right? Everybody reprocreate with themselves. But we were there for 2,000, 4,000 years, and we all had shared experiences, shared everything. That is an ethnogenesis, and we will have our own name. That's how that works. You don't even have to be the same people. So they try to use African as a continental identifier, right? Which it is. But it refers to people from nations within Africa. Okay, so African is a continental identifier. It is that. But it refers to people from nations within Africa. If you're not from a nation within Africa, you're not African, nigga. Okay, so nations like Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and so on. Those people are African, right? But obviously and evidently, we were not born in those countries. Our lineage was forged here in America. So when we say we are Black Americans, we mean that. We're being literal. And if some people got African ancestry, they're not even denying that. They're saying, "Hey, I got African ancestry." Some people saying, "Hey, I got indigenous." Some people saying, "Hey, I got whitey man." But nobody's denying their ancestry. So whether you got indigenous, whitey man, or African, you're still a Black American. Why? Because we are defining our specific people. What we shared for the last 500 plus years, we did that with ourselves, not nobody else. Nobody has ownership of that. Nobody has claim to that. No Liberian and no person named Drake. Okay. So in the United States, the government, look how the government plays a part. And this goes back to my work on paper genocide in 2026 through assimilation. All right. So y'all start talking about that paper genocide because it's all done on paper or off paper. Like I just talked about, our railroad experience wasn't properly documented. That's paper genocide. They erased us. So a lot of the erasure and the assimilation is all done on paper. So whether they add to it, lying, or they take from it, that's still paper genocide. So now look at the modern paper genocide. So with the indigenous people, I spoke about the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. Y'all go research that. The Racial Integrity Act of 1924 is when they start to reclassify indigenous people as whitey man, mulatto man, Negro man. Well, in the 2000s, the new Racial Integrity Act is called the OMB. It's called the Office of Management and Budget. And it uses Black as a broad racial category that includes both descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, ADOS, and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. That's problematic. Who gave them the power to do such a thing? They didn't ask us. Just like they didn't ask the indigenous people to come up with the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. All right, these people, man, cannot be trusted at all. So now, for anybody who is of African descent that's from the Caribbean or Africa, listen closely so y'all can learn without playing dumb, banana neglect, all that type of stuff, negligence in any way, shape, or form. Listen why that's problematic. And it's not your fault. You didn't do it. But it becomes your fault when you get in the way and you play to it. This is why it's problematic. Because what is being treated as a race for us also functions as an ethnic identity. So you guys being called black as a race blur the line with us who use black as an ethnic identity. So two people are being called black, but for two different reasons and two different ways. We're called black as an endonymic term. Endo means we called ourselves black. You guys are being called black as an exonymic term. The white man called you black. Not you. You didn't call yourself black. The white man called you black. And you're accepting that. That's off code. That's coonery. That's tethering. Just because the white man says so doesn't mean it's good. As a matter of fact, often when he says so, it's usually bad. All right. So while we're on race, let's jump for a second, okay? Let's jump for 1 second. Let's stay on race, but let's talk about, because you can't talk about race without talking about Blumenbach and Walter Plecker. All right, so let's just show you how this plays into paper genocide, and those who are not Black American and checking those boxes black, you become a culprit in allowing and making sure that paper genocide happens. You are willingly committing paper genocide yourself, right? So let me explain so you can never say nobody ever told you. Okay, so we're going to go to Blumenbach. He helped popularize race classification in early science, and Plecker used racial classification in law and bureaucracy to control identity. So this is definitely the works of the whitey man in the worst sense. This ain't something that was friendly towards us or done for the right reason. So nobody should play dumb after this. All right, family? Yeah, make sure y'all get this. Detroit in the house, peace. DeAndre Calloway, let me give you a lineage wrench, make you a moderator. Who else is new? We got Dami Anderson Garcia. What you said? You said Deja Une. You writing some Spanish stuff? All right. Yeah, you gotta translate that guy. So we forgot about Foghorn back in the building. Let me see. You're delusional if you think FBA isn't tethered to white culture. Dude, I have no idea what that even means, but you're not going to gaslight me. We are stuck on the goal. Okay, we're stuck on the goal. And we're talking about delineation, my guy. Okay, so anybody could click. The link is there. It's not hidden. It's right there. It's in plain sight. Let me just put it there again. For any challengers. The link is right there. Okay. Can't act like you don't see it. And we got a phone number too if you need that. All right, so let me just first So Johann Friedrich Blumenberg, 1752 to 1840. He was a German physician. Because we talk about race, the race of social construct, race and racial category. You got to talk about people who are largely responsible for some of this stuff. And so now you can see why it's there. It wasn't there because they love African immigrants or Afro immigrants, and they want to see the best of them. You know, they want them to be their best. No, they are always up to something and using you guys as pawns, right? And you can allow that or you can resist, right? So some resilience. But he was a German. So we're talking about Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He was a German physician and anatomist, early anthropologist. So he was one of the first to systematically classify human variation. Right? We following? So he proposed, look at this stupid illegal dude. He proposed 5 races of humanity. So in the late 1700s, he grouped humans into Caucasian, Mongolian, Ethiopian, American, and Malayan, right? 1700s. So this became one of the foundations of later racial thinking. So Johann Friedrich Blumenbach in the late 1700s came up with those 5 human groups. So Blumenbach, people use him for conspiracy theories like IBM. He misrepresents them, right? They would say he argued that races were separate species. He didn't do that, or inherently unequal in a strict biological sense. No, he actually believed all humans belong to one species, and that was monogenism, right? Genism, monogenism. So he actually believed all human beings were one species, not the conspiracy theories. Okay, so even though he wasn't creating modern racism, he helped turn physical differences into categories. Those categories were later used by others to justify hierarchy, right? So he introduced the term Caucasian, by the way. It was Blumenbach. He used it he uses science based on skull studies, craniometry. He believed this group represented a kind of original or ideal form, right? So later thinkers ran with this idea and turned it into racial superiority theory, but he laid the groundwork for that type of racism. So no, Blumenbach didn't invent racism. It was there before him. All right. But he helped create a system that other folks used to justify racism. So that was his involvement. Then Walter Plecker, he came later, 1861, 1947. He was a registrar of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics, early 1900s, right? He was a government official enforcing racial classification. So this race thing that they had a hankering for, they was always in control of that. They had narratives. So guess what, family? It was Walter Plecker who introduced and enforced the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, the very law I brought up earlier, that legally defined who was white and who was colored. That was also used to ban interracial marriage. And that Racial Integrity Act also is what he used for paper genocide. We classify indigenous people as other than indigenous, where made them, which led to no legal right of anything that was for indigenous peoples. Okay, so the 1 drop rule, yeah, that's Plecker. Plecker pushed the 1 drop rule. All right, he reclassified people on official documents. He targeted groups he believed were passing as white, like mulattoes, and he especially focused on Virginia Native Americans. Right, we're talking about the Hanak, and the Pumaki. Excuse me if I botched your tribes. So he did the indigenous misclassification, as I said. Many Native Americans were reclassified as colored. And what did that do? That disrupted tribal recognition, legal identity, and historical records. All right. So this is where we get the term paper genocide from. We get it from Walter Plecker. So he used race as a legal weapon. Race. Remember, we're talking about race because tethers are black racially, and we're seeing racially is an agenda. Race, the race category is an agenda of white supremacists. So, family, I'm bringing it back to why race is here. Race is here. This is a white supremacist thought. Race. We're not black racially. We're black ethnically. These guys are black racially. And it was a race as a white supremacist structure. Introduction. So he used race not as a theory, but as a policy, and not really for a classification, but control. So what about bureaucratic enforcement of identity? So, okay. So remember, I talked about government was used to decide who you are on paper. Listen, through Walter Plecker, racist guy, no doubt about that. He decided who you are and you were on paper. Walter Plecker decides who you are on paper, regardless of self-identification. He doesn't care that you call yourself foundational Black American, a Black man, Black people. He decides who you are on paper. So that's why it's called paper genocide. And that same paper is being used to invite immigrants of all different backgrounds to say, with the option to say they are Black racially. Everything's about race. So Plecker didn't theorize race. He enforced it in ways that had real legal and social consequences. Okay. So everything is about race. This is very, very important. And I'm probably, when I go TikTok, I'm probably going to say the same stuff on TikTok. All right. So don't, it's a replay. It ain't a replay, fool. I'm just repeating the information on a whole different social platform. Okay. So Blumenbach was responsible for a classification framework in early science, and Walter Plecker, legal enforcement state power. Okay. So in the 1800s, scientists expand racial hierarchy ideas, right? Early 1900s, governments codify race into law. Officials like Plecker enforce those categories. Okay? Are you following? So ideas about race started in academia and ended up in government policy. So do not confuse Blumenbach with Walter Plecker. Two different people. Damn it. There we go. It went away. Got it. So Blumenbach was a scientist in the 1700s. Walter Plecker was a government official. Blumenbach came up with classification. Walter Plecker came up with enforcement. Blumenbach was an intellectual. Plecker was a legal administrative, right? Blumenbach influenced ideas. Walter Plecker directly impacted people's lives. Okay. So in case a lot of people mix them up with each other, right? I hear a lot of conspiracy theories with you guys, and you kind of mix these two up. Anyway, race as a system was developed over time, not created by one person. Early scientists like Blumenbach helped normalize classification. Later officials like Plecker weaponized those ideas through law. Government classification has historically overridden self-identification. We're seeing it right now. government classification is overriding self-identification. One more time, by extending Black to people as a racial category. So no, Blumenbach did not create modern racism directly, and Plecker's actions were identical. They become borrowed everywhere in the United States. You dig? So, in a nutshell, Blumenbach helped classify human differences in early science, but those classifications didn't stay in books, right? They eventually made their way into law. So by the time you get to someone like Walter Plecker, race isn't just an idea anymore. It's something the government is enforcing on paper, deciding who people are regardless of how they identify. That's when classification turns into control. So Blumenbach categorized race, Plecker enforced it. That's how they connect. Right. So this is important when we talk about race, right? Because we're talking about the question is when immigrants say they're Black, I always ask how. And they could only say by race, right? Because their nationality is their country. For example, if I ask somebody of Africa their nationality, they might say Nigerian. Nigerian's their nationality. If you ask their ethnicity, they'll say Igbo. If you ask their continental identity, they're going to say African. So you say, well, how are you Black? In what sense are you Black? He got to say racially, because he's not Black nationality wise, right? He's not Black ethnically, and he's not Black as his African, as his continental identity. So they're only Black through race, and race was created by racists, the whitey man. So you're Black because a racist whitey man said you were. You're not Black because you said you were. You're not Black because we said you were. You're Black because another man said you were Black, and it was a racist who had an agenda, who is the author of paper genocide. So the person who said you're Black is the author of paper genocide. Family, you can't make this stuff up. This is why when people calling over here, it hits different. It doesn't work. When I say you're not Black, you're not Black. And if you want to be Black, it's because a white supremacist is trying to enforce that through paper genocide. Okay? He's trying to harm Black Americans by calling you Black. So that's either true or false. Okay? Put the link back in there. I mean, and by the way, family, everything I'm saying, you can run it through your choice of a search engine. Your choice. I'm not those weirdos that say stuff and you Google it or Wikipedia or ChatGPT and it turns out it's wrong and you make up excuses. Nah, well, ChatGPT be hallucinating. You can't trust Wikipedia. People be putting stuff in there. Well, Google, Google just, that's not me. I'm saying what I say should line up with all those search engines. If they don't, then I'm wrong. I'm that guy. I'm the guy that says fact check me. If your fact check says otherwise, I'm wrong. I'll concede. But I gotta double check your work though first. I gotta make sure you put that in there correctly. So I'm different. I'm saying the research should match up what I'm saying. It shouldn't say otherwise. And that's why nobody could beat me in a debate. Because I don't have excuses when I'm debunked. I just gotta hold the L. But I'm not an elder. I'm not an L apostrophe there, so I don't hold L's. Only elders hold L's. Okay. Now, I gotta find a way to say this on TikTok a little so that's where skills come in with articulation and speeches. Cause I can't on YouTube, I could be this long-winded. On TikTok, people click and join. So you can't, you're not allowed this much time to make your point. So I gotta come up with ways where I gotta summarize this like shortly, but driving home where important stuff is not left out. You feel me? So I gotta find a way. How can I do that to a bunch of YNs who got their attention spans like 30 seconds? So that's where my strategy comes in, my tactics. Like, okay, in the background, I work on that. I work on how to overcome that. Because I recognize that's going to be a problem. I'm not going to have all of this time to just go in with these YNs. Their attention span is 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And you don't want to talk fast because you sound like Turtle Bay. All right. So let me continue. So, like I said, race is being treated also like an ethnic identity for Black Americans. Now, when you collapse different groups into one category, guess what happens? It's that milk and that coffee. You lose specificity. You lose clarity. And most importantly, you lose the ability to address our unique historical claims and outcomes because they didn't go through that, but they're mixed in with us. So that's literally looking for the poisonous snake and the non-poisonous snake in a den of snakes. Nobody's doing that. They're going to burn them all and say, nope. So listen, here's the catch. The 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, it limits how government can distribute. So now this is how this all play in. So once again, I know immigrants are listening right now. I know they are. So now this have nothing to do with you, but it has something to do with you because you're being used. Like you're not, you're being used to paper genocides. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, you're still being used. Whether it's your control or not your control, you're still being used. Okay. So listen, this all matters because race has a lot to do when it comes to qualifying, unqualifying, receiving funds, not receiving funds. This category race that is made up by white supremacists that control it the way they want to control it and manipulate it to decide who get help and who don't. Listen, the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Act, the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, it limits how government can distribute benefits based purely on race. Remember, everything went back to race. That's why I took it back to Johann Blumenbach, Arthur Plecker, and today. So the government is limited on how it can distribute benefits based on purely race. That's why broad race-based programs face legal challenges, like my man Bloom. What's his name? Edward Bloom? What's his name? That's beating everybody up in these lawsuits. Hold on. Let's see his name. Yeah, I like to be accurate. Here we go. Edward Blum. Yeah. Edward Blum. Okay. Okay. So this is why he's winning his cases. And the Dems know that. But they know you don't know about race. Okay. They know you don't know about race. They know that you don't understand other people is being co-opted into your race to make you ineligible for things, unqualifiable for things. And in some cases, make whatever you want a violation to the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Okay. So again, that's why broad race-based programs face legal challenges. They apply to everyone in the category, not a specific harmed group. This is why reparations could have never passed as Black as a race with the immigrants in that race category. So immigrants, you see why we say delineate? We're getting out of that race category with you. So we can defeat our government. Nothing to do with you. This is a chess game, chess match with Black Americans and our racist government. Why are you saying anything? Okay. So the problem is Black. Black is treated as a race. When it's treated as a race, it becomes legally difficult to target programs specifically for foundational Black Americans, all right, who are the descendants of slavery, of American slavery, who are the children of the freedmen. Because the racial category is too broad. That's why we're delineating Adolf, Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Claude Anderson. They all realized the finesse. This was the only obvious response. This was the only obvious course of action. There's no other way. We have to delineate. Now, tell me, when did we read Immigrant as far as like we beefing with immigrants? Everything I read was about us and our American government and some racists. That's it. Now, when we talk about identifying ourselves more precisely, that's all what delineation means. That's all what delineation means. We are identifying ourselves more precisely. So whether people use terms like freedmen, U.S. ADOS, okay, or other lineage-based identifiers like Solon, we are not rejecting Blackness, okay? African American, we are refining ourselves. We are saying simply, when we say ADOS, freedmen, when we say Foundation Black Americans, this is what we're doing. We're saying we are a distinct people. We have a distinct history. Again, when we say freedmen, ADOS, foundational Black Americans, when we say those words, we're literally saying we are a distinct people and we have a distinct history. If you got a history with that, that means you don't think we're a distinct people and you don't think we have a distinct history. So when I talk to these folks, after they get done babbling with their hate about Tariq Nasheed and how divisive we are, I just simply ask them a question. Do you think Black Americans are distinct people? Now, they're not going to, family, this is when they're just going to speak around me and just say Tariq Nasheed is a grifter and FBAs are divisive. They're going to keep saying that over and over and over because, family, this one question, they have to admit something. So when they get done, I'll just come back to it. Sir, ma'am, are Black Americans a distinct people? So then they're not going to answer. So then we go away from us. Sir, ma'am, are Haitians a distinct people? What this got to do with anything? That's beside the point. They'll do all of that. But they won't answer that question. Because the follow-up question is, well, if we're distinct people, then don't we have a distinct history as a people? So that means that we are different. Okay, whether you believe we're African or not, aren't we different? At the very least, aren't we different Africans because of our distinctions? So policies meant to address historical harms, they have to be specific to the people who experience them. They cannot be targeting a melting pot, a paper genocide of people who are FBA and immigrants, all saying they're Black. Policies will not address that muck and mud. Policies will not address that. Policies will only address the historical harms of a specific people who experience those specific harms. That's not exclusion. That is precision. Okay? So stop gaslighting us. Stop pretending this is about DNA. Okay? And I wonder if they're getting these points from the whitey man. Like, really? This is about identity, history, and policy clarity. We are Black Americans. We are foundational Black Americans. We are ADOS. We are freedmen. And it's not because of genetics alone, but because of a shared historical experience that produced a distinct people with a distinct history. Okay. And if we want outcomes, and we do, that actually address our unique conditions, then we need a unique name to identify those unique conditions and harm. Because we don't do that and we be allowed to be thrown into that muck, that mud of race, then we'll never be defined. We'll just be the mud people and that mud with the other folks. You dig? You look in the chat, see there's any confusion to that. Is there any confusion with that explanation? Okay, it looks like everybody's on board with that. It makes sense. Here's the link for people who disagree or have a question. Okay, that link is for people who disagree or might have a question about what I'm saying only. If you agree, that link is not for you. If you agree, that link is not for you. So now, after delineation, look what happens next. It doesn't stop there. Okay, it doesn't stop there. Wait, where's my water? Oh my God. Hold on. I need my water. Man, I'm bad man. Man, I'm bad man.
You know me? I am the original Jamaican Dandana.
Man, a bad man. Okay. All right. I think that's some deep information. That's what I think. I think the way I put that together, I think has never been put together like that before. I think I really did a good job. So now what I got to do is be able to commit this to memory. Because, you know, the more and more I explain this, the more I remember it, the more it becomes automatic. And then it'd be easier to speak to YNs on TikTok. Okay. Yeah, this is deep though. Okay. So now look what else is there that's not getting attention. But what affects us is how we are counted on paper. So it all goes back to Walter Plecker. So Blumenbach shouldn't even come up. It's Walter Plecker. So we should, matter of fact, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me call this weirdo. Can y'all hear that phone ringing?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm live now talking about Walter Plecker if you want to join.
Oh, okay. the census guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about a little bit about Blumenbach and Walter Plecker, I'm just letting you know I'm on that topic. Yeah, I do that. I put in chat. All right. Yeah, because like he loves to talk about this, but in a conspiracy theory way, and I'd be like, yo, I'm not talking about that. So no, you can't come on. So now I'm talking about it. You can come on. And now he might jump into some conspiracy stuff, but I felt like you can do your stuff now, but we're gonna really dig deep. So I see some people liking the information. We got some recent cash apps. So we got who do just cash app? We got $20. Thank you. DJ. I thought that was like 4 different people sending $5. This is one person sending I consider a large amount. Thank you very much. $20 from DJ. DJ Dimps. Yeah, this is deep information, man. This is worth gold. Okay. This is gold. Because I'm breaking down why we are delineating in a way where it's never broken down before. Like I'm taking it from the top. It has everything to do with race. It's how people are racially categorized. It's how people are racially categorized. Let me put the phone number in the Swazi. Let me put the phone number in the Swazi. I'm gonna call that brother back. Yeah, this type of live should get gazillion views, all right? But I'm gonna break this down again on TikTok sometime later and maybe do, you know what I mean? And every so often when I go live, I'm gonna sneak this in every so often. Cause a lot of time it's for me. It's for me to learn it and remember it where I can spit it out. It's like a Swiss cheese. What the YN say? I can spit it out and Swiss cheese the tethers and the haters. Humble servant, $9.99. This is Jonathan. He says, Ron, what's good, bro? This is Jonathan. Keep up the good work, bro. FBA all day. I'm gonna try to stay dialed in. I'm gonna try to dial in soon. He at work. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, this information right here, man. This ain't TikTok. We ain't just calling people tethers and you ain't. They lump. I was wondering why people call here so hostile and be lumping me in. And now I see. Like, yeah, shit, I'm against those people too. They're watering down our talking points, man. They might, a lot of those TikTok spaces, they just might be on the payroll of some of these agencies, man. Because all of the lies that's being told about us, when you go to those TikTok spaces, they are representing those lies. Like, it's hard to defend them. It's like, damn, well, they are doing everything that the white T man and tethers are complaining about. They are doing that. I can't even defend those FBA spaces. So I'm like, are the FBA spaces, and who is behind those spaces? Because they're 100% toxic. They're giving the lineage movement, they're giving the delineation movement a bad name. They're justifying people calling us cult members and haters and all type of shit, xenophobic. I mean, as soon, a family, as soon as somebody come with an accent, tether. I mean, wait a minute. I thought tether was an action. Is tether an action or an accent? Because as soon as they speak with an accent, they're being called tether. I'm like, wait a minute, wait. All right, what is going on here, y'all? Now, you know what I mean? Like, okay, who sent you? Because that debunks the definition of tether. It's an action word. Your actions determine if you're tethered, not your accent. I gotta do a whole, stream now. Tether, accent or action. All right. Okay. Anyway, let's go. So, now the U.S. government under the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, they want to count their citizens, and they want to group their citizens in very vague groups. Like they don't want to know too many particulars. White, Asian, black, and whatever else. That's the groups. And they're lumping up people in those groups that sometimes have nothing to do with each other and want nothing to do with each other, but they're lumped up as one. You know, the Walter Plecker effect. And they're using that to count, right? To count people. Now, why is that important? Because the way you're counted, it determines the way you're seen. And how you're seen determines what you are owed. Let that sink in. If you're demanding reparations, but you're seen as a people that are already repaired or heading towards repairment because you're doing so well in America, then they looking like, nah, you don't, it doesn't look like you need repaired. It look like you're already being repaired. Okay. So if data is able to show us as heading up, like our stock is growing within systemic racism, then our argument for reparations is really weak. They're like, yeah, we don't see you as what you say you are. You're saying the wealth gap is so wide open. You're saying this, you're saying that. But when we look at this data, it's looking like you guys are doing, you're better off. Like you're climbing every year. Okay. Right now, did you know, right now in the United States, the government allows anyone of African descent, whether they are the descendants of American slavery ADOS or even recent immigrants, they allow either group to check the same box. And that box is black. Now, on the surface, that sounds very inclusive. But in practice, it creates a serious problem. So I want people to understand this. Now, the problem that it causes a problem, and people define that problem, by different words. I call that problem paper assimilation, another form of paper genocide, but not necessarily erasing you, but adding to you. So they're not erasing you where you're non-existent like the indigenous people. They are flooding you with things that's not you, where the coffee is now just milk. Okay, the coffee is now just milk. All right. Okay. The coffee is now milk. It's no longer coffee. So you're not erased where you're not existent. You're erased because so many people are smothering you. All right. So what do I mean by paper assimilation? I just explained it. But in more detail, distinct groups with different histories, right? Different groups with different histories, different starting points, and different relationships to this country are being merged into one category on paper with us. Okay. And when that happens, family, the data gets blurred. So when the OMB look at the data, they're making legislative laws. They're taking away laws. They're adding DEI, they're taking away DEI by looking at the paper. They're creating prisons. They could be closing prisons by looking at the data. Okay. I'm speaking to my lineage. We as Black Americans are not just defined by ancestry. We are defined by a specific historical injury. Okay. U.S. chattel slavery, but not just that, Jim Crow, not just that, redlining, not just that, all the exclusions from wealth building programs. And we ain't gonna talk about the burning down of our cities, the violent race riots. We ain't gonna talk about um the restrictive covenants, right? Zoning laws. We ain't gonna talk about um overcrowding. Huh? We gotta talk about that. Anyway, what I just named are injuries that are specific to us, foundational Black Americans, nobody else. But when our data is combined with people who immigrated here voluntarily, often through selective immigration systems, the outcomes can look very different, right? So you have a single category, Black. And in that single category, Black, it includes descendants of U.S. slavery, Adolf, Freedmen. It includes first generation immigrants. It includes second generation immigrants. And those groups can have different economic patterns, different educational backgrounds as they do, and different starting points as they do. Because some start here as hyper-selective immigrants and some start here as refugees, right? But when that happens, right? When that happens, when you aggregate all of that into one number, it can create the appearance that Black people, quotations, are just we're doing way better than ever before. We're on our way. When you aggregate all that information, it could come off as Black people, the singular group, are doing great. What are they talking about reparations for? What are they talking about targeted programs for this ethnic group? When you aggregate the data. So Yvette Carnell, Tone Talk, said, well, why don't you disaggregate the data? And let's see what it says then. Okay, hold on one second. So 1 second, IBM. Okay, it took a little minute. So I had to go in. Hold on. So Yvette and Tone are saying, well, we know what when you aggregate the numbers, the groups, what the numbers say, right? But when you disaggregate the groups, what does the number reveal then? What does the data reveal then? Are they really doing better? So our conditions, our unique condition wouldn't be fully addressed because now we're thrown in the pot of other people and their conditions. And their conditions, it look like, are being addressed. Right. So the category, obviously, the racial category, we were talking about race. The racial category, you know, I briefly talked about Johann Blumenbach and I talked about Walter Plecker, right? So, and we're going to get back there because none of this can be possible without them, by the way. So none of this is possible without them. All right. So, when you now include people who were never a part of the original harm, again, U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, housing discrimination, you know, job employment, all that stuff, the continuity of these harms that we're seeking to address, right? When you lump us up with people who know nothing about that, it matters when we talk about reparations because reparations are not just about history. They are also about demonstrating an ongoing impact. I was trying to tell Truth Teller that he ain't called back since. No, I'm lying, he did. But he was wrong on that one. So we were saying reparations isn't just something we're asking for on behalf of our ancestors. We're asking for, or not just asking for, we're demanding. It's not something we're demanding on behalf of our ancestors. We're demanding it on behalf of ourselves too, because it never stopped. This enslavement had just taken on different forms, but all of it is a form of enslavement. Okay, so we're not just stopping the claim, right, at 1865 or even 1965. We're saying the claim, we're adding on to the claim in 2026, right? That's what we're doing. So in most legal and policy frameworks, you don't just show the harm that happened, you show that the harm has consequences. They have ongoing consequences. That's how it works. Not that it happened and it ended in 1865. No, it's still the consequences of that harm is still happening. The ripple effects are still here. They're visible and they're destructive. So our claim for reparations doesn't depend on us struggling today, right? Not just today. It is rooted in a documented unpaid debt, forced labor, broken promises, and state-sanctioned discrimination. All right. But perception still matters in policy and politics. So if you're perceived as doing better because other people who are lumped up in your category are doing better, right? And that mucked up with you, it looks like you're doing better. Especially when you bring over the top 1% of a country and you mix them in your numbers. It's going to look like you're doing much better. Reparations, oh man, you guys is greedy. You guys are doing great. You got doctors, you got all these degrees. You are all in Harvard, man. You guys are doing great. Harvard ain't discriminating. You're in Harvard. Okay. So so perception matters. And those numbers are giving off false perceptions about our success in this country. So we talk about reparations, we talk about redress, because we know that the aggregated data is falsely describing us as doing better today, right? So obviously the people who hate us the most is coming from that red side. You dig? And they're going to say, hey man, you don't need no damn reparations. Look at your stock. It's growing. It's going upward. And so now when we talk about Ghana, and I'm almost done. When we talk about, hold on, let me just finish. Let me just finish because I want to replay this with no interruptions. So everybody go on mute. Okay. So when we talk about Ghana, Ghana has spoken at the United Nations, as we know, right, about reparations. We did hella videos on that. Other folks did too. Okay. So now Ghana, look at Ghana. They're asking for reparations. And it's not because they say they're thriving beyond question. Look at us. We're doing great. But they're asking for reparations because they're making the case that historical exploitation has had a lasting economic consequence for them. So as a result, they can't get right. So the point is, when people demand reparations, they're saying that they're not doing well and they can't see themselves doing well anytime soon because of that harm was that impactful. So God is saying, hey, we can't get right. And that's because of the whitey man, right? That's what they're saying. That's all you can say if you're demanding reparations. But if it appears you're doing better on paper, then your reparations claim look weak. It look like you're just being greedy. All right. Like I said, I'm almost done. So let me finish up. So Ghana presented a clear, specific claim tied to whoever they say are the harm people, and they're looking at a specific outcome, right? That's what we're doing. We're doing the same thing. We have a specific claim, and unlike Ghana, we're pointing to a specific people, and we're pointing to a people who are going to be held accountable for making that right. Ghana ain't do that. Now, when you blur our data by mixing people into our racial category who are not ethnically Black Americans, when you mix them up into our racial category, and the data is being revealed, the data becomes blurred. And if the data becomes blurred, our claim becomes blurred, right? So when our identity becomes generalized, when we become the general Black man, when we become the general African, right? Our case becomes easier to dismiss because we're not a specific, unique somebody, right? So the solution is precision. The solution is precision. Who are we, right? Who are we, and why are we owed anything, right? Are we doing better than where we were before? So the only way to know that is with precision, and that's called data disaggregation. And the data disaggregation is just the ability to distinguish descendants of U.S. chattel slavery Adolf freedmen from recent immigrants within the broader Black racial category. All right. So that policy can actually reflect reality, right? Here's the problem. If we don't separate the data, we're risk separating ourselves from the very claim we're trying to make. We're not just asking to be seen. Hey, look at me. We want attention. We're asking to be counted correctly when you look at data. Because when we are counted correctly, what happens? Our history is clearer, our condition is clearer, and our case becomes stronger and more clear. And less likely to to be used as, hey, look, niggas, you're doing better. All right, so hold on. Wait 1 second. All right, so Jonathan, as you came on, there was IBM there as well. So, but if you had something real quick before IBM going, that's okay. But if you was gonna be long with it, then IBM is gonna go first.
Nah, Ron, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, no, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet because I'm at work, man.
Okay.
Really quick, man. These Latinos or whatever you call them, because I work with them at work, and for whatever reason, man, they cannot leave us alone. It's only me and like two other brothers that work here, and they cannot stay out of our business. As a matter of fact, even when I was calling into you, this old Mexican dude, bro, he kept following me around trying to start a conversation, and I'm trying to, hint to him like, bro, hey man, I'm working. Anyway, let me keep this short and sweet. You mind if I share my screen? I promise I'm gonna be quick because I'm at work. Can I share my screen?
All right. Yeah, good.
All right. All right, we're gonna do this together, man. I'm finna kill this whole DNA, we all African. I'm about to kill this thesis once and for all. I wanna nip this in the bud. Can you see this?
I don't see nothing yet.
All right, I'm gonna read it out to you, man. I don't want to take up too much time.
Yeah,
So I had
your screen's
Google.
not sharing.
Oh, hold on for a second. Let me try it one more time. Okay, it's about to start now. All right.
Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
All right, can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, family, we're gonna read this together. A DNA sample from an actual native Nigerian typically reveals 98 to 100% West African ancestry. You see what I read, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you know me, man. I'm gonna lay it all on the line. So this is my DNA on ancestry. It says here, I'm 30% Nigerian, 11% Mali, Benin, Ivory Coast, Ghana, yada, 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 go down Central Africa. And we already know where the Ireland and all that, and the English, we already know where that came from. So we're not going to touch on that. And then France, and then It's funny how that says indigenous Americans, but anyway, I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that's where it's at. For all you Africans, they keep saying we share the same bloodline. That is a lie, because if it did, my DNA would tell me that I am 98 to 100% African. And this right here, just my DNA, I'm not talking about any of the FBA, just my DNA, this kills you guys' thesis. So you need to stop it. We had a ethnogenesis. We have no ties, no correlation. We have nothing. There's nothing in relation besides the 30% of Nigerian that I am, which I've never been to the continent of Africa. I don't know anything about any Nigerian, so I want you guys to stop it. And I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna land my plane. Run, you don't have to touch on this because I don't want to steer your I don't want to steal a communication.
Yeah.
Don't you find it ironic? Just ironic. You don't have to talk about it, but I find it ironic that all of this stuff that's going on in the South Africa, you know how they kicking out all the other African nations or whatever, but it's
Yeah.
particularly two countries in particular, Nigeria and Ghana, who they're primarily focusing on. I find that ironic because Nigeria and Ghana were two of the primary countries that actively participated in the transatlantic slave trade. So while everybody else is calling it xenophobic, I call it retribution. And with that, brother, I'm gonna land my plane.
Hey, thank you for the call. And yeah, deep stuff. Good presentation. IBM, man, what's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Are you going to be indigenous black man today or disingenuous black man?
Man, you know I'm always indigenous, the first indigenous in this community, the one that got everybody calling themselves indigenous today. Let's get it right when we talking. Everybody,
okay,
not none of y'all was calling yourselves indigenous 2
but who's
years
doing it
ago.
Today? But who's doing it today?
Everybody got
like who?
Unc.
Hey, bro, look what you said. Look what you said.
What, the conscious community.
Said,
yeah.
Right. So you got to say that. When you say you all, there's people listening. They're like, yo, we never said that. All right. So, yeah, you got to be clear. Right. We know Up is using the indigenous name when he's trying to, the indigenous people, when he's doing his Kemet thing, he's doing that. Right.
Yeah. Remember they was joking me, unbiased. They was joking me about crypto 5 years ago. They was joking me about my name. They said I thought I was Native American when I explained to them that my name indigenous is honoring my Native American and African ancestors, because they only thought that indigenous meant Native American back then.
Well, what's the difference?
What's
the difference?
They was abos. None of them was indigenous. Now everybody's indigenous all of a sudden.
Right. So what? So why don't you call yourself Native black man? Why'd you call yourself indigenous?
Because I wanted to call myself indigenous. I
was asking, like, was it just mere preference, or?
Well, I was making a statement. That our people were indigenous to both lands. If you have that if you do have African ancestry, then your people were indigenous to that land, and these people here in America were indigenous to this land. So I'm just honoring my ancestors in that way.
Okay, so you was repping your African indigenous and your Native indigenous. Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah. And I explained that to them back then when they said, "Why are you calling yourself indigenous? You think you're a Indian?" No, I don't. I said indigenous is the same as native or aboriginal, or but they wasn't using these terms back then. You got to admit to that, unbiased. They was not using them. None of these people. What?
You know what? Check this out. That over there is a bubble. It's a tiny bubble. Because look. Let me say. When I think you're better off just saying, yeah, man. I think you're better off when you come on different platforms. I think you're better off not even acknowledging that at all, because people, like, nobody know who they are. So people be like, yo, who he's talking about? You dig? Like, so people can't really relate to who you're talking about. Everybody you name, like, nobody knows who they are. They're like, who's that? So like this is a new start. This is like a new start. So when you do that, they're looking like, who the hell is he talking about? Right. So this is a new
Okay.
start. This is a new audience that don't nobody. You see the guy who called in, Jonathan. Like he's new, bro. He don't. Yeah. He barely even know who Tariq Nasheed is. Like, we had another guy. An older guy, like I think like 70, calling the other day, 2 days ago, and he learned about FBA by podcasting. He never learned about FBA through Tariq Nasheed. So people don't even know who these people are, and they be like kind of confused. Like, what is he talking about? All right. So anyway, yeah. So because I hear Chief do that. When Chief will be so much more successful if he just thought outside of that bubble. Like everybody's trying to appeal to that bubble, and the bubble is not appealing.
Right.
Like nobody, like they're not attracting no new traffic. Everybody's leaving it and going elsewhere. Okay.
Because
Yeah.
they're stagnant. They're stagnant in their conversations, and that's why.
Right.
You know,
but then y'all become stagnant when y'all talk about stagnant. Okay. So if they're stagnant, and the minute you get the chance to talk and you mention stagnant people, then y'all all stagnant. So it's like it's time to stretch your arms out. That's what I did. I said, let me get out that bubble and stretch my arms out to people who don't care about that bubble, that just care about other things. And then when you do that, the sky's the limit. When you know there's a real life somewhere outside that bubble, because that bubble is shrinking. Like those folks don't get nothing done over there.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. You know, that's why I tell them when I come around, I change the narrative for them. I give them something to talk about, you know, like this African science and modern science talking points that they've been going through. You know, and this is stuff that we've had conversations about years ago and stuff. And, you know, you got a lot of people who's just figuring stuff out in 2026, and that's sad that they didn't know, you know,
everybody
these
learned.
things.
Everybody learned at different stages. So everybody is not really sad unless they had high expectations to learn. So it's only sad when you fall short of your goal or something else set out before you. But if you never had a goal to know that, then as long as you live and you come across it, because people right now are coming across like 50, 60 years old calling over here are just not coming into a new awakening. So I can't say that's sad. I'm happy that they finally came into that awakening. All right, great.
Yeah. I mean, you're right there, but I'm just saying with the lies that has been promoted and they've been, you know, backing, and then now everybody, there's a lot of people over there.
You're stuck. It's okay if they're promoting lies because nobody heard them. It's a small bubble. Hey, I just did a recap on we see you in the comments too. Chef, when Chef and them was stupid peas, and like only 80 people seen that video. Like nobody, like, so you guys are like just talking for no reason. Like nobody's seen that video. I played some audio of it the other day, so y'all finally got thousands of people listening to y'all, but they don't know who y'all are though. They just know there's a bunch of people arguing about nothing, and thousand people heard it for the first time, but they like not interested because it was just name calling and all that type of stuff going on there. Like nothing, it was no real motion. So what I'm saying is like, I'm saying you got to expand your brain. Like, so you're here now, nobody knows anything about them, so it's a fresh start. Like, so you got a fresh start over here to like talk about what you want to talk about, so people can judge you by what you say now, not what you did before and the arguments you got into before. They want to know who you are because they don't know you. So they're like, okay, who are you? You're IBM. That stands for what?
Got you. Indigenous Black Man. Unbiased gave me that name like what 4 years ago.
The acronym. The acronym. I didn't name you Indigenous Black Man. I gave you the acronym IBM. Right.
Yep.
Okay. So now, have you done? So the brother say he did a DNA test. How you feel about DNA tests?
Well, with me, you know, this goes into a whole bunch of questioning because, you know, there's too many questions left when you're dealing with DNA. I could see that if every DNA testing place gave you the same result, that we could, you know, and not only that, but they also tell you that this is for entertainment purposes only on the DNA test. So, you know, like I said, how are you taking DNA tests and then you're taking DNA tests, but you're getting different results from every DNA firm?
So what did they say in response to that?
Questions.
So what was there? So okay. So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
When you ask a question, they have the burden to answer. So like, what was their best response to that?
To be honest with you, they really didn't have none. They just start arguing with you and cussing you out, like you said.
Yeah, they change the topic and they call you names, right?
Yes, diverting, moving the goalpost. Yeah.
Oh, you stupid, you pseudo, you dumb.
That's right.
But nobody ever answers the question. Got it. And that's why I got
Mm-hmm.
away from that. You should too. Get away from those people. Because I told you, JJ got a career in something else, but he's in the bubble. If these guys leave the bubble, they're gonna be successful content creators. But people for some reason are magnetized to that bubble that don't help nobody out.
Right. Right.
So, but you're right. You're right. The DNA thing is you can't use it for nothing in life. All it's used for is to popcorn and soda. You look at it, you laugh at the results, right? Oh, it says I'm this, it says I'm that. And you just laugh while you eat your popcorn and soda. You just laugh while you watch it. It's for it because ain't popcorn and soda for entertainment, right? So you get your DNA results and you get your popcorn and soda and you just laugh hysterically as it lie and tell you what you are. It said I'm 10% Igbo. It said I'm 30%.
Look, do another test with that same company and they'll give you different results too. It's crazy. Right. It's just like, man, what are we doing here? You know,
the damn thing said I'm 8% Pluto-Aryan. Like what? It said I'm from Pluto. Yeah. All right. So cool. So we're on the same page with that. And people like Sean is mad that it says that because I exposed that to him and he was mad at me. He cussed me out, called me names. Like you say, he didn't deal with the information that is right. You can't use it for nothing serious. He just cussed me out and talked about me. Oh man, you ain't nothing. Like God, that's your response. All right. So now the subject is really so we're talking about delineation and you can't talk about that without talking about everything comes back down to race. Everything comes back down to race. So you got two big names. You know, there's other names, but the two biggest names that stand out when you talk about race, you got Johann Friedrich Blumenbach, and you got Walter Plecker. So what you know about either one? You got any background?
Well, you know, I brought that into the community through Dr. Joy DeGrasse. I got it from her. You know, as far as the Blumenbach and Linnaeus.
And you got that video where? Where was that video? On whose channel?
I seen Unbiased do it like 4 or 5 years before.
And how old was that video when you seen it? How old was that video?
4 or 5 years before mine.
No, I'm talking about 10 years. Shit. You're right. There you go.
15 years ago now.
Yeah. So family, my video he watched is 15 years old. Do you know YouTube deleted that account?
Did it?
Yeah.
What?
Like no reason. No reason. Because they smart and they say so.
Yeah.
An account of Black history. They deleted it. Gone.
Yeah.
And I appealed. They said, yo, you're not getting it back, nigga. Stop appealing. They said we don't need a reason. Like you know, the people who investigates are the people who flagged it down in the first place. Like there's no outside agency to come behind YouTube and say, nah, y'all tripping. This is okay.
Right. It's their discretion, by their discretion.
Yeah.
And
15 years, 17-year-old videos gone, family. Yeah, I had Pharaoh Uncle Tom on there. I had Uncle Tom's Cabin on there. I had a whole bunch of stuff on there. Gone, deleted.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, you can finish up.
Yeah, you know, like I said, you know, these are the conversations that we was having years ago. You know, I brought this out in my first presentation 6 years ago. So it's like you said, this is an old regurgitating fishbowl that they're living in, you know, but they won't tell you, they can't break it down for you like we do, you know. So let's go into it. When we're talking about Walter Plecker, we're talking about reclassification. All right, now I remember I said you got to
start
watch
with Blumenbach first, since he's he came before.
Okay, well, we're going to go back to Linnaeus before him because, see, Carl Linnaeus broke us up into 4 different groups also before Blumenbach. He was the one who classified us. That's where your classifications come from. This is the beginning of your scientific racism here. And Linnaeus started breaking us up. He created taxonomy. He created the monkey chart. Said we come from monkeys. It was called anthropomorpha. And he was the one who broke us up into 4 different groups by color. Okay, now so that's where it starts, and then we get to Blumenbach. Blumenbach was the man who created. Well, he divided humanity up into 5 different groups and weaponized the term race. Okay, and he called them races. That's where we get these terms races from Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. He took the term, weaponized it, put them on the top. He made put them on the top, put the blacks on the bottom, and everybody else in between. Okay, he created craniometry. He created the term Caucasian. He was considered a founder of zoology and anthropology. These are the origins of your scientific racism that we're dealing with. Okay, and then it's systemic racism. Unbiased and I have talked about that also. We went over that also. And when we're dealing with I said this too, Unbiased. When we're talking about, you hear that term come up, a natural, right, and system or systemic, right? Well, when you're dealing with the systemic, that starts with Linnaeus too. That is the system of natura. That is his book, the system of natura. That's the system of nature. That's what it means. That's what it translates to. Okay, so that when they're using those terms, and in natural science, will take you right back to evolution, bro. So when they're using those terms, natural, I broke that down. I showed the synonyms of that word, and how none of these isms are good for us, family, Black Americans. You see what I'm saying? Us Americans. It's not good for us. None of them. You see what I'm saying? Capitalism, socialism, communism, racism, feminism. None of these isms are in our favor. So don't fall into that, okay? And then we're dealing with Reconstruction, Unbiased, right? They're reconstructing, reclassifying us. From the Native Americans, from the natives to Negro. They're changing the Native Americans to Negro with Walter Plecker. You see what I'm saying? Reconstructing things, reclassifying the people. You see, and it's systemic racism. This is going throughout colleges. This is going throughout government. This is going throughout your schools. This is going through all facets of society in America. Okay, so when they bigging up Harvard and Yale and these places, Cambridge, those places had slaves. They owned slaves, and they were a part of promoting this narrative worldwide. Darwin and Blumenbach, Linnaeus's teachings, calling them scientific disciplines. And then then they do damage control with the press. And say, oh, well, look at, like you say, that they're doing so much better now. They don't need reparations. That's damage control. That's PR. That's public relations. They're doing damage control to try to, make it to where, we really don't need the reparations. They're trying to make it look like, they're doing so good by us, because these people who I'm telling you about, Blumenbach, Linnaeus, Darwin, Malthus, people that I talked about 6 years ago in my presentation. One of their favorite quotes is that we need them to do for us better than we could or would for ourselves. You understand? So that's Blumenbach. That's where the race theory comes from. Okay, but you got to start with Carl Linnaeus, because this is the beginning, the origins of your scientific racism, justified previously by the papal bulls in the 1400s that allowed the enslavement of the non-believer and the African in 1452. The first time that race was used in the way we use it today was by Gomez de Zazora in his book in 1453, right 1 year after the first papal bull now, justifying this enslaving of the non-believer and the African. And 1 year after that, Gomez de Zazora uses the term African race and Lagos in his book called the Conquest, the discovery and conquest of Guinea. Family, that's his book, The Discovery and Conquest of Guinea. That's the first time that term race was used the way we use it today. And the Pope was saying that we didn't have souls. I mean, the Catholic Church was saying black people didn't have souls, and we were of the devil. And then it just went, from there. That's the justification of it through the Catholic Church. And then 300 years later, here comes Carl Linnaeus, or 200 years later, just let us say, here comes Carl Linnaeus. All right. And like I said, this is the origins of your scientific racism. It starts with the papal bulls, goes to Carl Linnaeus, and then it goes to the one who created the race theory, Johann Friedrich Blumenbach. And Walter Plecker is just, this is the lie. I say the only thing that evolved, because, we talk about evolution from monkey to man. I say the only thing that evolved is this lie that they keep telling about evolution. And this is just the lie still being promoted through Walter Plecker, a eugenist, and we got to do a better studying and understanding of eugenics. I've went over that, in quite a few presentations also, but, we can do that here if y'all would like. But, this is reconstructing and reclassifying, the Native Americans and whoever they want to. And some of those people wasn't even home when the census people came by. They just marked them down whatever they wanted to. It was crazy. But yeah, brothers, that's where I'm at with it, bro.
So, what you know about paper genocide, when they erased on paper indigenous people of this country, this land? Do you know anything about that?
Negro. Yeah, named them Negroes. Yeah.
Just speak on that. Just what you know on that.
Well, I just know, a little bit. With Walter Plecker, I haven't done a whole bunch of, but yeah, I know that, like you're saying, it's just the erasure and the reconstructing and reclassification of these people. That's where I'm at with it, because like I said, these people already had their names that they call themselves, but it's just like when you're renaming the lands. How I always say, I say, if Africa and America are names of colonizers, why call yourself either? When they talk about African and American, I'm African American. And I would always say, if Africa and America are names of colonizers, why would you call yourself either? But, like I said, it's the reclassification and reconstructing of the Native American in America, unbiased, through systemic racism, brother.
So now, what you just said, you said, if the colonizers call you something, why would you name yourself after that? Right. So we talk about that too. We talk about the naming yourself, right? So everybody
social
on Earth,
constructs. Yeah,
right?
Social
Well,
constructs.
that's race. That ain't naming. So race is a social construct, but not naming yourself. Everybody has a name on this earth. Like everybody already named themselves something, right? The Igbo people name themselves Igbo. Indigenous people name themselves whatever they name themselves. The tribe, whatever. All right. So everybody on earth is going to name themselves. They're going to name their people. They're going to name their land. And then you have colonizers who also do renaming. It's actually renaming. Like you name yourself something, they rename you. And when they rename you, it's never for your benefit. It's never something like that's a great attribute. Like they're not describing a great person. It's going to be horrible to disrespect you, to lower you, to make you inferior. Okay, so when you say you shouldn't take the name of something, right, you shouldn't take your exonymic. So when somebody name you something, that's an exonym. So when a colonizer, enslaver, anybody give you an exonym, that's not who you are. You are who you named yourself. So if you take on an exonymic name, and I'm gonna give you some examples of an exonymic name, you have well, let me ask you this: do you know who named Jamaica? Colonizers in 1667. So So according to your logic, Jamaicans shouldn't take on Jamaican. They should name themselves, and they should, because that is the name of a colonizer. Also,
That was
also you
called
have
Guanahumvee before that. It was called Guanahumvee. Guanahumvee. You can look that up. But that was the name of the islands
yeah, because
before.
I know at some point indigenous people named it, and then it was called Jamaica. Now, you also got the Sudanese people. You know, they were called that by Arabs. Arabs called them, they called their place Sudan and them the Sudanese people, and that was a derogatory name that had negative. They called them inferior, less than humans. Basically apes who deserve slavery, right? So like these are, but they still call themselves Sudanese people today. But most people of the world did not take on these defamations, the degrading names by colonizers. Like most people let them say what they said, but they kept to what they named themselves. But even like Nigerian or Nigeria, like that's something from the whitey man, and you got these places like that.
Amazigh Berber, and then Nigeria was named from one of the queens. I think it was a Nigerian company. Was how they have like the Dutch Indian companies. They had a Nigerian company like that. The people selling across. It was like corporations on water. They were selling. They had the boats and all that stuff. But like the West Indian Company and people like that. But there was a woman who named Nigeria. It was like the queen or whatever, who had named it Nigeria, and it was there was a company called the Nigerian Company. Like the Dutch Indian Company and stuff like that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like more. Like Sudan, like you said, they're negative connotations. That's why I call them social constructs, because the definition of a social construct is a name given to one group of people by another group of people, and later on, the group of people who was given the title adopts it upon themselves.
Yeah, no, but that's not what it's called.
Like the N-word or black or any of that.
Yeah, but that's not what it is. That's called an exonym. Exo means outside, nim means name. That means outside is named.
I gave you the definition of social construct.
No, but listen, okay. I heard you. I know what a social construct is, but when you take on a name, right? So a social construct is race. Race is not a name. It's a category for people that are gonna rename. So it's a category, right? But so now when you talk about words are broken down. They have etymology, right? So when people call themselves after other people, that's not called a social construct. That's called an exonym. Exo means out, nym means name. That literally stands for that. You combine them together, outsiders named you. So Nigeria, Jamaica, Sudan, these are in Negro and color, these are all exonyms. Right. When outsiders named you this and you took it. So right now, if you have a word for, let's say, a group of people that's like disparaging, and you use it, like that's also exonym. Like you named them something that they didn't call themselves, and it is going to have probably some disparaging origins. But that's what it's actually called. It's the actual names in it. Like you got pseudonym. A pseudonym, pseudo means fictitious name. So pseudonym. So a lot of book authors or rappers will use a pseudonym, a fake name. Right. So the actual name is in the word, but a social construct is this. Hold on. I want Google this to tell us the difference. All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah. But that's what I've been saying. Even since we first met, that's how I explained
I got it. But just because you're saying something doesn't mean right. That's why we're learning together. I learn stuff every day, B. So it's okay. I learned something just yesterday. So when people always give me information, I learn stuff all the time from people. And when I'm saying it incorrectly, I like to not be incorrect. I like to change my stuff and be correct. So I'm going to show you the difference between a social construct and a exonym. Right? And you're going to see. Yeah, hold on. If you were wrong that time, it's okay to correct it. And, no big deal. Exonym. And Okay, cool. Here we go. You ain't gonna be able to see my screen until later. Okay, but I'm gonna read it and you could do it yourself. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. Because a lot of us ain't know. We were saying that yesterday on TikTok. A lot of us, I've been on TikTok lately. So a lot of us, I'm trying to get that popping. Yeah, so a lot of us on TikTok last night, we were talking about, we ain't know what a lot of this stuff was until this whole thing, this whole delineation. Matter of fact, delineation, like who used that ever in life? That word, disaggregation, whoever used that in life, you dig? Ethnogenesis, whoever used that. So almost all of our words, we're like, oh shit, I never, wow, that's deep. Okay,
Right.
so here's the screen. Right. So all of us are really learning in real time. Matter of fact, half the stuff I know, if not more than half, I got it from debating guys who called in. They just were using it incorrectly. So I'll research the research and find out, oh, okay, this is something real. You just used it incorrectly. Thank you. This is part of my talking point. Okay. So now I asked it. I said, what is the difference? So the chat can see it. What is the difference between? I didn't put between, but what is the difference supposed to be between an exonym? I missed a bunch of words here, and a social construct. So an exonym is a specific type of naming convention used by outsiders for a place or group. See, that's what I said. While a social construct is a broader, overreaching concept regarding how human society creates meaning in reality through agreement. So exonym is what the name. So exonym is the what, right? The name Germany for Deutschland, right? A social construct is why and how. The idea that the concept only exists because we agree it does, e.g., money, gender, and national borders. So you got gender is a social construct. That's not a name. That's not somebody's name. It's a thing that we agree that's real. You got money. That's not a name or a thing. That's something we agree is real. And we got national borders. You know that. There's no such thing as that. We just say it's real and it's real. But that's different
Well,
from
read down there where it says
exonym.
detailed difference. Okay. My bad. Go ahead.
Hey, bro. Listen. Is Germany a name? Right. It's for the people that lives in Deutschland. So look at the name right here literally means name. It's in the word. Exos mean it gave it right here. Outsiders naming people. A social construct, look, it says gender. It's not a name. That's a thing. Okay. Right. Money. Is that somebody's name? No, that's a thing that these are concepts that we agree is real. We agree gender is real, and you see it's not. We agree money is real, it's not. We agree national borders are real, they're not. So it's telling you that social construct is that. Now, let's go down. Definition. A name. Look, the definition of exonym, a name given to a place, group, or person by outsiders. Exactly what I said. Look what a social construct is. It's not a name. It's an idea or category created and accepted by society, like money, gender, national borders. Scope. Specific names, labels. The scope. Broad concepts, norms, institutions. No name already in social construct at all. Focus. Distinguishes insiders from outsiders. Social construct explains how reality is socially constructed. Origin, historical, linguistic, ease, or often political. Social construct origin, shared understanding, convention, or agreement. Example. Now look at the example for exonym. Warsaw versus Warsaw. Cologne versus Colin. And Gypsy, I can't see that. Gypsy versus Roma. These are names. Look at the example of social construct. Money, gender roles, race, time, social norms. And you got race there.
Exonym is a better, I see what you're
So,
saying.
but I learned that too this year or the early last year. So like everybody's learning new stuff, and we are applying it. And I think I learned something the other day. But you got demo in.
We're strengthening each other's conversations by bringing stuff like this out. And that's very important to do because
now you know when you say so when you talk about race, just say look, it's an idea that people accepted. And you could easily reject it. And once you reject it, it ain't real no more. That's the difference. You can reject it. And exonym is an outsider naming you. And guess what? You don't got to accept that either. You can reject it like we did. We didn't want to be called Negro and colored. And you got a lot of African Asians who didn't want to be called Negro. The Haitians didn't want to be called Noor. So most people rejected the exonyms and they named themselves. They named themselves an endonym. That's an insider name. Right? Yeah, but social construct. I had to learn that because we be saying things and then people like that's a social construct. Race. Now they misrepresented race. They try to say race didn't. The people you named earlier, they misrepresented what a social construct was. They didn't know themselves. These fake scientific literate people didn't know what a social construct was. So they misrepresent even your elder, your L''DER, John Clark. They got it from him. Like he misrepresented what a social construct was. He thought it was fake.
Yeah.
So listen, if race is fake, then so is money. So is time. So is all these examples right here. Because these are all ideas too that we agree with.
Yeah, we agree with. Yep. We agree that it exists, so it exists.
That they're real, right?
Like
so they're real. But you could easily, can easily say it's not real, and then it's gone. Just it's like you snap your fingers, it's gone. So these are things that people do to pretend this makes life easier. And some things some things that social constructs we introduce are good. Like time is good, right? And money's good.
Yeah.
But the race thing, we're saying that's bad. That had a racist origin.
Yeah. And it's a theory.
Right.
See?
Racist came over race. ain't that ironic?
And see, when they bring up the theory argument, a theory is just a belief, so it's an idea. I mean, one of the synonyms of a theory is an idea.
You got to be more. You got to be more specific because there's two theories. Like there's a social theory and there's a scientific theory. So that's the difference between theories. You got a social. So like for example, I might say, IBM chat. I got a theory. We should all come together 6 p.m. every Tuesday. That's a theory. But a scientific theory will be based on some scientific evidence.
Observation,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's still just a theory, though. It's still a theory. The noun is the theory.
Just hold on. Just hold on. I'm saying, hold on. He's still talking. Hey, dude, hold on. You're still talking. All right. Let me help you out there. You're saying it's still, you can't use the definitions, the word, and use it as a definition. You said a theory is still just a theory. Let me explain better what theory is. A theory is the embodiment. It's the explanation of the evidence you're looking at. So a theory can change. So for example, when a detective comes to a crime scene, he's looking at evidence and he's going to come up with a theory. He's going to say, I think the husband did this. Is that true? No, but that's his theory on the evidence he's looking at. Right. It's not a belief. It's not a belief because he's basing it off. A belief is nothing. A belief is pony. I believe a monster exists. It's not a belief. Not a belief. A belief is I believe a monster exists. A belief don't require evidence. I just gave an example of a detective coming to a crime scene. That means there's evidence there of the crime. There's a knife with red stuff on it. There's a person laying down, and the person got a wedding ring on it. And there's a note saying, I want to divorce you. You feel me? So there's evidence. So now the obvious conclusion would be the obvious theory based on the evidence that's presented, that's made available, would be the husband did it. You feel me? Now, is that 100% true? Maybe he set up. Maybe he was framed. So it's the most plausible conclusion based on the evidence. That's why theories sometimes change. But they're all evidence based when you talk about a scientific theory. That's the difference. It's not a random belief like I believe in the tooth fairy. It's not the same. A tooth fairy doesn't require no evidence at all. Right. So I just want to explain that.
Yeah. Some things are just beliefs and some things are backed up by facts. But we know that theories and facts can change. The truth is the only thing that remains.
Facts don't change. Facts are facts. Okay, so brother, listen.
The fact that I'm 57 today is not going to be the same next year. Okay, that's a change fact right there for you.
Okay, now we're being weird, my guy.
No, that's not being weird. That's the truth.
Okay, Okay, so you just talk, so be quiet. I'll let you go. It's my turn now. Let me respond to that. The fact is, you'll be your age until your next birthday. That's a fact. And then you'll be that for a year. You see how that fact doesn't change? Every year, you'll be one age until the next year. That fact doesn't change. You'll always be one age for a year. And then after that year, you'll be a different age. So the fact never changed. The fact explained the change. An elephant is a big animal with a damn big nose. That fact will never change. That's what an elephant is. So no, facts are facts. Explanations of okay, I'm done with you. I'm gonna move past you. So family, a theory is an hold on.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah. So you go ahead while I'm go ahead talk while I'm on mute.
All right, I heard it. I heard dead air, so yeah, I don't want to leave you off dead air, but yeah, what we're talking about here is a difference between a scientific theory and just a theory. If you look up the definition, I see you in the chat, Donnie C. Williams. Like I said, man, I don't know why y'all play with me. I've been teaching this stuff for years, and if you look up the definition of a theory, it's a belief. Okay, so regardless whether you call it black theory, regardless whether you call it white theory, regardless whether you call it scientific theory, that's why Darwin's work is still considered a theory, the theory of evolution, because it hasn't made it to law status, because there's not enough people within the scientific community that agrees with Darwin's work. That's why it's still labeled a theory. Now that's scientific. That's a scientific theory, Darwin's work. It is labeled a scientific theory, but there's no truth behind it. And it's just a theory. So that's why it's still just the theory of evolution. Okay? So just like I said, that's all you got to do is pull up Merriam-Webster, and then type in theory, and then see if it doesn't call it a belief. All right? Now, an ism is a theory and a belief at the same time, in its definition. So when you're dealing with the isms, any ism takes you straight back to collectivism, which means that the collectivism will tell you that for the collective, for the betterment of humanity, that the lesser should be eliminated if necessary for the betterment of society or the betterment of the collective. Any ism, just like I said, and they deal in isms all the time. They deal with socialism, capitalism, and the isms in science. They deal with them. Racism. They deal with these isms. And none of these isms are for us. Feminism. None of these isms are for us, y'all. Just remember that. And just like I said, that's all you have to do is look up the term theory or look up the definition of theory, and it will tell you it's a belief. Probably in the first definition. So when I'm telling you this, I've already done this work. This is the work that I beat Unc up on 6 years ago. These are the things that I brought into this community because they wasn't arguing these things. They weren't talking about these things that I brought into this community. Bloom Abakanese and how it broke down from the Papal Bulls all the way to Margaret Sanger and to eugenics. Most of these people don't even know what eugenics is. Have no idea when I first started talking. And even to this day, in 2026, and it's sad. And just like I said, we've been going over this stuff, you know, and I can't. And I'm not saying everybody listens to us. What I am saying is that when we're talking this systemic racism, we have to put it in its proper perspective. These people burnt libraries during war times, and they put their books in there. You know, I've done this history, or the history of eugenics. I've done this presentation. It's probably about a year ago. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so now I heard you, right? I heard everything you had to say. Now he said Webster Dictionary, family. Now look, you talk, so
Merriam-Webster.
Respect.
Yeah, Merriam-Webster.
Okay, I heard you. Let me go, man. I was on mute. I could have interrupted you. I'll let you go.
Right.
Family, I clearly said there's two differences of a theory. There's a layman social definition, the Webster when he's talking about, and there's a scientific definition. You don't go to scientific definitions to the Webster dictionary. You go to scientific dictionaries. Okay, so the scientific definition of a theory, I'm gonna sum it up for you. I got my screen sharing, by the way. You know I got my screen sharing, right? Okay, so the scientific, look, I'm gonna sum it up very easily. A scientific theory is just an explanation of facts. You're just explaining the facts. The facts can't talk. The crime scene can't talk. You interpret it. You do the best you can. Okay, and you're saying, hey, I believe the evidence scientifically is saying this. And guess what? When more evidence comes, so evidence are facts. So, okay, so when more evidence come to fruition, it can change the theory. Evidently, I got more evidence. So the theory changes, but the evidence stays the same. The crime scene, the KNIFE with the rest of on it, that's in the crime scene. The note, the BODY, the person laying there, that's all the evidence. That never changes. Now, more evidence can come up, like DNA or footprints, that can come up, or a phone call. So you add to the evidence, but the evidence, the facts, they don't change. They're always there. Unless somebody placed it there, then you dismiss it. But if that is if that came upon because of the crime scene, it doesn't change. So like I said, a scientific theory is the explanation of facts. It's not a belief from a Webster dictionary. You're talking to me, my guy. I'm not those guys over there. Now, let me put in I got my screen sharing. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna get back to topic. So we're off topic, but I don't like my chat being educated. Okay, what's the difference? Watch, it's gonna already finish it for me. Between a theory and a scientific theory. Watch this. A theory, yeah, my screen is so, okay. A theory in common usage is a guess. That's what he's talking about. I said social conversation, social life. That's one definition. It says a theory in common usage is a guess, a hunch, or speculation without firm evidence. My God, this is me. Conversely, a scientific theory is a well-substantiated, comprehensive explanation. Did I say explanation? Of natural phenomena supported by extensive evidence, testing, and observations. I summed it up. I said a scientific theory is just an explanation of the facts. Right? So remember where you are. You're not over there. That's why I said when you come over here, just start brand new. You're not in that bubble over there, my guy. You're with somebody who does research the real way. Okay. And sometimes I could be wrong, and I don't mind adjusting when I'm wrong. I'm not one of those guys. I'm not religious with my research. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'm due correction as well. But now we're past. So now we're past that. We're no longer on that more. We're past that. Because I invite you to talk about the stuff you talked about, and you did good. You talked about those things. Okay. So now, so racial. Okay. So paper genocide is just in a nutshell. It's the government, right? The American government led by your boy, Walter Plecker, who took science and took science out of its context and put it into law and said, okay, because he was part of the government. He was not a scientist at all. So he's misusing the science that Blumenbach laid. Okay, but all of it is connected. It was all of it had roots of, all of it was created to become what Plecker made it to become. Everybody involved pretty much gave Plecker like the key, right, to do what he did with it, because he did a whole different level. Okay, so what he did was, in 1924, there's an act by him. It's called, guess what? It's called the Racial Integrity Act. The guy who's obsessed with race called it the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. And from there, he started to reclass everybody, right? He didn't want nobody passing as white anymore. He didn't want no more mulattoes. I want everybody to be Negro. So anyway, he eventually started to reclassify the indigenous people as Negro, mulatto, and even sometimes white. Anything but indigenous, because they wanted to steal the land, and they didn't want these people to have a legal fight. So that's called erasure. But look, IBM, he used paper to erase them. So they're real people, they existed, but he said on paper, any claim they had, any fight they had would have to be on paper, right? Don't they handle things with the court, white man system? So it would have to be done on paper. But on paper, they're saying they're old land, and they're on paper as Negro. They're like, nah, niggers don't own land.
Yeah.
I'm laughing, but it's bad. It's
That's
bad.
right. And don't forget, Bias, we got to add this to it. You couldn't be a citizen unless you own land, y'all.
Oh yeah, and you got to add that too. Right.
Yeah, we got to add that. Okay. Bias is exactly right.
So now check this out. So we're erasing on paper. You people don't exist. So stop coming to us with court, right? You ain't no court. You don't exist. Yeah. You're a Negro.
You don't own land no more. Yeah, you don't own land no more.
Nah, you are the land.
You're not entitled anymore. You're not entitled.
You are the property. Yep. Okay, so they did that. Right? Now that's the American government doing that. They did them dirty. Now check this out. That's 1924. How many years later is 2026? IBM, quick math. How many years later?
102.
Right, a century, right? So now listen to the problem with why we're delineating. It's also paper genocide. So look, the American government led by Walter Plecker used a 1924 Racial Integrity Act to erase indigenous people off the earth, so they didn't have no land rights to steal their land. And other things, they did them dirty. Okay, this same government now under the OMB. You ever heard of the OMB?
Nope.
Office of Management and Budget. They are the people who now controls the racial categories. They put us. So when we were being Negro and colored, right? When we only were acknowledged as Negro and colored, this is during the Garvey UNIA. This is during the NAACP, when we were only Negro and colored. Do you know in 1910, white people went behind our back and on the census, unbeknownst to us, and started calling us black, and put us down on the census as black, right? And just off phenotype, behind our back. So guess what? Anybody that looked like Prince wasn't black, so he wasn't added into those categories. Even myself and you, like I'm talking about, if they had a second look at you, you were not black. Like you had to be very dark to be considered black, or brown as possible. Like Joel Embiid, you dig? And Antonio Tarver, Akon, and Keith Sweat. If you didn't look like that, you were mulatto. Like they didn't want to second guess you. If they had to second guess you, you were mulatto. Okay, so they did the mulatto, they did the Chinese, they did the Negro or black stats behind your back to do you wrong. And then later, around 1930 is when they got rid of the 1930s, 1940s, when they did it over, and they got rid of the mulatto class and said, man, we're tired of trying to, because you know why, IBM, one person, they were called enumerators. So they'll go to your house and identify people as either Negro or mulatto. So IBM, this is what happened. So one enumerator will come to your house and have you down as mulatto. The next one don't know what you did and have you down as Negro. So it was confusing the hell out of them. Because, they like, what's a mulatto? Because they couldn't identify what a mulatto was, basically, just by looking. So they got so frustrated, they ended the mulatto category. So they said, all right, look, just Negro. That's it. And they all Negroes. If they ain't white, they Negro. You dig? So that's where Negro came from. And then in the 1960s, when we said we're black, now this is not an X on them. Remember, exo means outside, nem means name. When we said we're black, this became an endonym. Endo is inside nem name. So white folks ain't name was black in the 1960s. They named us Negro and colored. Or American Negro, Afro, whatever that stuff was. But we named ourselves black in the 1960s. So that's called power. When you name yourself, that's power. When you can't name yourself, you're powerless, right? So we said we're black in 1960. Now the OMB in 1970, for the first time, put us on a census based on what we called ourselves. So they actually had us on the government census as black as our ethnicity and race, because we were the only people racially black. There was nobody else racially black. Like anybody from the Caribbean made up not even 1% of the people who can be called black. So there was no significant number anybody else who can be listed as black in America. So ethnically and racially, we were the only blacks for 30 years. And then Jesse Jackson came up with African American, right? For no reason. Nobody called for that. And black had all the momentum. Look at all the wins under black Reconstruction, black civil rights movement, black Wall Street, black love, black power. Everything powerful was under black. Bro, what came under the African American name? The crack epidemic, school to prison pipeline, mass incarceration. Like, look what comes under that. Yeah. What wins came under African American? Black on black crime, you did. So African American came about around 1889, 1990, and we immediately argued that, debated that. And then, bro, around the 2000s, check this out. Very recently, IBM, around the 2000s, the OMB came back around and said, okay, we're going to add black and African American as the new race. Behind our back again. And now, but they say it won't be exclusive to these Negroes, these former Negroes anymore. We're going to now include everybody from an African or Caribbean island. When it comes to America, they all will be considered black, okay? Like you guys, the black people. So now, IBM, it became confusing to everybody. It became confusing to black Americans. It became confusing to immigrants, because the Jamaican is like, I'm Jamaican. But when they go apply for benefits or get something, they're calling them black. They're like, no, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. They're like, well, you can't get anything unless you're black. They're like, all right, sign me up. So they had, so they forced them to identify as black to get things that was designated just for us. And why are things just for us? Because we only had that historical harm. So now they're extending things that just for us. That's, by the way, that has limited funds. They're now extending that to people who are not harmed. So can you imagine that? A check owed to you at your job, they are extending to other people because they need money. Yeah. You're like, well, give them money. What the fuck? Why are you giving them my money?
That's right.
Right. So that's what happened. They started to give them our money. Right. So that went on under the table for a little while. So now, brother, it was Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks who first, they were whistleblowers to that, bro. So funds that were just for us, everybody, and not just them, it was also extended to Latinos, East Indians, everybody, and even, guess what? Now, single white women and GAY white men. So everybody became dipping in our pot, except for straight white men. Like, that's why Charlie Kirk gonna be mad. They be like, hey, everybody can get that but us. That's why they call it reverse racism. Like, it's a whole thing with that I already know about, family. So I can spit this out like fire. Now, IBM, the race thing, Black Americans and no American can get government fundings from race alone. So you know Q Butter School, right?
Mm-hmm.
He can't get government funding if it's Pan-African, because Pan-African is based on racial groups of African ancestry, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? So
Mm-hmm.
so Pan-African cannot, it has to be dead in America. You cannot, if you're looking for government funding, you cannot have a Pan-African movement at all that accepts government funding. You cannot deny white access. Q Butter said a white guy tried to sue him because that's what they're going to do by being. Once they realize you got a Pan-African movement, they're going to test it. They're going to try to sign their kid up or sign themselves up. And the minute you act dumb and you get government funding, you're done. They're going to dissolve your business. They're going to sue you and dissolve your organization. It's over. So that's why Pan-Africanism cannot work. They have to involve other people if they're receiving government funds. And most people, IBM, receive government funds, including states. You know why? Because government funds are limitless. That's why everybody go to government funds. Everybody. Scammers, non-scammers, everybody want government funds because they're limitless. Anybody else in America, funds are limited. Like you donating, my chat donating, our funds are limited. All right, they're limited. I only could get so many donations per day, right? And your check, you only can offer so much money to people to your expenses because you're limited. The government funds are unlimited, so everybody's trying to finesse the government for funds, PPP, whatever. But if you got a Pan-African group, you're done. You'll be sued and dissolved. Okay? So, IBM, Black Americans can never get any justice or redress under Black race because of Walter Plecker. So it's the only way to get around that is to get out of the racial category. You see how that works now? So for Black Americans to get anything, we got to get out of the racial category. As long as you're there, you'll never get shit because of people who are there who are not of your ethnicity. Right? They're messing up whether they did it on purpose or not. They're there. And you got to get out. So you're not telling them to get out. So you're not telling them to get out. You're saying, I'm getting out. So when you have immigrants like stupid peas, you're like, bro, I'm not telling you to get out. I'm getting out. I'm removing myself. What that got to do with you? Why my actions, what I'm doing, got something to do with you? I'm removing myself for benefits from our government that's owed to us. So it's a finesse. As long as I stay in this group called race, this Black group called race, IBM, as long as we stay there, well, I don't know what you are, but we will never get justice from America. So America will never pay their debt. So of course, Walter Plecker wanted us to stay as a racially Black people because they didn't want to pay the debt. So this don't have anything to do with immigrants. It has everything to do with Black Americans and our American government. It's been a finesse. So when it comes to indigenous people, right, and the American government, it has nothing to do with Black people. They're saying, yo, this is between us and the government. And we're saying the same thing. This is between us and the government. So IBM. So it was immigrants who started to argue against us. Now, look, it's us versus the government. Why are immigrants even involved? So we like, yo, what this got to do with you? Because they felt like they're always attached to us. We like, no. You're Black racially. You're not Black ethnically. And by the way, who made up the racial social construct?
Johann Frederick Blumenbach.
What's his race?
White.
So aren't these immigrants only Black because the white man says so? Let's call it exonym. So IBM, these guys not even Black because they said so. They are Black because a racist white man said they are. We're Black because we said we are. So when we say, yo, how are you Black? They'll say racially. We'll say, yeah, but white people made that shit up. So white people called you Black. So you're only Black because a racist white guy said you Black. See, so they're giving too much power in the white man ability to rename people and call them stuff. You feel me?
Right.
So
jump right on it as soon as they give it to them. Can I ask you a question real quick? I don't mean to cut you off, but I think it is pertinent to the conversation.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me switch to my phone. 1 second. I just see
the
time. I just happened to see the time. Like, sheesh. Gotta pick me son up. 1 second, brother. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. Don't say what. 1 second. Let me just get this out the way right now.
All right.
Out the way right now. I want to know. Okay, so I want you to ask your. Okay, go ahead, ask your questions.
Yeah, I think you probably be one of the better ones to ask the questions too, because you do this study. But can you tell us how in court, because this is what I'm getting out of a little bit of what I'm getting out of your conversation, not all of it, because I got a lot out of it, but what I'm getting out of your conversation, can you explain to us how terms are used in court that can go against us instead of going toward our objective and getting reparations?
Okay, so the only thing that goes against us, is us coming to court as a race. When we come to court as an injured group, we're fine. An injured ethnic group. When we go to court as an injured race, we're done. You cannot. So that violates the 14th Equal Protection Clause. That says you cannot come together as a race to demand or ask for anything. Not as a race, because a race. Why? Because a race includes more people than yourself. So now you have a car accident. You broke your leg. You're suing the car insurance, but you're not suing the car insurance as IBM. You're suing the car insurance as a resident, as a member of the neighborhood. They're like, yo, what's that? And you like, I'm a member of the neighborhood. They're like, yeah, but how many members are there? I don't know, maybe thousands, hundreds. They're like, well, no, we can't do that, because that means other people under that name can ask for the same money for the same suit. They're like, no, we want to pay you only. So you got to come as IBM. You got to show your ID. You're like, no, I'm going to come under as a member of the neighborhood. You won't get a claim, because they're not going to pay members of the neighborhood. They want to pay IBM. So the racial thing's the same way. Race embodies people of Jamaica, Africa, Brazil, and wherever else, and U.S. Americans for that same claim. And the American government's like, you can't do that because we don't owe them. So you can't come as a black race because they're in the black race too, and we don't owe them. You got to come as something where you're only owed. So that's why they chose terms like ADOS, freedmen, things like that. And that's the term you would come under. And those are not racial-based terms, especially not freedmen. Freedmen is something that's set up by the American government. So like that's probably the best term because they came up with it, and they didn't use it as a racial term. So like they can't finesse freedmen. So freedmen would probably be the best term to go in court and get reparations under.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. See now, and like we talked about also before, when we're talking about Bacon's Rebellion, this is where they.
Oh yeah, that was there too. So you gotta go in, because I didn't go into that one, but that's also tied in.
Yeah, Bacon's Rebellion. That's where they, Bacon was trying to get some land, along the 13 colonies, but the rich had already had most of the land taken up, and they wasn't giving him any. So he wanted to move further out west into Indian territory, and they said no. So he gathered up the poor slaves and the poor whites and people like that, and got them together and had a rebellion. And they were fighting against the 13 colonies for land. And so what the government did was they broke it up, and then they classified, they put the terms black and white there. And, they put the black into term by law. And that's where we get that here. That's where we first get that here in America, right there with Bacon's Rebellion. I'm sure I'm biased, because I know he's a studyaholic. And but I've done a presentation on this a couple of years ago too. But with the Bacon, and, like I said, we talked about this on Unbiased show years ago. You know what I'm saying? So this is not nothing new to us. But Unbiased, I know he knows what I'm talking about. That's why he just said he wanted to hear, because this goes right along with what he's saying, and it's the origins of this black and white thing that we have by law today.
Yeah, I was saying, yeah, it does fit in. It does. It does fit in. Yeah, because I was going to cover it. I was like, all right, that's too much reading, too much talking. I said, yeah they probably going to check out.
Yep. But that's where we get that, and they break and see they were working together at that time, but then you had like I said, the only thing that was evolving was the lie, started by Linnaeus, then de Blumenbach, then Malthus. He was the population control guy, and Darwin looked up to him, and then Darwin comes after Malthus, and then Darwin's cousin Galton, who created eugenics, and that lie has been passed down even to this day. So, this is what we're dealing with. We have the philanthropists who, and I'm not saying all, because there's good and bad in everything, but, when you have a lot of money and you're dealing with philanthropists like, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Ford, and, who called themselves a certain group of people, the ones that Hitler was, attacking, they called themselves those people, but they were funding Hitler and America. Both sides. It's stuff like that. We have to understand, like I said, and we have to put these things into context. And like I said, help our conversations get better. That's what it's all about, finding the common ground and helping each other's conversations. So when we do have these arguments in public or with someone, we can. Would you go? What? Today? Not tomorrow, just a big race tomorrow. Yeah. Like 3, 4 o'clock. I might go tomorrow. Big race. Oh no, I might go tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm biased. Huh? Will you go? Yeah. I swear to God. I will. That's my son. But like I said, I'm biased. When we're dealing with this and we're dealing with this systemic racism, is basically, this is what we're dealing with. It travels all throughout our society here in America, and then with the propaganda, they'll tell the world what they want us to think about them. Because one of my favorite sayings that I created was that to the victors go the spoils and the narrative. So they take control of the narrative when they take control of the lands. You see? And the colonizers come, they won the fight, so they take control of they get the spoils of the land and take control of the narrative and can reframe it, rewrite it, reframe it, and put it up like they want to. You know what I'm saying? So, this is systemic racism, y'all. This is what we're dealing with today. Still to this day, and they control the narrative of whatever press comes into America and whatever press goes out. That's why a lot of the countries don't really know about how we live in America. They just know what they hear.
Skip.
You there?
Oh no, go ahead.
They just know what they're told through the press, through our American press. See, and America controls the information about us that comes into America and goes out. See, so they're painting the pictures of who we are. Just like, that's why I say you said 1910, right? When Woodrow Wilson took over, he allowed the bankers to come in.
Hold on. Okay, so the thing I learned about TikTok, like you said, because you were saying this earlier before I went on mute. You said because we got to talk about different things because of the argument, blah 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 blah. And I was gonna say the reason why you argue, like I listen to you guys. I used to. I don't know more because it's like waste of time. But I used to listen to you guys. I used to, and you guys would you don't have a topic. Not you, but the channels you join. There's no topic. The topic is vague, it's ambiguous. So that's why you guys argue about any and everything. There's no topic. So I got a topic here. And the topic ain't the bankers. The topic is delineation, and that ties to race because we're delineating from a race, the black race, right? Where delineating from that. So we have a topic. So when you stick to a topic, the conversation goes smoother. And guess what? It's less room for argument because we're on one topic. But if we talk about science, if we talk about delineation, if we talk about banking, those broad topics invites disagreements because we're talking about so many different things. So if we talk about so many different things, the chances are we're going to disagree on different things. So then that invites argument. But if you stick to a topic, or in the TikTok world, they'll say stick to the prompt. When you stick to the prompt, which is delineation, which is race-based, race is tied to it. We don't spread ourselves thin. It's an educational live, and people are in tune. But you guys be all over the place. That's why nobody tune in. Because they don't know what the topic is. Like, yo, what's the topic? The topic is monkeys 1 hour. The next hour is something else, and then it's Big Bang. Yeah, y'all be all over the place, just killing, like ruining YouTube. So yeah, so we're not talking about banking. We're talking about delineation. Delineation, and what are we delineating
Racism.
from? Race, right? Race-based label, social constructs like race, and then what are we delineating for? Reparations, you dig, and other disaggregated data sets that explicitly and exclusively speak to us, Black Americans. Now, we don't mind a race category with data. Okay, do that, like whatever y'all want to do with that. But that's for the government. But when it comes for us, we want we want a data set that speaks to just us. So laws and BS ain't passed on this data set that represents all these different people. It's not how that works. Laws and things should be passed by laws. Laws and things should be passed by things that affect particular people. Like, so for example, like if you got a data set on religion or Islam, that's going to include different races, but they all have the same belief. So that makes sense to pass something for people with the same belief. But when you pass when you pull back resources like DEI or the voting rights based on a data set that to people that don't have nothing in common, that's dumb. And we're saying that finesse is over. Like if you're gonna change laws, if you're gonna close programs, then they got to be justified through data that speaks to our race, our ethnic group. So basically, don't end a program because these immigrants are doing better. So therefore, for example, if immigrants are doing better and doing good with education and jobs, obviously they don't need a DEI program. That's for people who are not doing better. You dig? So that's why they want to close programs. Like, y'all already doing good statistically. Why would we give you this? You don't need it. You can just give jobs on meritocracy alone. So go out there and work and compete, right? And we're saying, hey, that's for them. That ain't for us. We need those DEI and those things because you systemically killed our momentum, our motion. So we need some type of CPR resuscitation to get back up, and reparations is the real resuscitation to get us back up and running. That's all we're saying. So that has nothing to do. Everything I said today, I barely said the word Jamaican. I barely said the word African. I barely said the word immigrant. So we can get our point across without saying that because they were never involved. They involved themselves because some of them, not all, some of them just hate Black Americans. And I gave you credit. I said, I gave you credit to a couple of people that called in. I said, you were, now, even though you kind of backtracked from it, you did, you cooned out and sold out. But I gave you credit to first point out Stu Pease. He had a hatred or a way of speaking to Black Americans, right, that he would never do with his own. And like you had pointed that out way back then. And I was just doubling down, like, because when I heard Chief X and Stu Pease go at it. And by the way, Chief X was not even debating the guy at all. Like he wasn't trying to go there at all. So the conversation was Stu Pease, he hate us. He hate us. He hate everything to do with us. So he was being heavily like they're talking about Adolphs and FBA. Why is Stu Pease talking about Yvette is a DYKE? You know, and he's calling a Republican, which he's not. So like he's doing the most now. Like that's like you saying Walter Plecker was practicing cannibalism. Like, dude, like you're doing too much now. Like now you're just lying. Okay, so now it becomes more personal. It's not about the data no more. Now you just got something personal. Like, dude, just make that clear. Okay, come. So
they
with
always
him,
have.
So when he called her a DYKE or a Republican, it's not that people were offended because she's a grown woman. It's the fact that he's changing. He's changing from the topic to insults now. So they're like, Stu Pease, what are we debating now, dude? You're just insulting people, right? How do we go from here? So Chief X went to correct Stu Pease with the data, no insults. He said, Stu Pease, that's wrong. Yvette never did that. Yvette, her strategy. So like he basically explained her strategy. Like so, there was a method behind what she did. So Stu Pease said he was a liar. All this type of stuff, right? So they're right here. So another guy called in. I guess like he knew more information. Called in and he was able to prove Chief X was right that Yvette had did it for a certain reason. So now Chief X, now Stu Pease, you know, a Black American corrected him. He ain't like that. So bro, out of nowhere, he's calling Chief X all type of junkies, crackheads for no reason. So as we were listening to that, I said, yeah, IBM was the first one to point that out. That this dude had like this thing for us, like where he would just be on some xenophobic shit, like way before we even started saying that word. You know, early on. And that's a fact. So
let me tell him what I said, unbiased.
So I gave you credit for that.
Let me tell him what I said.
Oh, what's that?
I told Stu Pease, I said, why are you always in America's business talking down to us and you won't speak on what's going on in Jamaica?
And how many years was that?
I say the same thing about 5 years ago. I say the same thing ever since we started, 4 or 5, when Stu Pease came around, because Stu Pease wasn't there at first. But yeah, you know what I'm saying, about 5 years ago. About 5 years ago, and then I asked him, I said, why are you so worried about what's going on with us, and you always telling us what we need to do, and you won't do nothing, you won't say nothing about Jamaicans and their problems or the stuff that they got going on. And I said the same stuff to the Africans, and then I started calling them hard foot having hooligans and saying that they could play hacky sack with a brick and play a whole game of soccer with a cinder block with their hard ass feet. That's what that's why I would always say Tariq stole my feet jokes too.
Yeah, you would say that, and I thought, and I was cooning because I thought you was being too hard on him. So I'm like, yo, why? I'm like, what is IBM problem with Stu Pease? So I was cooning. I'm like, yo, IBM wrong, and it turned out you were right the whole time. You feel me?
I appreciate that. Yeah.
So I'm like, dang, he's right. He was right about that. So I had to admit you were right. So, but I gave you a shout out, you know. To,
yeah, I appreciate that. How old is the little man now?
He's 4.
Oh, 1 year away from school. Are you gonna put him in school early? Or is...
My hands is wet. I just count the bathroom. Peace, bro. What's up? Yeah. Just 1. All right, so yeah. Look, thank you. All right, bro. Take care. Hey, yo, oh, so you said, what did you say about school? What did you say about school?
I said, are you going to start him in school early, a year earlier, or are you going to wait till next year?
He been in school.
Oh yeah.
He been in school. Yeah. Okay. Get away.
Preschool.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's what's
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. I went live.
You getting old? You getting older, Bias? You getting old?
Okay. I mean, okay. You know, I mean, the thing is, I see now family. Y'all are hearing the root of why people hate Tariq Nasheed. So it starts right there. Look, he's over here. You getting older, Bias, out of nowhere. Look, family, out of nowhere. But let me tell you why he's really saying that.
Used to mock me all the time, y'all. Don't let him lie to y'all.
Hey, bro, I never got. First of all, bro, I don't roast nobody, all right, unless they come from me. Revenue showed his face. I barely even talk about it. So, bro, you're talking about so nobody believes that. I don't make nobody cut their camera on. I don't do any of that. Okay, so I'm the last person to roast people, even though I could. All right, now, I'm saying the origins of people hating on Tariq Nasheed. Let me explain. Tariq Nasheed is an older guy. But look, God, these cars, yo. These goddamn people that, I'm backing. Everybody's on their phone, bro. So as I'm backing out, nobody's looking. Don't crack. Okay, so look, let me explain. So Tariq Nasheed is older. We can tell he's older by what he talks about. He dates himself. So everybody knows he's older. Okay? So the hate, this is the hate. People younger than him will mention his age. Now, why is that hateful? Because even though he's 15, 20 years older than them, he looks 15, 20 years better than them. So it's when people say that, it's really, and I'm not saying your case, I'm saying most people's cases, it'd be jealousy when you see how the person looks that they calling older. So if I was to cut my camera on, well, I don't have a fresh haircut. I cut on yesterday, though. But if I was to cut my camera on with a fresh haircut, nobody would ever believe my age. So people my age get jealous of how I look, and not just how I look. I move like I'm 15, 20 years younger. I play basketball with the 30 and 20-year-olds. And I put in work. Like I got respect out there. So not only do I look 20, 30 years younger, I be like, everything about me is that swag. Not that I'm trying to be young, but I'm saying like I have that young spirit, like a Tariq Nasheed and people like that, like Michael Jackson. I have a young spirit, so therefore my energy is swaggy. So older people hate that. They hate that I got something over them. I look younger than them, or for my age, and I move younger than my age. So older people will mention my age to say he ain't as young as you think he is. Look how old he is. So that's why they mention age. Okay, that's why they mention age. And I'm not saying that's your reason. You might just be joking because you're a jokester. But most time when people mention an age of somebody, now you might, like I said, this is not you. This is what happens. Like people, because we gotta admit he doesn't look, motherfucker look younger than me. So, but right. So, but people, like, look at the people who hate him the most in your bubble. You got Chief X. He looks like an ex-crackhead. He looks like one. Okay, he hates him bad. You got Brother Reggie.
Yeah, he's ADOS. Remember when you first started? Why he was ADOS hard. He was cussing you out for ADOS and all that.
Right, cosplaying ADOS.
I remember.
Yeah. I told you, family. I told you he was fake ADOS. So now look at Unc. Unc. Now look, Unc ain't really like so. Chief X is 5'2" and he looks like a recovering crackhead. Unc looks better, but Unc issue with Tariq is that Tariq is doing what Unc can never do. Unc always starved for YouTube fame, but nobody wants to listen to him. Like, he had all the exposure in the world. He's been on all type of platforms that got millions of views, but nobody wants to listen to Unc. So he's jealous of Tariq because Tariq make it look so easy. Meanwhile, Unc is struggling to get 4 people to listen to him. Okay, so now look at Brother Reggie. Same thing. Now, what they have in common, all older guys, same age as Tariq, if not older or a little bit younger. And they're jealous of the man, either how he looks, his swag, or his influence, the stuff they all wish they had. So you got now him, Chief-X, Brother Reggie, and just run them all down. Just look at them, bro. They all older. Look at Concrete Corey, bro. Boring as hell. No swag. The dude wears penny loafers with Wrangler jeans with a suspender.
I call
Wrangler
him
jeans.
Look, I call him Muddy Waters Jr. because every time he comes into the conversation, that's all he does is muddy the waters.
Told you, fam.
That's all you gonna get out of him.
Hateful. Look, fam, you're hearing the guy who's over there. These are hateful. Well, how about Sean? Sean always been angry. Ever since way back when I first came on the scene. I come in peace. I'm having fun, and this guy was always on me. I ain't your uncle. What's up with your man? And yeah, and look, they never regulate stuff. They never end stuff. They let it just go on. Like so, that's like some predatory behavior. You just let stuff continue. You don't regulate. Over here, I'm not gonna let my guests go at each other. I'm gonna kick somebody off.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna grab popcorn and let my guests just talk about each other and cut each other out. Like that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna kick somebody off. You know, but
like
anyway,
you said earlier, the reason why they do it is because they trying to divert from the topic because they can't handle the information. You know,
but it's more than that.
Says,
like they don't. It's more than that. They're also embarrassed that they've been on YouTube consistently for 30 years and nobody wants to listen to them.
Yep.
You know how embarrassing it is. You like me. You know me. I took hella breaks on YouTube, right? I took hella breaks. I would have had you know, Billy Carson numbers had I stay consistent. I took breaks. Like this is the most consistent I've ever been on YouTube. I always took breaks. You feel me?
Yeah. But when you're dealing with them guys, they'll glaze, and like I said, when I bring something into the community, they'll take it and add it to their lie because you can't defeat the truth. You know, so what they do is they'll add it to their lie. And, you know, when I taught them about Naphtaply and stuff like that, they regurgitate Naphtaply. And, you know, my saying was science can't speak in absolutes because a new find like Naphtaply could change everything tomorrow. And got Naphtaply coming out of his mouth every 5 minutes. He got science can't speak in absolutes coming out of his mouth in every 5 minutes. And he got my name, Indigenous, coming out of his mouth every 5 minutes after he mocked me years ago for even calling myself that. But now today, in 2026, these guys are enlightened. You're not enlightened. You just heard somebody come and beat this BS up and break it down for you like Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark or none of them ever have.
Hey, you okay? Hold on. Bro, listen. Hold on. Look at that car. Look at that car. All right, bro, listen. Okay. You got to be careful because I'm going to tell you something. My boy, I sent my boy, my friend, that's not on social media at all. You okay? Come here. Look. This car. Come here. Come look. It's a cool car. Look at that car. Wow. Cool car. Yeah, that's right. Come on. All right, listen. This is very important. So I had sent my my friend, okay, who's not on social media at all. Like he's a brand new YouTuber. He probably got 20 subscribers. Like he's brand new. And he's like a friend from home. Like I will come by his house, watch the game, you know, get my moonshine, you know, have like a men's night out. Okay, and we'll have small talk, you know. Some things when I'm doing on my podcast, I give him some ideas and we talk about certain things. Okay. So I sent him a thumbnail when I first introduced paper genocide. But now look at now you know IBM. When I say paper genocide, I'm speaking about paper assimilation. So it's not the erasure, it's the adding to, right? I'm saying we're being genocided by people adding to us. They're smothering us. Like Malcolm X said, the milk, the coffee, so much milk, you don't know it's coffee no more. So the coffee got smothered out. It's been diluted. It's now milk. So now wait, all he's seen was this. I sent him a screenshot and I typed in paper genocide. You know what he got from that?
What?
He ended up calling me one day. Like he didn't respond nothing. You gotta be careful of this. He ended up calling me one day. He said, "Yeah, man, you were just a topic on the phone call." I said, "Word? So what y'all talking about?" He's like, "How you robbed me?" I think he's joking. Like, robbed you? Robbed you from what? He was like, "Oh man, the thumbnail." And by the way, this is like 3-4 days later, bro. So I'm thinking, of genocide. Well, I'm like, "What you mean?" He said, "Remember, I talked to you months ago about paper genocide." So I'm like, "In what context?" Like, in what? I said, I don't remember this conversation. I said, "In what nature?" Oh, and bro, it had nothing to do with what I talked about. So here's the thing. So here's the thing. Oh, you got your ice cream? Wait right there. Okay. So here's the thing, IBM. So this guy talked to me 3, 4, 5 months ago, right? About some genocide thing, right? That I had like, and he's not us. Like he started to connect like weird shit together that I don't have no interest in. Like it's not my lane at all. Like he's like into the alien thing. So whatever his connection was, it meant nothing to me, right? So he thinks, and you don't want to do this. He thinks because he had a conversation with me, and he said the word genocide one time, or paper genocide, that I could never in life say that word. If I do, I stole it from him. Even though I have a whole different breakdown of what I call paper, that to him that doesn't matter. The fact that I said the two words paper genocide, I stole from him, and he's like 10 toes on that. So I'm like, dude, what you need to do is stop talking to me about things like that ever again. Like whatever. If you think that's what I'm doing, right? Then, dude, don't tell me shit. Keep all your ideas to yourself, because I study Black history, right? American history. So how can you say anything in America? Eventually, I'm gonna come to it. If it happened in America, and I'm studying American history, eventually I'm gonna come to it. Just like what I talk about, eventually you're gonna come to it if you study that area, right? So if I'm studying science and I'm on something, and you're in another direction, at some point, bro, you're studying science. You're going to come to that. So now you got different fields of science, obviously. So let me be more specific. If we're both talking about scientific racism and evolution, and I come up with, let's say, a biogenesis, like when Inky, he says the same thing. Oh, I'm the first to do this. It's like, yo, listen, you're in the same realm. You're in the same topic. At some point, they're going to you're gonna overlap each other. At some point, it's going to happen because you're reading the same things. Now, let's say if you're studying science and he's more into technology, and then he say your shit, then you can say, yo, what's up, bro? But if y'all in the same ball, if y'all playing the same sport, I'm gonna eventually cross over too. You stole my crossovers. Like what? Crossovers happening in basketball, fadeaways, dunking, all that's part of basketball. So I won't do that with my. So you gotta be careful, because sometimes it can be done deliberately, but they took it from you and they won't give you credit. But other times they didn't take it from you. It's just that they came across it and now they're talking about it.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, because sometimes people will come behind you and laugh at you. Now, if you're saying this, now this would be in your favor. If you're saying this, if you're saying you talked about something, what's going on, brother? Yeah, so like let's say if you talked about something and they laughed at you, and now he's talking about it. Yes, that's stolen.
That's what
because
I'm
he just
talking
teased
about.
you, right? So because he just teased you and said you were dumb, and then he comes behind you saying the same thing. Yes, okay, now that's hate. That's hate. That's hate. Because sometimes it could be innocent. It's the same topic. It's inevitable. Like my boy mentioned paper genocide to me one time in his life. I didn't even pay attention to it. Now I'm doing my own thing. Like he didn't ask me, hey, what you talking about when you say? He didn't want no information. He immediately concluded I robbed him. So I explained what I'm doing. I said, bro, I'm saying paper genocide because that's a more well-known word, right? I said, but really, it's not paper genocide. It's paper assimilation. Like yeah, we're being genocided, but not in the sense of the origins of the two words. So I say it's a play on words, my guy. I'm saying paper genocide for the reaction, right? Because those words are serious, right? But it's not in the way of the indigenous people. It's the opposite. It's through assimilation or dilution of inclusion. But he didn't want no extra info. I'm just a thief, a robber. By the way, when we was talking, bro, he does Suno music. He first told me he do music for kids. My music is for grown-ups. I do rap. I do music for grown-ups, right? He told me he do music for kids. He heard my music. Months later, he's doing music for grown-ups. Now I never said, "Yo, you rob." I never said, "Yo, you rob me."
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like, you know, I mean, after I presented on Dr. Joyce DeGrasse, and then I ran into Unbiased where he had did a show, you know, maybe 8 to 5 years before, you know, talking a little bit on Dr. Joyce DeGrasse. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know that he had that, but he did. You know what I'm saying? And I thought I was the first one to bring it out. Then as soon as I seen it, I come to Unbiased, and I was like, Unbiased, I didn't know that you was talking about, you know, you showed Dr. Joy DeGrasse, and you probably one of the only ones in this community that even talk about her. I mean, you know, have talked about her or even know about her. Because they asked Reggie about her, and he said, who is that? And because I was over at Judas and Reggie was over there, and I said, what about post-traumatic slave syndrome? You know, asked Reggie about post-traumatic slave syndrome, and he said, what's that? And he said, oh, that's just another movement.
But he didn't know?
This guy. No, he didn't. They did. That's what I'm telling you. That's why I say when I'm bringing this stuff out about Blumenbach and them, none of these niggas are talking about that.
So, bro, but you're okay. Listen, man. So why are you in a bubble with people?
Yeah.
Well, how you expect to grow? That's like a big snake in a small tank. It's like, dude, if you're talking about things that they're too dumb to comprehend, they won't comprehend. Why do you feel like you got to engage with them? It's looking like you're looking for validation from people who are not going to give it to you. No, you're saying no, but it's yes because you're still in their circles. Bro, when I felt like you, I left their circles. See the difference? When I felt like you, I left. I ain't look back. You're still there. And it's insanity because you're doing the same thing over and over and over, expecting those guys to react differently.
Expecting a different result, yep. You ain't
That's insanity.
You ain't lying.
Yeah, when I was talking to those guys, the unks and chief exes, and when I couldn't reach them with basic 1 + 1 is 2, that's okay. I'm out. I mean, I explain things in the most simplistic things possible. Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Did you see Chef? Did you see Chef presentation on FBA? How it's not like what it is and what it ain't. Like he did a presentation on his show for all of them. Bro, it got so bad that even Haskell, because Corey was trying to pretend he didn't get it, it got so bad that even Haskell said, Corey, I can't believe you can't get it. Yeah, he felt so ashamed. He tried to pretend.
When the Jamaican got to tell you.
Yeah, hey, bro. It got even stupid P's was closed. He didn't say anything. He was quiet. He didn't say, "Oh, that don't make any sense." He was just quiet. Concrete, goofy, concrete Corey was the only one. Literally, the only one. There's 12 people on the panel. He's the only one trying to make up how it doesn't make sense. And everybody like, yo. So Haskell's like, yo, Corey, I can't believe you don't get it. Oh, he tried to make up excuses. Oh, I'm a country boy, y'all city boys. Like, what that guy doing? But listen, what I'm telling you, that's how far they would go to pretend they don't get it. Where their own man's got to say, "Hey, bro, the act is up, bro. The act, come on, man, stop.
The jig is up.
Dude, yeah, you're doing too much, bro. It makes sense, bro. Stop." And then, and Haskell is who we would call a tether, right? Not you, but we would call him a tether. And so basically, that's even worse. A tether had to tell you you're bugging. You're doing too much, bro. You're acting. It makes sense, man.
Yeah.
And you're trying to pretend it doesn't.
That's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? Still on here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's them guys
So go
over
ahead.
there.
So go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Wait, no, not them guys. Just talk your talk. Forget about them. Remember, they're losers. So go what you want to talk about.
Oh, well, I mean, like Unbiased is going over, we're dealing with reclassification and, Reconstruction. I think this is after Reconstruction, but, it's still going on. And they're reconstructing these people's, classifications and reconstructing they're taking away their natural rights to the land and, reframing, painting the picture the way they want to paint it, and then reframing it, and then by law are justifying their systemic racism and the taking of the people's land and their name. So that's what we're dealing with, and this like I'm showing y'all, and this is what we got to understand, and how all these things go together. You see what I'm saying? And how we got to put with timeline. We got to put it on in history, and what else was going on at that time. That's why I brought up Woodrow Wilson. He would show the movie called The Birth of a Nation, and this is showing the propaganda and how they use it around the world to make us look like we're the problem. Woodrow Wilson was showing in 1913 he became the president, okay, and he did 2 terms. So his last term was in 1921. So he would show us a movie called The Birth of a Nation, and it was white people in blackface in this movie, and those were the slaves that they were, but they weren't actually black people; they were white people in blackface, and he would show it around the world to the European dignitaries, and the dignitaries of people from different countries, and say this is why we need to do what we do to black people in America because this is how they act. And like I said, the actors were white people in blackface. So it's just promoting a narrative around the world globally.
Wait, hold on. What year was that?
He went into office about 1913. I would say probably around 1913, somewhere around there. 1915, maybe.
We're over a century later. So now, listen.
Well, Plecker is 24. Plecker's 24.
I didn't even finish. I didn't finish.
Oh.
White people are very smart, my guy. They don't rule the world because they're dumb. So they're not going to do the same. They're not going to be insane. The same trick over and over and over. You said whiteface, blackface. Now they're doing Caribbean blackface, African blackface. They changed the person. They can't, bro. They can't keep doing that to us. We don't trust white people at all. We won't even go to hospitals, my guy. We'd rather just die. So we don't trust white people. So they need to get our trust. So they know it ain't gonna be them. That's why they go with the Kamala Harris. Now, let me ask you this: do you recall Jesse Jackson running for president? Right? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Do you recall Al Sharpton trying to get out there?
Yeah.
What about recently Cornel West?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they run as Democrat? As far as you know, Do they run as Democrat, Republican, or something else?
Democrat.
Right. And Obama ran, right? The Democrat Party. And so did Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Now, bro,
Yeah.
think about this. You got 3 black people, all Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. Did they get any white support at all?
I doubt it.
No, I mean, you either know or you don't. Do you know if them getting any
know.
right? Do you know right? Do you know any of do you know of any presidential debates they got into?
No.
Right. So they man, I don't know why the convo gets weak all of a sudden. The answer is no. They ran for president, right? Yeah, but it's like your energy went somewhere else. Keep the same energy. They ran for president and they got no fucking white publicity, bro. You would have known. You would have known the slogan. You would have seen something about them on commercials. You would have seen it, bro. If they had money behind them, you would have seen them. You would see what money looks like. You see Kamala, you see on the Breakfast Club, you see them everywhere. That's white money.
All type of advertising.
Three black American, and they're all educated. They're all educated. You can't say they were not. They're all educated. White people didn't put nothing behind them, but Obama, who's not black American, and Kamala, who's not black American, but lineage to slavery, chattel slavery, U.S. chattel slavery, they got all of the push from white folks. They got the approval. White people voted for Obama, right? So much so he won, correct? Okay. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. African face, African and blackface. Caribbean, so African Obama and blackface, and Caribbean and blackface, bro. White folks are far removed from white blackface. They're far removed from that, bro. They're now putting other people in black American face, the us shit, because we know we're gonna receive them better. So when Obama ran, we thought he was black. We all crying and shit. Oh, first black president. And when Kamala ran, we were going for her too. But why didn't we go for why were not black Americans behind Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and Cornel West? And the answer is easy. It's simple. Because white people wasn't behind them. So when white people are behind a president candidate for us, that's when we get behind that person. You feel me? So yeah, so that goes on to say this. White America says anybody but black Americans, basically. Anybody. Like they will make a Martian a president before every one of us. They don't want one of us in a role like that at all. Any other dark-skinned person, there you go. Because they know that person doesn't inherently have that justice blood in them. See, no matter if we Kunia, it could be Larry Elder, Thomas Sowell. They got that justice bone, that blood in them. Because didn't Carson run? Yeah, they ain't back his ass. He ran as Republican because they have that justice blood in them, bro. They don't want to take a chance. They're like, okay, he's Coney, he's one of ours, but he got justice blood. We just can't take a chance. I'm sorry. I love you and everything as a coon, and you hate black folks, but I can't trust you. You got justice blood in you. You got that rebellion blood. Like your ancestors fought against my ancestors.
You might ask for reparations.
Right.
Hey, look, you might ask for reparations.
All right. So yeah, because they just can't. Okay. So now, let's say if they got Thomas Sowell up there as he be Kuna, and a serious bill, I'm talking about, it's all on him. If he say yes, for a fact, everybody in the lineage will get, let's say, 10 milli for like 25 years straight. And he's part of that recipient. You think he's gonna be like, nah, we're good. Right. So they know he's gonna check that, he's gonna sign. All this coon shit he talking, he's gonna sign.
Yep.
They know that.
Sure will.
So that's
all
why
about
they
the money out here
they
today.
don't back. Right. So with your thing is, and because of your age, I believe, your thing is you're stuck. I call it aged out. You're stuck in the past. You're focused on color. oh, white supremacy, white is no. We're past white supremacy. We're on systemic racism now. It's the system. As whoever's controlling the system, African, Latino, we're past white supremacy, my guy. We're at systemic racism.
I've taught both since I met you, brother.
Right. Well, if you taught both, but you only listen, you're saying you taught both, but you only talk one. When I hear you talk is white people. See, you taught both, but you talk one. When you talk is white. We are past color. We don't believe all skin folk are kinfolk. You believe that. We don't believe that. We believe it's everything. Now I'm saying like you don't have to. I'm saying I'm letting you know where we're at. You're speaking to an audience who we agree on. It's about the lineage. It's the bloodline. Like folks want the bloodline to fail. They don't care about they don't care about these other folks you think they care about, like the Africans of the world. No, they don't give a fuck about them. They care about the bloodline. They don't want nobody from this royal bloodline getting in position of power. They think we're going to end racism. We're going to end favoritism. They think we're going to be the people to do that because of our rich history with Dr. King and people like that. We've always been inclusive. They're like, yo, don't get these guys no power because they're the ones who are going to actually negotiate with Iran to get them to comply to the uranium levels. Like they'll actually get that done. So they don't want that done, right? Okay, they're going to make sure the Middle East is actually fair. Hell no, we don't want to be fair. So this is why they're like, yo, anybody but them. So when people like you get out there and be talking, I'm not saying I'm not judging you. I'm just saying like when you talking, I disagree with that. And I don't gotta tell you, I don't gotta debate you. I just disagree. Like you said yesterday, you said Africa is Europe's granddaddy. I have no idea what that even means. Like, but again, but to me, that's just some Pan-African shit. Like what does that even mean? No, listen, Africa is not Europe's granddaddy. Europe been kicking Africa's ass for the longest time. They've been kicking their ass, man. They're the granddaddy. Africa been begging them for help. Africa been pleading with them. Africa been at their mercy. I don't know how that even makes sense. Africa's the granddaddy. It's not the granddaddy of nobody. It's a failed continent, my guy. It's the worst continent on earth. And it's their fault. That's the worst thing about it. It's their fault. It's their own fault. Other people, it's not their fault. The Caribbean is not their fault. Latin America is not their fault. The Middle East is not their fault. Well, it is. It's their fault. But other countries, it's not even their fault. It's not Japan's fault. It is literally Africa's own fault that white man is kicking her ass.
You want me to answer to that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, when I'm dealing in the scientific community, I make jokes with these guys because they're talking about modern science and African science. I told them to call it Western versus African. If you can call it Western, they can call it African. But what I was saying was that the Great Migration story, this is what science tells you, okay? So there's no debating this. Science tells you that humanity started off in Africa. Now, I told Reggie, I said, how you get out of Africa, Reggie? Because they were saying Egypt wasn't black. They use those terms. This is the term that they use.
It ain't black,
meaning that they weren't dark-skinned Africans. Okay.
Well, but do you guys? Okay, look. Wait, hold on. Before you go further, I understand what you're saying, and you're going to finish. But I'm letting you know how they're wrong off the back. That's why Chief X can't beat Unc. He's using the wrong words. Unc, these idiots. Unc has kicked Chief X ass in every it wasn't even close because Chief X ignorance He don't want to choose the modern words. He's still saying African noise and like, yo, what are you talking about? Nobody use that. But he's picking those terms for a reason. They're not black. Black is a term that we made up. Black is an English term that Black Americans made up, bro. Nobody was calling nobody BLACK before we did it. Before we did it, people were calling things black as a color describing a noun. We're the only people on earth that use the word black to describe people in a positive sense. Okay? And not just describe, to name people, identify people in a positive sense. So you just said it the second time, you said it more accurately. Dark-skinned African. That's the, now when you say it like that, people might not argue with you. But if you say the word black, you're wrong, and everybody's going to say you're wrong. So, but that's not their problem. That's y'all problem. Y'all got to fix the words. As long as Chief X keep running out there saying they're black, he's going to always lose debates.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's saying they're white. He says they're white.
It doesn't matter. White. He's using it. He's, again, wrong terms, man. That's a race. Mm-hmm. Okay, he's out there using the wrong words on purpose. He knows. Unc told him. He knows. You guys are in a retarded revolving circle. It's like, yo, I be losing brain cells following this logic. He admitted that he's using the wrong term, but he's going to keep doing it because he has an agenda. Mm-hmm. It's stupid, but he has an agenda, and Unc and them know that, so they're just cooking him. That's why he keep losing every time he debates anybody. He keep losing. Everybody beat him up. But the second time you said was right. Like, for example, you had who said that last? Oh, okay. Nick, okay, so people say the Egyptians are black, they're gonna always lose. Then they're African. So when Nick Fuentes was on Kansas Owens show, he didn't say black. He made the mistake and said the Egyptians were not African. When you just use the right language, that decides a win or an L. So when he said that they were not African, she said, "What do you mean they're not African? They're not African." She said, "Is Egypt in Africa?" He said, "Yeah." She said, "So," then he looked at so dumb. "Oh no, see, no, what I meant was sub-Saharan." She said, "No, you said African, and they are, right? So you were wrong. So you guys need to say they were not African." Now, when you say dark skin, that's a problem because science don't believe all the original Egyptians were ever all dark skinned. They don't believe that. So now, how are you? So like, what will you use if that's your argument? What information will you use to prove that the Egyptians in their earliest origin were all dark skinned? Like, what source do you use to confirm that? If that's your argument.
Okay. Well, like I was stating, is that the Great Migration is part of science.
Listen, I got you. And you can tell your story. I don't mind. I'm just asking, not a story. What piece of information, not logic, what information do you use? Not logic, not putting together your own pieces. I'm saying, what information do you use that says absolutely the Egyptians in their origin state were dark skinned?
You're all right.
Yeah, not a story. Just the sources.
It's not a story. It's not a story. But you asked me why did I say what?
Asking, right. I'm asking, what did you read? I don't want your conclusion, your thesis. I'm asking, what did you read? What article you read? Because you were not there. You don't do excavations. I want to know, what article did you read that said absolutely the Egyptians were all dark skinned at one point, like during their origins?
I haven't read an article that states that.
Right, because none do. So I know that. I know that. All right, but go on. That's all. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Go on.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the truth. But like I said, science tells us that humanity started off in Africa. Now, in order to get out of Africa, they had to go through Egypt, to get out through that bottleneck, which is Egypt. And if these people were black or dark-skinned, African, whatever you want to call them,
No.
because it's your choice.
No.
I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about who the people listening, whatever you want to call them.
But why not just be matter of fact, though? That's the thing. See, what I don't do is entertain wrong verbology, wrong information over here. Like, for example, you thought this. You were wrong twice. You thought a theory was simply a belief. We looked it up. You were wrong. I was right when I said there's a difference between an everyday use
of a hunch
theory
and a guess. It says it's a belief. It's a hunch and a guess.
Hey, bro. Hey, family. This is when he get kicks off. Okay, he starts to get emotional. I told you there's two definitions of theory. Now, when you argue with people in the realm of science, guy, you're arguing scientific theories. Nobody argues science and talk about a fucking daily social theory, regular English speaking theory. You're doing semantics. When you argue science and you argue theory, you're talking about scientific theories only. You try to get them to research theory from a Webster dictionary, which is absolutely garbage. So what I did was I shared my screen. I said, "Duh, he's fooling y'all." So I showed you that a scientific theory, y'all seen the word scientific theory, is what I said it was. It ain't what you were wrong. You were wrong with that. And then you came back and said a social construct was the name of something. I said, that's wrong, bro. An exonym. I said, you could even break down the word exonym. It's an outside name of you. Then we had to go through that. So twice you were wrong, right? So what I'm saying is when I have dialogues, I try to be as matter of factual as possible. So I don't let people just say any old terminology for the sake of argument. Why not? Let's just use what science, if y'all arguing a field, then let's use the verbiage of them. Why make up? You're not a scientist, so why would you make up your own shit? Let's use the verbiage of scientists. Do they ever call anybody black? No. They call people African and other shit. They don't call nobody black. That is the confusion. That's why y'all can never get nowhere. Y'all using unscientific terms to talk about science. Family, they use unscientific terms to talk about science. Make that make sense.
So now you are talking about me.
Yes, you did that.
I just want to get that straight.
Yeah, you guys.
I just want to get that straight because,
yes.
Like I said, I'm the one who look. I brought scientific racism into this community, beating it up.
Hey, bro.
So I don't know why you're arguing with me.
Family, he's crashing out. Hey, bro, you didn't bring nothing, bro. Everything you talked about, everybody already talked about. You didn't bring no scientific. Everybody,
y'all was not talking about the stuff I brought into this community 6 years ago. Unbiased.
Okay,
you was not.
I got you. Okay. All right.
You a lie.
All right, bro. Okay. All right. Well, goodbye. He's one of those weirdos, family, that if he says the word tie, yeah, I'm about to go out. What you wearing? A suit and a tie. Okay. And then I say, yo, I ran a race. Who won? It was a tie. You stole my word. He one of those guys. Like my friend. That's why I try to warn, like, dude, just because people are saying the same words you said doesn't mean they got it from you, dude. The words existed already. I'll be right there. I'm going to tie my shoes. You got that word from me. What are you talking about? It's not your word. He's one of those weirdos, family, that think he did everything first. He has no published articles, no presentations, no nothing on earth. He stayed around these people all day long, seeking he claims they're so below him, but he can't get from around them, and he keeps trying to get their validation. Y'all make that make sense? He's in their spaces day and night. Their spaces got no motion, and he's seeking validation for people with no motion. He tried to double down on a scientific theory. He was wrong. He was using it wrong, incorrectly. I just said you can't talk about science and use unscientific terms, man. I said there's two different theories. There's a daily social usage of a theory, and we use it as interchangeable with belief, a hunch, a sudden thought, an epiphany. But that is different when scientists said he had a theory. I showed you the difference in definitions. He's still going back to that. Some people just can't learn, and he wonder why he's always arguing. It's like, yo, all of y'all are incompetent. All of y'all is like almost, it's almost impossible for any of y'all to learn. They all want to be right, and none of them want to be wrong, even when they're wrong. He was going to argue social construct with exonym over, bro. I'm like, dude, why are we even arguing this? Even look, we're looking at these different, how they different. We're reading exonym, name. We're reading social construct, idea. It said time and money and national borders. Are those names? Those are ideas. What are we doing? Hey, family, but this is how they all look when they come over here. Cause they're in this bubble of just retarded people arguing with each other. Your research ain't that hard, man. Well, I don't know what they're doing over there, but that ain't research. That ain't research. Those every time they come over here, family, every last one of them, Rob Bourne, Unc Red, they all sound like that. Like they just cannot be corrected. You correct them, and they don't want to be corrected. Like, dude, well, I call this social construct unbiased. Yeah, but that's wrong. I've been teaching this without teaching. Now they're teaching. You have not been teaching, bro. You've been just saying stuff. That's not teaching. Right now, I'm not teaching. I'm just talking. Like these guys equate talking to teaching. You're not teaching. Who are your students? You're volunteering your information. That ain't you join a panel, start talking. You're not teaching. You're just talking. You teaching, but everybody disagrees with you, but you're teaching. All your alleged students disagree, but you're teaching. Like that's not teaching, my guy. Not teaching. Like teaching can be gauged. It can be measured. You're not teaching. They don't believe you. How you teaching Christianity to a whole bunch of non-believers? That's not teaching. How you teaching English Christianity to people who only speak pops and clicks? That's not teaching. But these guys are like hybrid Pan-Africans. Like nobody want to stand on Pan-African like 100%. So they're like 50% Pan-African, 25% this and 10% that. They're all over the place. He was making Pan-African comments all throughout that thing. And that's not what I meant. What I meant was this. Oh God. These guys drive me crazy, man. Okay, so then see what he does? He comes into the chat, he crashes out, and I usually block him, but I'm gonna time you up, my guy. I'm gonna time you. Yeah, you had all of that energy on the panel, and all you did was be my son. I explained to that dude what a scientific theory was, damn near verbatim, just freestyling. He was going to argue social construct versus exonym. He's really going to do that with me. Well, I've been teaching this for 20 years. You've been wrong for 20 years, my guy. You haven't fact checked yourself for 20 years. You've been lying, miseducating for 20 years. That's not a social construct. That's an exonym. That's too many words, social construct. It's exonym. Oh my God. This guy. All right. Let me move on. Yeah. Listen, FBAs, we are the real Pan-Africans. because we tell them to go home and fix their country. We're the only people that tell them they can do it. We try to empower them. You can do it. I believe in you. I believe you can go home and fix that country if you put all your effort in it. That's Pan-Africanism. FBAs are the real Pan-Africanists. We're telling them to go home and fix it up. We're not saying run away. We're not making them excuses why they're failing. We know why you're failing. Okay, and we're trying to resolve it. And some of that resolvement is you go home. Go home, nigga. Yeah, a one-way love affair. All right, so I got some other stuff. All right, let me go in. Hold on 1 second.
The minute we try to touch your shit, y'all told us.
Let me go in. Let me go in, family. Let me go in. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, man. Oh my God. It made me get high blood pressure for no reason. Just stupid, man. So we argue scientific theory for no reason. We go look at it. I'm right, he's wrong, and we just move on. It's like, yo, but you didn't have to be wrong, my guy. Why you've been teaching this for how long, and you were wrong that fast? I debunked you in 10 seconds. Like, come on, man.
To kick rocks. Y'all told us to get our hands off your shit. We was like, okay, all right. Keep that same energy though. All right. Let's keep that same energy. We'll keep our hands off. Yeah, we won't touch your stuff. Don't touch ours either. Wet, nigga. Wet. I didn't mean that. No. Now that we done backed up off you and let you hold your own nuts, it ain't really working out like you thought it was gonna work out, huh? Y'all don't have us putting the cape on for you. Things ain't really popping like you thought it was gonna pop. Yeah, we got all our hands off. Yeah, we said, okay, we're gonna take hands off of everything. We just gonna let you do you. Now, cats getting rounded up and they wait, where the FBA niggas? No, I'm over here drinking Jorvay. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm drinking this Jorvay. It's very good. I didn't know that y'all made good liquor like this, and I don't even drink. It's so delicious. But yeah, I'm here watching you drinking Jorvay, eating popcorn and some Bammy and some jerk chicken while you getting sent back to them to your spot. Yeah. Yeah. See, y'all played a real funny style game, and here it is. But yeah, family, this is why it's very important to not let them Africanize us. You see? Don't let them do that. Don't let them do that because see, they like to control our Black narratives and our movement. See, if we let the dominant society dictate that our Black identity is strictly African based, see, that gives them control over who represents Black people in politics, the media, education. You see? See, this ensures that the people are sympathetic to the dominant society's interests better rather than foundational Black Americans. So they get to dictate, since we all Black, they said, oh, good. So we're going to have Cynthia Erivo represent you guys. Like, uh-oh, wait a minute. And I just saw something where PBS got Cynthia Erivo and some other African chick singing tributes to Motown songs. And you know what? That's a thing that they do. They've been deliberately going out of their way to get these non-FBAs to sing Motown tributes.
Y'all remember some years ago they had J-Lo non-singing ass up there doing a Motown tribute. Y'all remember that bullshit that everybody was like, what the hell is that about? They had a J-Lo doing a Motown tribute, like Fantasia ain't standing right there, Jennifer Hudson ain't standing right there, Jasmine Sullivan ain't standing right damn there. What the hell you doing? That's for them to try to put all of these other people on our legacy. You understand what I'm saying? They do that to put these other people as the face of our legacy under this big global minority coalition, so that those faces can be associated with songs. Because remember, a lot of the Motown songs, those songs were hot during the civil rights movement. When you think of Motown, a lot of times you think of the civil rights movement. So the dominant society want to infuse these tethers into our historic lexicon. You know what I'm saying? And that's very deliberate. We got to understand how these people move and operate. That's why we should have been delineating a long time ago. We should have been gatekeeping our culture a long time ago, family. Let's get AVM. AVM, hop on, dear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, hi. Hi, Tariq.
Hey, beloved, how are you?
I had to stay up for this one. It's 3:00 in the morning. I'm in DC.
What city are you in, dear?
I'm in DC.
Oh, there you go. What's on your mind?
So, can you remind me? I know we talked about reparations and how far back we can go in our lineage.
Mm-hmm.
So can you remind me, like, what is it, like the 1800s? How far can we go back?
Yeah, to the census in 70. That's when they really started to document us on the census forms. We were on some of them before, but really in 1870, that's when they started to do it heavy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm so excited. So I found my family tree on my mom's side. So my grandmother, so everybody's from Greene County, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
And so my great grandfather is, he was born in 1835.
Mm.
Right. I see it, right? I'm literally looking at it right now. I just want to read it to you. I'm not going to read all of it, but my great grandfather, my grandmother's father, 1887, he
Mm-hmm.
was born. And then if you go up, he was the son of 7, and his parents, my great grandparents, were married in Snow Hill, North Carolina in 1870.
Okay.
And then going further up is my great grandfather.
Mm.
And he, they died in 1835, and he was the oldest of 6.
Okay. When did your family
So,
move out to DC?
so my grandmother grew up in West Virginia, and then the house flooded. She is the middle of 6. And when the house flooded, they migrated down to DC, and that's where we've been. But I have cousins that still live in Winston-Salem, and Rocky Mountain.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, but I just wanted to share that. And another thing on my dad's side, my great grandmother, they're from St. Louis, Illinois. And I remember my grandfather telling me, he came to DC from the Army, but I remember him telling me that his mother was at the point where she had to choose between Native American and Negro.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And if you saw her,
Yeah.
so we're all copper colored. I'm copper colored. And when I was growing up, they were like, oh yeah, you must got Indian in you.
Mm-hmm.
All the time in DC, because I'm right in the middle.
Mm.
And she had that long black hair, center part, just high cheekbones, like FBA forehead. There's a difference between our forehead and like what are they? Tether foreheads.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to share this because I was so excited when I saw the family tree. I stayed up so I could call you.
Oh, yeah.
And so I am so proud to be FBA. I'm unapologetically Black every day. And thank you so much for coaching us. And I'll land in a second. But like, I just appreciate you for coaching us on how to be in other spaces
Mm-hmm.
and be able to have these conversations And because the guy the other day, what did you contribute? All of my great-great-grand, they were all farmers and loggers.
Mm.
What do you think they did with the wood?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Man, we contributed everything. We got to let these folks know. They try to play this where y'all just pick some cotton bullshit, man.
No,
Man, please.
they were loggers. One of my great-grandparents' siblings died at 19. He was a logger. He worked till the death.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
So, yeah, I don't play that when they start talking that we need to come together. I'm like, no, you don't get it. Like, I'm breaking generational curses psychologically because that trauma is passed down. I don't have time. I'm healing and getting my shit together. I don't have time to help you.
Real talk. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Yeah, man. We can't let people try to minimize our influence on this country. I don't play that. Yeah, we shut these white supremacists down every time they try to play that. Y'all just pick some cotton. Man, please. Highlander, what's up, brother?
Hey, brother. I'm kind of upset right now.
What's wrong, brother?
Man, we got a snowstorm coming in here, man, and I ain't got no corn liquor.
You ain't got no corn liquor?
Yeah, the first time I spoke up in your space, you know what I mean? I had a little bit of tasting and you put me on blast for it.
My man.
But yeah, in about an hour, we're going to have some snow and we're going to have some ice come in. It's going to be nasty in the morning. So, two things real quick. First thing, I think I just addressed that. The second thing is I learned something about my mother's side of my history, which was in Pittsburgh. Her great-grandfather, their land had oil onto it.
Was it Oklahoma or Texas?
Pennsylvania.
Okay, go ahead.
There was oil there, and we're not an oil thing. That's why it was weird for me to learn this. And both my parents are still alive.
Okay.
God bless them every day.
Yes.
And yeah, that was interesting. That land, her great grandmother or grandmother, they got bamboozled for it, but they got a stipend for the land because the surveyors came out and there was oil on it. So they got maybe 3 cents on the dollar in today's terms. And I was just curious how often that happened, if people are aware of that. Second question, because I'm always going to end with a funny. I want to talk about pork.
Okay.
And my question about pork, 2 seconds before you shut me down and mute me. Why do you think that our people went from a heavy pork diet to an anti-pork diet today?
Probably because...
And I'm going to land there.
I would say because...
aside from common sense.
I would say the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. That's when I stopped eating it, because I started reading the teachings of Elijah Muhammad and books by Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad Ali had a book called How Not to Eat Pork that she wrote in the 80s. And Shahrazad Ali is like a mother to me. I love her to life. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons. I think a lot of us in the Black community, we stopped eating it because of the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, reading books like How to Eat to Live and things like that. That really gave us a lot of good game. And we just realized how unhealthy it was.
From New York Times bestselling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book.
Family, we're delineating all the side topics. And that's why I told the brother. Now, the brother ended up kicking off and timing out for 30 minutes. I told him, I said, bro, the reason why you guys always argue all day long, I said, because you guys don't have a topic. If you pick a topic, you will talk to the topic, and therefore you won't have this room for argument. I said, y'all issue is that you guys you don't have a topic. Y'all just talk about whatever comes to your mind, therefore leaving room to argue about something. I said, if you pick a topic, I guarantee you won't have too much to argue about, right? Because you're just talking about the topic. I have a topic, but this guy kept talking about everything under the sun outside the topic. And I kept saying, bro, the topic, at least the arguments, if you go outside the topic, he's still doing it. Science this, science that, Egyptians black. Like, oh my God, bro. That isn't the terminology, my guy. And then I asked the guy flat out, have you read anything where it told you the Egyptians were dark skinned? Absolutely. He said, no, I've not. So why are you 10 toes on that? Like, but he's a scientific guy. Yeah, family. These scientific guys are weird. They don't stick with science. They stick with beliefs. He's getting on other folks for their beliefs, and he got a belief. It's like, yo, none of y'all are sticking with science. But they all claim to be science.
Ask Eric Adams. It worked out.
Okay, this is the video right here. This is the video. Tariq, this is the video, Tariq, where he explained paper genocide.
There it is. On the food. You're not going to try to. I know. I've been there, dude.
Let me see.
Black America.
He explained paper genocide without, he's explained all the details of it without calling it paper genocide.
We don't have a history of it. We don't have a history of letting these folks tell us what the hell we can and can't do. We turn up. So you want to get around us themselves. That's why they've had to flee. And the thing is, the immigrants wouldn't be able to come over here if it weren't for us. That's the problem. You're saying everything that
from Haiti
and saying, hey, look, our lineage is different. Why is that a problem? We want to delineate from that.
All right, so
why
he's
is
about
that
to
a
break
problem?
down paper genocide without saying paper genocide. Sometimes it just need to be said, and then it catches on.
Come on, hot boy. And they start looking to us like, FBA, niggas, come help us. There for the rescue. How'd that work out?
Trying to find it.
Getting thrown back across the border with their little chicken dinners in their hand. Wrecking shop in your homeland. They're sunning you. Boy, us delineating, and I'm telling y'all, family, how powerful the term foundational Black American is. They're so upset with that, they can't remix it. He wants to tether on that term so bad. That term is so codified and it's so Trump tight. You cannot latch on to it if you're not of our lineage. So that's why they have to try to turn it into an organization. You niggas are a group. It is a cult. They gotta play a make-believe game that it's something else. It's a lineage that you cannot tack on to, sir. That means you're going to have to hold your own nuts. And the fact or the thought of these guys having to fight for themselves, it terrorizes them. They're terrified to have to fight for themselves and fend for themselves if they don't have us doing all the heavy fighting and lifting. I want y'all to understand the mindset of a tether, because he admitted everything. He admitted, yeah, we immigrants come over and we take over y'all and we undermine y'all. They admit it. They know. They know, family. And part of them being able to do that is for them to tether as us, to come into our circles and tether as us, and then work their way up the ranks. That's what the anger is about, family. So when we delineate and say, hey, no, you, man, where are you from? You ain't of our lineage. So we are not going to just let you come in here and be our spokesperson. So you're not going to wiggle your way up our ranks like that. So we're cutting off the tethering at its tracks. We're cutting them things off. And they got a problem with that. Let me get John Horse in the building. Then we get this is ours and this is going to be respected as ours.
But
you on the other
you're
sir,
that
you on the other hand, sir, in your homeland, you guys are not allowed on certain beaches out. You're telling a lie over and over. Trash right now. We're fighting back on that. We're pushing for delineating. We ain't fleeing the tell us what the hell we can and can't do. We turn up.
sir,
So you want to get around
up.
us so that you can be around the turn up.
Turned up, huh? So you're talking about somebody getting sunned in their own country, like the illegal immigrants are doing. The black people in Chicago,
and that's why, and the black people in Chicago are pushing the hell back. There's a reason why Biden's numbers are trash right now. We're fighting back on that. We're pushing back on that. The Biden's numbers are in the tank. We're pushing back against you tethers. That's why we're saying no more. There's a pushback right now. We know what you tethers are doing. We know. This is why we're saying no. We don't want this. And that's why you're upset, because we're pushing back from tethers and people trying to come and undermine us.
Immigrants have felt that way about you since the beginning of time. They've hated you, and you're just now starting push.
And they hate themselves. That's why they've had to flee. And the thing is, the immigrants wouldn't be able to come over here if it weren't for us. That's the problem. You're saying everything that we're saying. These musty immigrants and tethers who we help, and we help them flee from these raggedy homelands, they come over here and have vitriol to the only people who help them. And then we're wrong for delineating? Listen to you.
And they don't
listen. You just confirmed why we should delineate. You just confirmed why we should delineate. These people come over here hating us, and then you're mad at us for delineating?
I'm not mad at you. The first thing I was going to say was, because I am Jamaican, I do agree with you that these people from Haiti, Jamaica, especially these old ladies, they come over here with the most putrid hatred against y'all for no damn reason.
We know this.
Their country, the only thing you have to do to succeed in America is go over there and not act like the niggers and put the niggers down and treat them poorly. And you
no. It's really the opposite. You got to come over here and act exactly like us. You have to assimilate into foundational Black American society and act like us to come up. That's how you come up. You understand? That's exactly how.
That's how an immigrant comes up and holds down at the same time.
Exactly. That's called tethering. So you're admitting everything that we're saying. And that's why we delineate. We don't need that. So why do you think we should allow that to continue to happen? You just admitted everything we've been saying, that you have a bunch of degenerate opportunist tethers who come over here hating on us and trying to undermine us after we help them. And then you question why we want to delineate from that? Make it make sense.
I'm not questioning why you want to delineate from that.
Then what's your problem?
Then
why is us looking at our lineage and saying, hey, look, our lineage is different? Why is that a problem? We want to delineate from that. Why is that a problem? Come on, hot boy.
Well, it's not a problem for me. I'm just saying that you, the people who call yourselves FBA, heinous gatekeepers to your culture. So I don't know. I can say for you, of course, but
I don't hate nobody.
The Asian.
If we gonna keep it up.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
There's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
Stop the cap.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that.
Stop the cap.
You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't us. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture.
What's
in Texas? In Texas, you have soul food.
What's
barbecue?
So we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We are not. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
Fuck you, nigga. Fuck FBA.
Hey, family, that is sad. She's out there really arguing that she's black. Got a whole flag, a whole culture, got a whole country. And she's debating an FBA that she's FBA. Like, where do they do this at? Where do they do this at, man? I mean, it's really embarrassing. But they don't see it as embarrassing. Like, these folks, when they look at their countrymen, and when they see that right there, a lot of them do not see that as embarrassing. They see that as, all right, we got to go back to the drawing table. We got to come back and counter that. Whitey man giving them their whole script. They go back with their badge and informant shirts and everything. And be like, all right, that didn't work. What's next? They come back like, yeah, that didn't work. What's next? He cooked me. He cooked me, man. You set me up, yo. White man laughing. Yeah, you set me up, yo. That ain't work, bro. Yo, give me a better argument, yo. Making me look dumb on social media, yo. You promised me a successful podcast, but nobody going to want to rock with me getting cooked like this. Yeah, you sabotage me before I get started. Sad. It's sad that they don't see it as sad. Like, yeah. They look at it like, yo, try again. Try again. We almost there. You see them pause, right? You almost had them. That's how they look at that. Oh my God. I did it again, family. I did it again. Yeah, so the dude that I invite, every so often I invite him more here, but every time he goes to those Pan-African talking points and I end up kicking him off every time. It's like, dude, why you just can't come over for what I invited you over for? Why do you go into this Pan-African stuff, man? Like they have their own little you know, they have their own little arguments they do amongst each other. And I'm like, yo, like, and he keeps trying to force it on you guys. I keep letting him know, like, yo, come over, bro, but don't do that. Like nobody cares about that, bro. Like we are delineating people, man. We don't want to hear shit else. It gotta be on what we talking about, bro. We don't care about y'all little side arguments, man. Oh, see, science and science and science, yo, all y'all wrong. Y'all are equally dumb. Ain't none of y'all more smarter than the next person. All of y'all lying. All of y'all got agendas. None of y'all want to stick to the truth. Y'all all make up excuses when you're wrong. Like, ain't nobody trying to, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody trying to do all that with y'all. I used to be there trying to civilize the devil, yo. I used to be over there trying to civilize the beast. Realized it was impossible. It's like talking to, and you know, it's funny. A lot of them are tethers. So it's like, no wonder nobody could ever reach them. No wonder why nobody could ever reach them. It's damn Pan-African tethers. Big whole Pan-African tethers. You wonder why nobody can reach them. We arguing science and other stuff, and they can't get it. And you like, why they can't get this? It's right here. Yeah, a lot of times, family, they would have their own article. I would read their article over and be like, bro, what did you say again? And I'll just make sure. Wait, what you say again? And that's in the article that I read. And then I go to show, like, I share my screen and I share the article, and they be like, I'm like, where? Where is that in the article? And you'll get a lot of name calling, all this stuff, like a tether. Like a tether. You hold a tether like revenue. Revenue will call in, and once I hold him to something, he start crashing out. He don't want to talk. It's like, dude, how can you live life? Well, I understand now why he could live like that. But it's like, dude, how can you live life like that? Just lying. And know you lying. Know you lying. And it's all good. It's all good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. Like, they gives no care at all. And yo, that's how they all do, family. They all in that circle, they all do that. They have the same behavior. Once you get them, they're ready to drop that and move to something else as though they were never wrong. So it's like, so you're not gonna acknowledge nothing? And that's why we said you cannot make it up. I found it. I found the Are You Dumb? Yeah, I did not. Okay, I got it. I found it. I lost it. And I got it again. Hold on. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. I found it. It's funny, but I gotta use this sound bite. But people that just say dumb stuff. Yo, family, like the scientific theory thing. Yo, listen, when I explained it the first time without Googling it, did anybody like who believe I was right? Press one if you were here during that dialogue. And when I explained a scientific theory different from a regular theory that we use interchangeably with a belief, was anybody who believed I was right when I first explained what a scientific theory was? If you were here and you believe I was right before I Googled it, press one. I need to know if that. I don't believe I had to Google it once I explained it. I even gave the detective analogy. I'm like, oh, nah, facts can change. No, facts stay the same. Is that more facts are discovered, or it turned out some facts were fabricated, planted there, then they get removed, but they don't get changed. The knife is the knife. The way the body was laying, it was laying like that. Like what changes? Oh, the leg was on the bed? No, it wasn't. It was on the floor. Unless you could prove it was on a bed, then of course that's going to change. But what are we doing? They just say anything to be right, man. They say anything to be right. Okay. All right. I'm trying to get this are you dumb sound bite. I thought I had it before, but the dude was talking over it. And then he crashes out. Hey, family, those folks over there, Donnie knows some of them. Those folks over there, it means everything for them to be wrong. They avoid the guy that called in over here with the zesty lisp. No, see, black, see, not Negro land. I'm like, bro, what? Okay, Negro land, Shiro land, Piro land. What's going on, brother? How you doing? I'm like, Negro land, Piro land. Like, yo, what that don't change nothing. It's still a word, an exonymic word from the Portuguese and the Spanish. That don't mean nothing. I was trying to hear his connection. How he was going to explain how Negro land is different from Negro. So in the background, I was working on how's it pronounced, family? In the back, I was working on this. That seems to come up a lot. I was working on Negros de Terra and what's the other one? And Negros de Gleam in the background. Yes, I'm cooking up something on that. I'm gonna have the best setup on that right there. That argument. Cause I study like read Negro up and down. So I know what to ask to get these guys. And like the way I phrase the question, the way I address it don't matter how they answer it. They're done. All right. I almost got the sound bite ready. God damn. All right, let me put this microphone on my shirt. Let me see if it works now. I'm holding this mic. I'm outside chilling. It's nice weather. That's why you hear me talking to people walking by. And it's nice weather. And I got this mic. I'm drawing too much attention. People think I'm a damn celebrity. They think I'm lit. Like, nah, my lineage and they ain't make me lit yet. I'm gonna get there one day. All right, fam, give me a second. Let me hook this mic up. All right. Okay. The mic looks good. Hey, family, am I clear? It looks like I got a lot of mic activity. Do I need to talk lower, louder? How we doing? Let me know, family. How's the mic? I just mic'd up with a new mic, wireless mic. The little mic on my shirt. I'm getting fancy. You dig, family? Yo, y'all donations, man. I'm out here. Yo, y'all donations are not going to waste. I keep putting the money back into the podcast. So I got one of those little mics you put on your shirt. It's like kind of discreet. Dominique F. Hudson, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. It just shows that they really don't have anything worthy without us, right? Despite having a country flag, Ron, keep kicking their 8. It's hilarious. Yeah, I'm on them. Let me make sure that the link is in the chat for those, really for anybody. So I'm gonna go in on some things real quick. But the dude, I gave him some shine. He talked. Thanks to you guys, he's going to be heard by thousands of people, and he just can't take that. Like, listen, our family, they are so ungrateful, man. He's over there where they get 7 live viewers. I bring him over here. Hey, man, you always talking about Blumenbach. You dig? All right, go ahead, man. Kick it in front of the lineage. You dig? I let him do that. So now, thanks to you guys, he's going to be heard by thousands of people, and he just can't respect that. He got to go out disrespectful. I'm telling you, man, like these guys are you can't help these guys, man. You just can't. But they're saying ally with them. How? I gained nothing by him coming over. He gained everything thanks to you guys, and he left disrespectfully. Let me make sure I ain't missing no other super chats. Okay, so humble. Let me get your name. I never got your YouTube name. Humble. I knew it was Humble Servant. Humble Servant says, "Family, by the way, that DNA was $4.99 super chat. By the way, family, that DNA was only to kill that African DNA thesis they keep trying to throw us on." My answer goes back to 1832 from Kentucky and the SIP. So, brother, I did read it. We got Madman $2 super chat, FBA salute, and we got Levon Nicole $2 super chat. Peace, brother. Okay, yeah. So I love the YouTube new feature. It lets you go back and catch the super chats. Before, family, you couldn't do that. If you missed a super chat, it was just you were just done. But I'm so glad that they changed that and allowed us to go back and give respect to those who put their hard-earned money. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, I might have a guest to talk about Garvey. I might have a guest to talk about Garvey. I think I got a guy to come over. I almost want to feel sorry for him. But here we go. Okay, I sent him the link. I almost feel sorry for him. All right, so let's see. And I got another guy from YouTube. How they said in Baltimore. I got another guy from YouTube that's supposed to be rocking coming on. So I hope this guy pull up. I need some more Garvey content. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm trying to think of a strategy. You know what I mean? I'm a strategist. I'm trying to think of a strategy. How I'm gonna get him. Because I hate to just go right at him. Okay, all right. I know what I'm gonna do. All right. I think I know I'm gonna go at him. Okay, so did I do this right? Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, so we might have somebody pull up to talk about how great Marcus Garvey is, the dig, and how he was a hero, all that good stuff. I just got a few questions for him. I just got a few questions for him, that's all. I just got a few questions for him. All right. I got my 6'9". Are you dumb? Sound bite. I just gotta fix. I just gotta make it. Okay. All right. Let's see how it works. Let's see how it works. Familito. Let's see how it works. The 6'9" soundbite. I fixed the womp because the womp was too low, I thought. All right, so I fixed the 6'9" one and I fixed the womp. Well, I ain't fixed the 6'9". I made another 6'9". All right, so let me do this. All right.
Where's the thing? So press start.
Give me a,
The press start for each chapter in your life. That's what
give me a second, family.
myself remind us more to celebrate the small wins. You know, it's Friday. Give yourself credit for showing up.
Why do people?
Bill, you showed up.
What is it with people who get out their car and leave it running? Big. All right.
I said, like to be all involved to be the
All right.
Sunday we got the sunshine and the sky back, so yeah, more sunshine. Friday, cheers.
Oh my God, I messed up.
That's your life. Sunday from 5 to 7 p.m. We're gonna go back to more. Every weekend is a different thing. You know, the best of 97 at DJ Make the Weekend, and even all request show.
Yeah, she's blasting her fucking radio right here. All right. Oh, okay, I got something. I got something. Oh, I don't know why they do this shit.
Hate watch list. The growing appeal of black separatist ideas. Now, I went there and I can't find it no more. They apparently have taken it down. A lot of stuff got took down after we filed that lawsuit against Harvard. We didn't win, but a lot of stuff got took down. Once you saw a willingness to sue, right? The growing appeal of black separatist ideas online. They put us in a hate watch article. What is hate about? Every other group does it. Identity. We're American descendants of slavery. We're owed a specific thing. What? How do we get in a hate watch article because of that? Bruh. This is who this organization is. This is a garbage organization. And they specifically sidelined us. Half of the people who came at me and said, oh, Yvette, you're aligned with PFER. That's a racist organization. Oh, you should know better. You were listening to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Everybody put a screenshot of the Southern Poverty Law Center. They put us on a hate watch list. The growing appeal of black separatist ideas. Now, I went there and I can't find it no more. They apparently have taken it down. A lot of stuff got took down after we filed that lawsuit against Harvard. We didn't win, but a lot of stuff got took down. Once you saw a willingness to sue, right? The growing appeal of black separatist ideas online. They put us in a hate watch article. No. What is hate about? Every other group does it. Identity. We're American descendants of slavery. We're owed a specific thing. How do we get in a hate watch article because of that? This is who this organization is. This is a garbage organization. And they specifically sidelined us. Half of the people who came at me and said, "Oh, Yvette, you're aligned with PFER. That's a racist organization. Oh, you should know better." You were listening.
My first big selling book.
Are you dumb? To the Southern Poverty Law Center. Everybody put a screenshot of the Southern Poverty Law.
It was a small publisher out of Chicago who put it out. It was a book called The Art of Mackin, and they put it out in the book Blue. The Streets. I had a big book by itself, so that is coming soon.
The fact of, if somebody's going to like tank this country, it's not going to be us, but they're 10 toes down worried about,
because the minute we start building something, there's all
people as a whole started leaning toward a negative and destructive path. That's why it started.
So comedians make people get destructive. That makes
no, it's one aspect. Comedians, basketball players, actors, rappers. You know, there's people that want to be pat on by the head by white people and given war.
That makes no sense. We've always had black celebrities. That didn't make people kill themselves.
No, it wasn't always black celebrities, because you would have to go in the back door. A lot of our entertainers couldn't even sleep at the hotels with the people they were doing duets with on stage. So it wasn't like that. White people did not want black people on their TVs. So it wasn't like we were always celebrities. We always had the opportunity. It simply wasn't like that. And in reality, when you talk about how white people have affected us with hip hop, in reality, I remember growing up and white people were saying they didn't want us to have that cussing and violence on the music. We fought. Black people fought to have profanity and ratchet music and gangsterism in their music. White people did not want it. And then when we get it, we say, well, it's the white people's fault for giving it to us. And it's we sound like children. And I don't think you should
stop the cap.
Preach that narrative.
That's a narrative that you made up. In fact, who do you think signing all of this ratchet stuff now? It's white people signing that. What are you talking about? The major
you and I both know that
white people are pushing.
Okay, white people protested against black people with Luke, with the 2 Live Crew, with NWA, Snoop Dogg. They kept saying, "Hey."
I was under the impression that you're going to do some business. Maybe we can just have a seat, have a drink, maybe sit down, have a nice little diatribe, see if we can work this out.
Well, don't take this personally, Romelo. It's one's work. You do your thing, I do my thing, you know? It's one's work. We can't work with Akata.
Akata. What is this Akata shit?
Bruh.
Like American? Oh, shit. Cotton picker.
You're a lying, babbling tether who's living.
This is affecting the communities.
No. What they were really protesting, because the white supremacists, it wasn't about decency with them. That wasn't the real issue. And I got you muted because we're going to tell the truth here. Because they, at the same time, when Luke and all that was going on, white people had Andrew Dice Clay, who was saying some outrageous shit back in the 80s and 90s. They had Sam Kinison, who was saying outrageous stuff. They had no problem with that. The issue they had with Luke and NWA and people like that was these guys were doing this and they were running their own record labels. They were owning the masters to their labels. That was the real problem. And they were exercising their right to say whatever they wanted to say on the label that they own, including fuck the police and F this white person that and whatever they wanted. That's what the real problem was. These dudes were controlling their masters and controlling their record labels. That was the real problem, sir. Not just the provocative sexual lyrics. Nah, that wasn't it.
I mean, you can say whatever you wish, right? But we got to go on reality.
I'm saying facts, sir. I'm saying facts because I was around at the time and I saw it firsthand and I know what I'm talking about, sir. And they've always had a problem with black people owning their own labels and exerting their own power within the music industry. Going back to the 60s, they had a problem with Sam Cooke
owning his own label. Many people believe that might have had something to do with him getting killed because it was known that he was getting threats running his own label. That's always been a problem with Black people owning their property. Sugar Hill Records, they were being targeted for owning their own label. Whenever we start ownership, that's when the problem comes in. It ain't just the lyrics, sir. But go ahead.
Yes, and it would be a constructive conversation if I'm muted, then you speak, and then when I reply, I'm not.
No, but see, this is my platform, so it's going to flow the way I want it to flow, and it's going to. You say something, then I'm going to respond, because what you're not going to do is a bunch of coon babble and plebiscite babble. Okay, you're not just going to say a bunch of gibberish and then change the subject to more gibberish. You say something, then I'm going to address it and correct it, and then let you say what you have to say. So that's how it works when you build a platform where a lot of people are part of the platform, sir. But go ahead.
Okay, so this is the thing. In reality, you can say, well, this is what the real reason was. But the truth is, white people out of their mouths were saying this is causing crime and it's causing degeneracy in your neighborhoods. And we were saying, no, it's not causing that. We were always making arguments about the cowboy movies. We were making arguments about the Terminator movie.
Accountability.
We're always looking at white people's behavior, even though they have their stuff together.
Name a.
Huh? I'm quiet. You don't
name a Black music genre. They've said that about every single Black music genre we created, sir. They said that jazz creates crime. They say that the blues create crime. They say rock and roll creates crime and degeneracy. They've done that to all of our genres, sir. That's nothing new. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about, if you want to stay on subject, or I know it's your platform, you don't have to listen to what you don't have to stay on subject. What I'm saying, I understand it's your platform. You can stray off subject all you want, but what I'm saying,
strayed off anything. I'm sticking everything you're saying. I'm addressing what you are saying. I'm addressing what you're saying, sir. But go ahead, because now, sir, you got to get to a point, because now you're just kind of babbling for attention.
So I just want to know if a group of people say we want to ban these lyrics. You can say it's because of ownership, but they didn't say it's because of ownership. They said it was because it was causing problems. Now, if we look in the future, in 2023,
to be honest, I'm bored, man. Family, y'all, I'm bored with this dude, because you're just saying a bunch of nothing. To be honest, man. To be honest. You're boring. You're just gibberish babbling. You're not saying anything. You're just talking to hear yourself talk. You're a time-wasting tether. This is time-wasting tether babble. You don't really have a point. You're just going from one gibberish talking point that you're just talking to hear yourself talk. Because you're just saying a bunch of nothing, to be honest, man.
Because of ownership. But
I'm bored, man. Family, y'all, I'm bored with this dude, because you're just saying a bunch of nothing, to be honest.
My fault, family. I need that clip right there. Time waste. I really wanted babbling tether, but I can't find that one. So I will take 1 second, Equals. I wanted babbling tether, but right now I'll take time wasting tether. I'll let you in 1 second, Equal. Let me just get this in.
Honest, man. To be honest, you're boring. You're just gibberish babbling. You're not saying anything. You're just talking to hear yourself talk. You're a time-wasting tether. This is time-wasting tether babble. You don't really have a point. You're just going from one gibberish talking.
I wanted that. I finally got. I want tether babble, but I'll take time wasting until I find a clip of tether babble in it. Time wasted babble. Wasted. I call it wasted babble, but I really want the tether babble. If I can't, so I'll take this in the meantime, because all I got this right here.
You're a lying, babbling tether who
No, I don't like that one. I want more clean. One more clean. E Quarles, what's up? E
Can you
Quarles,
hear me?
AK, how you doing?
Can you hear me? I'm good, thank you. Can you hear me and you can't see me?
I could definitely hear you.
Okay.
Can't
I
see,
just
but I can
have
hear
a
you.
little voice. I'll be trying to talk big. I'm gonna talk big right now. Thank you, Big Ron, for making
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
that I'm up on this platform because
sure.
I can't take this anymore. This is disrespectful. I have never heard my family never tell me that I was from um Africa. They
Yeah,
said that they told them that's what they told them that they was from Africa. But everybody that got all our stuff is from America. Okay. Then my mom said, "Oh, we did our genealogy, her and my sister." I told you that before. And
right.
I can't even compute that. That's not right. Because we have certain apple carries or any genealogy from them does not mean that we're from over there. Everybody was already over there. Everywhere. We was already everywhere. My grandma and grandpa always told me we would always been everywhere. This is our land. This is our earth. So how can we be somewhere specific when we was already over everywhere? I'm gonna need you to break them down. I'm gonna need you to break their necks, and I'm gonna need you to put two toes on their specific apicaries that they need, and then put the rest of the toes down to make sure they understand. Please do that. That's disrespectful. I have to listen to you every day because that makes sure that I stand tall and do what I need to do. We love you. You know how much we
Thank
love
you,
you.
thank you.
Ain't
That's right.
nobody gonna shut you down. We FBA all day, and I don't care whether nobody likes it or not. We are the originals. We know who built this. Now I'm gonna need you to go ahead, shut that shit down.
Original number one, Uno.
Yes, sir. Please. We love you so much, and you are the truth, and that's why we love you. We know who our people are. We know who the busters are. We don't play with them. If we
At all.
find the busters in the cut, who gonna come shut them down? Everybody gonna see, and then we gonna tell on you, and then you can get on this platform and every other platforms to get shut down. Y'all do everything. Thank you for you and Melrose and Love Jones and everybody and Theo, the truth. And guess what? Chase the God. Everybody shuts them down. We're not about to play with nobody. This is so disrespectful. I'm always going to be on y'all's team because I already know what time it is. We are the truth. And ain't nobody going to shut us down. Who going to shut us down? Let them come. Let
Yeah,
them
nobody.
come. Bring them on your platform so they can try to come shut us down. And then they can get shut down.
Yeah, I got a guy that's gonna come on in a second. Well, he says that. I sent him the link. He ain't come on yet.
That's what
So
I'm talking about. They're derelict in their duties because they're trying to tell us about some stuff when we already told you and you're not listening. We already know what time it is and we know what we're doing. Don't play with us. You be being played with. And I know that sometimes I can't speak the way I need to, but I speak the truth. And we're not playing this. This is terrible. My nanny and my grandpas and all my grandpas on all my sides of my family said we didn't come from Africa. Then my mommy went and got her stuff. Her and my sister talking about we got African heritage. It does not matter.
yeah,
Everybody supposedly came from Africa.
yeah,
We did not come from Africa. You can't get anybody. Do you got some family members that's on Africa? And tell them if we do, then they are family members and we gonna love the hell out of them.
right.
But ain't nobody gonna tell us who we come from. That's disrespectful. I don't
Yeah,
like it.
I've never been told that as well. No FBA ever been told we got anything in Africa. Yeah, and a person who don't know anything about us can't tell us anything about us. So I don't. So that's why like those conversations I not to be funny, but I research so much that those conversations are so beneath me. Like I'm at this point now where I'm like, hey, I let them say what they want to say. You're African, nigga, all that type of stuff. And once they get done, I'm just gonna say, hey, we're still delineating. That's
Right.
all I'm gonna say. Yeah, I'm gonna
We
say, yeah.
African, but we delineated.
Right.
So apparently, if we African, we still don't fuck with you. Okay, that's why
Right. Still delineating.
PHUCK. They doing the most.
Still
I love you,
delineating.
Ron. You doing the whole business for us. I just love you. That's what I was trying to do back in the day and stuff, and they was just cutting me off and stuff. I didn't never have nothing that I needed to do, but I'm getting everything that I need to do. And I thank you for you and Theo, the truth. Go Theo, the truth, and chase the God and go FBA News Update.
That's
Everybody
right.
go to reading the seek everything. Get everybody. Shut them bitches down. That's all I need. Then I'm gonna be okay. But if y'all let me come in and talk a little stuff sometimes, because that's my favorite. Because I know y'all got that. Thank you.
Nah, for sure, man. I appreciate the kind words. And yeah, man, we are out here moving the needle. I'm taking a different angle. I'm gonna bring it back to the topic. I'm gonna bring it back to our talking points. I'm no longer going down those rabbit holes about us being African and all that
Yeah.
type of stuff. All I'm gonna do is just bring it to a serious conversation. I'm gonna talk
Yeah.
about I'm gonna talk about the things they don't want to talk about. Paper genocide. I'm gonna talk
Yeah.
about delineation. They don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about they ain't
They,
black. Like the things that you ain't black. You talking about we're African. You ain't even black.
right. That's crazy. Because they already know that we are the originals. And even if we're mixed up with something, everybody should know that's common sense. When people come over, you're gonna get mixed up. But everybody know we the truth. That's why they mad. You know that our name reigns supreme around this world. FBA, aka those niggers that they not to talk about. We not about to play with nobody. You can play with yourself. We already know what it's time it is because it's already been written.
You to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying.
That's right.
Exactly. That's so funny and beautiful. I love you. Thank you, baby. And I got your whole back on the outside, the inside, the underside. And if
Thank you.
anybody don't know nothing, we don't play with you. They can play with themselves.
Not at all. Yeah, right. These are people who love themselves, and in the wrong way. I'm not saying the right way. They love themselves in the wrong way. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. They love
Yep.
themselves in the wrong way. They are
I
great without the R.
understand and overstand that. And I'm gonna need you to stay on their necks. I got your whole back. That's why I've been making sure that I keep everything for my peoples that's doing right. I can see you. I know what Melrose did. I'm on top of that. I'm right there. Anytime I see something from our brothers and sisters, I don't care if I clicked on it once, I'm gonna click on it again and again and again.
Yeah,
And
what
I'm gonna
Melrose
talk
did was good
stuff.
work. That was good work.
Ho did good work. You know what time it is. You and Tariq, um, Tariq, everybody everybody is together. They think that we're discommunicated from each other. You can't see that we know what's going on and we see you. I'm gonna need y'all to go everything. I'm gonna need y'all to go get into the atmosphere of the laws so that they think they can take something from us. I'm gonna need y'all to go in and find that. I'm doing it now. And that's fine if people don't know what's going on. But I'm gonna need you to go get that everything.
I
You,
can't
Tariq,
find one video. I've been looking for it. I played it yesterday I guess I gotta play the video from yesterday. But it was the one where he had Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay, I might have found it.
Yeah, but I already seen that 3 times, and then there was something wrong with that because they took it away. They're trying to hide it because I already went and found it again, and I put it
Oh
in
yeah.
my. Yes, they're trying to hide it. I
Okay,
already put it in my platforms and stuff and different things.
so
So
I
if
just I
they're
just
trying to
found
take
it.
it off, that they can't. Somebody has to have it. They're doing this right now.
All right, so I just found it. All right, sis, thank you. I'm about to try to find a Dr. Claude thing.
Okay.
And I'm gonna finish playing the video. Thank you. Appreciate your kind words, motivation for sure. Now I'm about to get
Thank you,
back
Alpha.
on the video.
You
Thank
the
you,
whole
sis.
truth. You the whole truth. Get them.
Okay, I actually found it. All right, cool. I actually found it. Okay. All right, sis. Thank you. Let me play the video without any, because I want to get it where I can clip it myself. All right, sis.
Okay.
Thank you.
Should I
You got to
put
drop
this?
back down. Yes.
Should I
I'm
push
gonna.
cancel out?
Huh?
Should I push cancel? I don't know really how to do all this stuff. So
Yeah,
I'll be
just
confused.
exit from Zoom so I could, because I can't play it if you're there. It's
Just
gonna
push
pick up your audio.
cancel. Okay. I push cancel.
I don't know what cancel means.
They
I
say
think it
push
just, I think
cancel.
it says leave. It should be a button that says leave. It's a
No,
red button.
it just says cancel.
Okay.
Now it says mute.
See if that, okay, cool. All right, let me play this. Okay, I made, damn. Oh, hold on. Okay. I think, all right, hold on, family. Okay, yeah, that's way too low. That's way too low. All right, let me put some more volume to that. That is way too low. Let me add more to that.
You know me? I am the original.
Okay, I got it. I got it. I gotta put way more. All right, so this should be it right here. This should be it. So I got the video where Tariq, again, that was yesterday. I don't ever remember seeing this video before, so this is new to me. I'm gonna be honest. I ain't gonna lie, like I always knew everything. I have no problem saying I didn't know something. You know, when folks come over here and they be like, "Boss, you know this?" If I don't know it, I'm gonna say no. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to say I don't know something or I didn't know something. That should be common practice. No egos. Okay, so here we are. Oh, let me try my soundbite.
You know me? I am the original Jamaican Dandana.
I gotta make the womp louder. Damn. I thought I made it louder. I gotta make the Charlie Brown womp louder. I thought I did already. Weird. I thought I did. All right. Oh my God. All right. Okay. We're gonna go. We're gonna go. I ain't got time to make it louder today. I'll do it next day. Here we go. Time to go.
Foundational Black American is not just a lineage name, it's a boundary. You understand? Once that boundary exists, things stop meshing together that were never the same. See, that boundary protects foundational Black Americans politically, culturally, economically. That keeps our specific history from being diluted, remixed, redistributed to people who don't share the same lineage. So we have a defensive infrastructure. So now we don't have goofballs coming around us talking dumb, acting like they're us. Well, hey, brother, you saying some weird shit. Where are you from? Now we're asking questions, and we're finding out a lot of these people who are coming around us acting like they're FBA, they're not of the lineage at all. We're doing paperwork checks with people. Yeah, either you define yourself or other people will. And we are not guests here. The ground knows who built it. See, there's something psychologically powerful, ladies and gentlemen, about understanding that your ancestors are in the soil right here. The dominant society, they want us looking over in ancient Africa. They want us looking all into ancient Africa's. They'll give you a blank check for that. They will give you they'll give you a gazillion dollars for African studies. Yep.
Right. Hey, family, I'm gonna try to go live on TikTok. I need the support because I need to be a loud voice on TikTok. Michael asked a good question. Michael said, he said, Ron, are we being undermined by the people that come here to pledge allegiances to the U.S.? Not just them, the people who claim the FBA. They are acting like tethers, like they are just monetizing FBA. They're creating channels just to argue, nothing coming out, arguing, giving the lineage a bad look, like no decorum, no integrity, no credibility, just arguing. I mean, like not even in bad faith arguing for no reason. So I said today, I said, they don't even know what it, now I see why tethers come over here and be like, hey, I get it now. Like people don't even know what a tether is. So I gotta make a whole video or explaining what a tether is, unfortunately. You would think we would know that. Equal, what's up? She's back. Equals, okay, I think. Are you there, Equals? Yeah, so like people don't even know what a tether is. That man. I'm like, how you running an FBA space and you don't know what a tether is? Yeah, so I'm not sure if they are paid to do that, but I find that really, really questionable.
Keep looking over there. Yep, look over there, look over there, look over there. Family, and that was not a problem. African studies was never a problem. And tethers like to talk about the government want us divisive. And you know what they always bring up? They bring up this paper written by Brzezinski, Zbigniew Brzezinski in the 70s. There was a paper, whenever y'all heard them bring this up, this is like a go-to for the tethers. In the government had documents trying to separate Black Americans and Africans. The government has tried to separate us, family. They're talking about this Brzezinski paper in the 70s that was really in the height of the Cold War, where they were concerned that Black radicals here, because we had Black radicals over here turning up. We had the Black Liberation Army, the Black Panthers, so many other people turning up over here. What they did not want was those radicals to be used in the Cold War. You know, Russia was kind of going back and forth with the U.S., so they didn't want people.
Oh my God, man! Yeah, he just reminded me. The young lords. Oh, I meant to do something. See, I be having so much stuff I be forgetting, man. Damn. All right, let me see. Let me see. Yeah, I wanted to tell you guys about the young lords. Yeah, so I sent the guy the link. He never click it. Okay, so I was trying to reach the Garveyite brother. I was gonna let him break down Garvey for us. You feel me? But he's not really responding. Okay, you haven't started any characters yet, so I gotta research it. I gotta research that all over again. All right, so I want to tell you about the Youngler. All right, well, let me let Tariq cook while I do that.
Here going over there being used as assets by Russia. They didn't want them going over to certain parts of Africa and then getting funded by Russia to do some janky stuff. That was their concern. Not just them connecting with Africa. No, going over there and having some Russians and some other foreign entities arm cats and fund them. You know what I'm saying? That was their big concern. That was a Cold War concern. So there is no threat with us going over to Africa because they understand how divided Africa is right now. Yeah, they didn't want them Vietnam vets going over there turning up like they were turning up here.
All right, check it out. Family, these are the young lords right here. This is the New York Times, the Young Lords Legacy of Puerto Rican Activism. All right, so let me break this down. So the Young Lords were a revolutionary nationalist organization of Puerto Ricans and other Latinos that emerged in the United States during the late 1960s. So that's during the Black Panther. That's during the Black Civil Rights Movement, family. Here's a breakdown of their origins and motivations. So they were originally a street gang, right? From 1960 to 1968, the organization began as a street gang in Chicago's Lincoln Park neighborhood called the Young Lords. They were initially formed to protect Puerto Rican residents from police harassment and other street gangs. Okay, now, during 68 and afterwards, after the assassination, listen to this, family, after the assassination of Martin Luther King, and inspired by the Black Panther Party. So these Puerto Ricans were inspired by the Black Panther Party and other revolutionary movements. Jose Chacha Jimenez transformed the gang into a political organization focused on community empowerment and self-determination. So family, the Young Lords, they became political activists after being inspired by FBAs, right? So this is what tethers don't know about our history. They focus on community empowerment and self-determination, right? They spread to New York City from Chicago, where a chapter was established by former gang member and poet Gloria Gonzalez and others. The New York chapter would become the most prominent and influential branch of the organization. All right. So the Young Lords were fundamentally opposed to the colonial relationship between Puerto Ricans and the United States, viewing Puerto Ricans both on the island and the diaspora as colonial subjects. Right. So they responded to the severe poverty, dilapidated housing, inadequate healthcare, and systemic discrimination faced by Puerto Rican and Latino communities in American cities. Right. The Young Lords were heavily inspired by the Black Panther Party's community survival programs and revolutionary ideology. They adopted similar programs like free breakfast for children and community health clinics. They drew inspiration from global anti-colonial movements in Cuba, Vietnam, Algeria, and other nations struggling against imperialism. The organization advocated for Puerto Rican independence and the right of Puerto Ricans to control their own political and economic destiny. All right, hold on. 1 second, family. Okay. So they emphasize the importance of community control over institutions like schools, housing, healthcare, and policing. The Young Lords implemented direct action tactics, including taking over institutions to demand services, establishing community programs, and conducting political education. Their most famous actions including occupying a church in East Harlem to establish a community center and taking over Lincoln Hospital in the Bronx to demand better healthcare services. Damn. Though the organization declined in the mid-1970s due to internal conflicts and government repression, their legacy continues to influence contemporary Latino social justice movements. Really? I don't believe that.
Stop the cap.
Okay, but I just want to show that real fast before I forget. I kept forgetting. So when these types come around here, they act like we ain't got the juice. It's like, yo, the Puerto Ricans got something to brag about. And they credit FBAs for that. You dig? So we ain't like they pretend we are. Okay? The Young Lords. In case I didn't know. The Young Lords. I've been meaning to talk about them for the longest.
And then getting access. That's why when you get around places that hold ancestral energy, you can feel it. Places where there's water, and when we recognize, hold on.
All right.
Because a lot of the tribal groups, a lot of them disappeared and blended in and were amalgamated into Black society and then later on white society. That's why when you see so-called Native Americans now, they look damn near white because most of them are really $5 Indians. They're not really white at all. And we know the get down they did with the Dawes Rolls. It was white people paying money to get labeled as Native Americans. And nobody ever questions that. It's always, they got to question our authenticity when it comes to us acknowledging Aboriginal heritage. Now, you got to be careful when you acknowledge the Aboriginal heritage because we have to understand Black people, even the ones who are Aboriginal, were still blended in with a lot of African people who were put on those plantations. And also because of the segregation laws, all Black people were pretty much put in the same communities together, even after slavery. You understand? So it's very important to understand all of this. So when we talk about foundational Black Americans, we're talking about the people who are classified as Black mixed in on those plantations. We created a whole brand new culture. We have to respect that culture and don't be ashamed to respect that culture because that is who we are. And using the term African is a very dangerous term. And I'm going to play a clip from my brother Claude Anderson. It's a very dangerous thing to do, using the term African. All right, let me find that clip of Claude Anderson. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, this is Claude Anderson on The Breakfast Club. And this is my mentor, and this is who I got the game from. Now listen to Claude Anderson break this down. All right, this is who I got the game from. Listen.
64 white Indian chiefs that come to the White House, give them everything they want.
Is that why you use the term Native Blacks?
That's right.
African Americans?
That's right, Native Blacks. And I want to help all Blacks on earth. But if you don't use the word Native Blacks, you shoot yourself in the head. Gotcha. Because if you say African American, the first human beings came out of Africa. Anybody on earth that comes to America is an African American. You can be white and come from Europe tomorrow. You're an African American. That makes total sense. And see, that's the first thing that hurts. So you can't. That's a very, very broad term. Who's an African American? Anybody can be an African American. Okay. Secondly, why is Native American important? Because this nation owes black folk. 98% of all the black people in America were here before 98% of all the other people ever arrived. Black people, those native blacks, and the reason I say native because they took them out of Africa, they stripped them of their Africanness. They took away their names, everything, their culture, their history. Then they have a seasoning process for a slave. 3 months was to break him in to being a slave. That he could no longer be identified with African anything. That he was just black, period. But see, and so the government right now owes black people, native blacks. They don't know African, they don't know African anything. If you say you're an African American, white says, shoot, I don't know. We never enslaved in Africa. We enslaved some blacks. We got in here, but they weren't Africans. We stripped them of an African. No. And the last thing, your blackness is your honor, your culture, your history. That's right. It's your people.
There you go. That's the master teacher, Claude Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, that's who I got the game from. That's who Claude Anderson has been using the term Native Black American for a long time. Okay? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Native Black American.
Native Black American, Dr. Claude, man. I definitely never seen that. I don't recall seeing it. If I seen it, I don't remember. I just happened to play that by happenstance yesterday. Had no idea that he was gonna play that. That worked in perfect, man. Cause I always heard these things. I never had a date for him. You dig? And now I got the evidence. I got Dr. Claude Anderson saying it, and Tariq Nasheed is going to put up receipts when he started using it. So, I never could, I always just repeated what everybody else said, but I never could prove it. You feel me? So now I can finally prove Dr. Claude Anderson saying the term, and Tariq Nasheed using it. You dig? All right, give me a second. I'm just trying to do this. That tether babble. Oh shit. I'm trying to do that tether babble soundbite real fast. Right there.
You're a time. It's a time wasting tether.
I got it. Okay, so now I got the audio for the last clip for now.
You're a time wasting tether. This is time wasting tether.
Okay.
Time wasting tether.
Okay. Wait, I thought I did save it. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't save it. All right, so I think I got the last one. What? Man, I didn't put it there. Damn, what was there? I did not put this here. Okay, all right, okay, it's there. All right. Damn, man, what was that about? I got it. All right, let's try it out, fam. Let's try it out. So we got, here we go.
You're a time-wasting tether. This is time-wasting tether babble.
All right, we got that. We got, what else I put new?
Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
Brother Brown.
You know me? I am the original Jamaican Dandana.
All right, I got it. I got my sound bites for now. All right, let's go.
And let me show you old tweets of mine. I used to use that term all the time. I've been using that. I used to use it going all the way back to 2018. Hold on. I'm looking up some of my old tweets right now. Hold on. Yeah, going all the way back to 2018. I'm looking up my old tweets. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to show you that I've been using that term. Then I said, let me flip this.
Show you right, Ray.
More tight. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to go to it. Hold on. I'm trying to go to it. I'm digging through all my old tweets to show some chronology here. Okay. Okay. I'm going through my old tweets. Okay, hold on. I'm going through my old tweets. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Where's that? There we go. Okay, going all the way back to November of 2018, right here. All right, some of my old tweets. I would use the term Native Black American. I was talking about Sambos that are anti-Native Black American. So back in 2018, some of my old tweets, I was using that term. You're not in a position to disrespect any Native Black Americans. Right here, I was checking a damn non-FBA tether. I've been checking tethers. I've been checking tethers for almost 5 years, dude, or on Twitter, longer than that. So yeah, these are some non-FBA tethers working for white mommy, white daddy. So I've been checking them. I was checking Candace Owens talking about how she's not a Native Black American. So I've been using this term for a long time because I got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay, I got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. I got that term from him. It's the same as foundational. And the reason why I said, let me tighten it up a little bit, because oftentimes I would use the term Native Black American, and then some people will say, well, do you mean Native Americans who are mixed with Black? Or do you mean a black-skinned Native American? So they would oftentimes get confused. A Native Black American, do you mean a Black person who was enslaved by Native Americans? So they would kind of get confused with that. I said, okay, let me do this. Because sometimes people would still get confused with the Native Black American title. And one thing I don't want is any confusion. I don't want any confusion. I don't want any confusion. Because people can remix. If there's confusion, if there's any kind of confusion, we got to be careful. Somebody said, why didn't I correct ADOS? Great question. Let me get on that. I didn't want any confusion. So I said, let's do foundational, because Black people are not just Native. They're Native Black people here, but we're the foundation of this country because we built it during slavery. We built the country. So we are foundational Black Americans. We got to really tighten it up. So that excludes some like Cherokee tribes or whatever who might try to claim some little Black ancestry. A white Cherokee might try to claim a little Black ancestry and say, well, he's a Native Black American. No, there's only one group that are foundational, who built the country from scratch. Foundational Black Americans. You can't remix that one. Foundation means from the soil. Foundation means the people who built it. The red-skinned Native Americans did not build America in any sense of the word. You see? The red-skinned Native Americans had no input on the building of the United States. These are just facts. That's not a diss. I said that before. They're like, oh, well, you dissing. No. That's not a diss. The red-skinned Native Americans did not build anything as far as of America, the United States. They didn't do anything. Now, many of them were on the land or whatever. There were wars or whatever. But as far as building the United States, no. So when you use foundational, that excludes them, the red natives. You dig? And the $5 Indians, see, that excludes all of them. That excludes a lot of the new folks who come in and be like, hey, if y'all get reparations, I'm African, I'm on some too. That excludes them too. Yeah? Now, with the ADOS thing, when they were using the hashtag, which I later found out that was stolen from brother Norris Sheldon. It was a black man, old school brother named Norris Sheldon, who used the term
point that you done sat here and practice to another. And it's boring. And we're done with the conversation. I'm not going to bore the audience anymore. All right. That's just boring. This is one of these wannabe white supremacists. He gets into a bunch of gibberish tether babble to hear himself speak. His objective is to sit here and waste time. What you're saying is boring and it's not interesting and it's pointless. You're just saying a bunch of pointless stuff. And that's what it is. Let me get my brother Marcel in here. Let's get Marcel in here. Put it down. Brother Marcel, hop on, brother. I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. That guy, you already checked him, but he talked about some window. They stop us from rebuilding. We've had to rebuild. We built the country. We've had to rebuild more than any other group. But an article just came out today about Navy Federal denying over 50 to 60% of their black applicants with good income and perfect credit. So there's that. But I also wanted to just clarify something real quick, because Clyburn has been running around with this. He's going to try to pass us all as reparations. I heard Coops come up and say that there's money on the table for black farmers. Coops rugby, but that's absolutely not true. That money is for any farmer that has experienced discrimination by the USDA. And it was supposed to be specifically black farmers, but they did that to deliberately sabotage it because they know it had to be done by status and not race, but they made it based on race, and therefore they had to open it up to any farmer that had experienced discrimination. And right now, as we speak, a lot of black farmers have applied, and they're not hearing anything back. So I guarantee you, by the time this is all said and done, most of that money is going to go to quote unquote farmers of color, and it's not to get $2.2 billion in assistance. It's to get $2.2 billion in a financial sense, meaning they will help work with them to get resources and things like that. They're playing a lot of word games, and I know Clyburn is going to try to make that campaign point. So I tried to come home here to clarify that, because Clyburn's already been running around saying that, and it's phony. He knows he's lying.
My man, thank you so much for clarifying that, family. And that's why things have to be lineage based. We gotta make things lineage based. We have to emphasize, if there's going to be some resources allocated, it's going to be for foundational black Americans, descendants of freedmen. We got to be very specific about delineating based on lineage, ladies and gentlemen. All right, man. Anyway, let me see, who do we have in here? Let's get S with one saw. Let's get one saw in here. One saw or one sob. I don't know what your name is.
Oh shit! You actually added me.
Yeah, well, you didn't. You wanted to get on, so
yeah. Listen, I'm not sure.
All right, family. We've been on for a little while now. Let me see who's in the chat. Let me get some shout outs. And then we're gonna call it one. Now, before we leave, check this out. I hate when they just send it anywhere.
Open this door right now. You
That's right.
are
Open that damn door.
obstructing a federal operation. Do you understand what that means? I need to see a warrant before anyone gets on this.
Man,
We don't need a warrant. This is immigration.
Yeah, I think that's I think that's AI. Dan Warren. All right. Dan Warren. That's AI. Like you see AI, yeah, they trying to act like Foundation of Black Americans are, anti-ICE. Man, you want to get on this bus? Okay. So family, this is my TikTok. I need y'all support. Here's the link for the TikTok. If you have TikTok, subscribe, join me. I need the support because Tethers, they ain't gonna join the live unless they see some people there. We had 10 last night, but Tethers, let's try to do at least 20. You ain't gotta join. I mean, like join, but you don't gotta come on and talk if you don't want to. I'll do all the talking if I have to. And if anything, I'm gonna talk about things I already talked about, right? Because the TikTok space never heard it. And for me, it helps me remember the information by always talking about it. Like it's like a song. You sing a song, you play a song, and you remember it. Okay. So I'm gonna go over some stuff that we talked about here. A lot of stuff today. I'm gonna talk about the Jamaican posse and the crack. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go in. All right. And we're gonna try to get some tethers on. I had some tethers on yesterday, but they were like disrespectful. I just kicked them off and I just vibed out with the family last night. Nadine Henderson, denationalization, misclassification, misclassified, mislabeled, reclassified, misrepresented, and identity stolen from them, unlawfully, illegally, and fraudulently, right, without their consent. Got them. The United States government fraudulently, illegally, unlawfully changed the names of the Cop Indian under the Black Codes 18 Law 1724. And don't forget about the Racial Integrity Act of 1924. You dig? Russian used Greek letters? That's what it looked like. Sort of. Yeah, so those who already have a TikTok account, if you are free and about an hour or so, tap in with me, man. Tap in with me. I'm going to be heading. So, Nadine, you know what else used that date? That is when you said 1724. That reminded me of the Louis. Dang, I can't even say it. Louisiana's Code Noir, which stands for Black Code in English. So that was their code for the Haitians. They called it Louisiana's Code Noir of 1724, and we read about that earlier here when Q Butter was here. Okay. Yep, that was that was their way of their black codes for the Haitians. And notice it says Louisiana Code Noir, not Code Black, Noir. Okay. So we're not going to revise history. Yeah, so I'm not sure about the 1724 copper code thing, but I am aware of the Code Noir, 1724 Code Noir. So maybe Nadine, maybe you're mixing up the 1924 Racial Integrity Act with the 1724 Haitian Noir Code. So you might want to just check to see if you're mixing up 1924 Racial Integrity Act, the acts of United States, with the 1724 Code Noir. 1724 19. So let me show you. Let me show Nadine my screen. So that's the Facebook family. It's an unbiased Ron. I put the link in the chat, but this is for Nadine. So maybe you're talking about this. So you see, this is with a system of slave codes in place since 1685. In 1724, France decreed the Code Noir. See, this is in parentheses. This was not there in France. They didn't speak English. There was no black code. All right. It's Code Noir. So don't let anybody ever tell you that these English words and letters were in Haiti or France. That's a lie. These words were there. Right here. Noir. All right. This was not there. So they were not black. They were noir. We're black. We're not noir. Okay. So when I say we don't need black people, that's irrefutable. All right, family. Let me check out. I'll be TikTok later. Try to go on these YNs, get them straight. The tether class YNs and the FBA YNs, they are both out of control, making the lineage look bad. Peace, B1, We One family. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the cash apps. I'm definitely gonna make good use of both. Right now, I'm rocking my microphone, my wireless mic to my shirt, thanks to some super chats and cash apps. So, what do I need now with the donation money? What do I need now? I'm gonna save up the donation money, and I gotta get those Medi glasses. I have to get the Medi glasses. I have to get them. I think my channel gonna blow up once I get them, because I'm very sociable. I know a lot of people. So family, when I go to my spaces, when I go to the gym, I want y'all to see like how respected I am in the gym. And don't forget, it's people from many different hoods in that gym. Then I'm gonna go to different gyms. You're gonna see how respected I am in real life. I'm not like these hide and seek people, like lying and shit. I'm really respected in real life in my city and other cities. You dig? You're gonna see. I'm gonna get these Medi glasses, and I want to shop downtown Newark. I'm gonna catch the train. Y'all gonna see everything. You dig? I ain't gonna drive. I'm gonna catch the train. Y'all gonna see the whole. It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. All right, family. So I'm gonna save up some of the donation money for the Medi glass. I need those. My channel gonna blow.